Welcome back to Just Create, where last time I achieved nothing I set out to do, but instead replaced my storage system because the old one had too many issues, and then spent the rest of the episode troubleshooting, fixing, and complaining about my power network. But that was 2 days ago, and I've just logged back in to see the power is still running, so hopefully that's the end of that. And maybe now we know it's working, we can actually get it installed elsewhere, although I do still need to catch up with Chosen to find out where he wants his generator, and Jojo is actually on holiday for the week, so yeah, I guess that one's going to be on hold for a bit. And I've still not been able to catch up with Throwlash and Eggs yet to actually sell it to them. So we may get some of that sorted in today's episode, but I wouldn't hold my breath on that one, based on how the last episode went. Now, back to this familiar view. We spent many a time standing here last episode staring at this, and we kept saying we were going to terraform it. But then we kept getting interrupted by Foxy. But I am going to terraform this now. I'm just going to wait a second in case Foxy comes to interrupt me. Nope, it appears we're all good. We can actually crack on.
Beardy.
Oh, for God. What?
We need to figure out where the train station's gonna go, because I made a track.
Oh, amazing. I was literally just saying how every time I try to do something over here, I get interrupted. But this is a good interruption. This is actually related to what it's related to what I'm doing. So yes.
Oh!
And it's not complaining about power, but there's nothing to complain about with power, by the way. Are you sure you don't want power?
You said you didn't want any distractions, so I should distract you. Let's talk about this train station.
Yes, clever. Okay, cool. So right, I'm about to flatten out this bit over here. We're going to be putting in the train station. So you say you've built rails?
I have built a lot of rails, in fact. I built a 3,000 block railway.
What? When did you do that?
Yeah.
I was only not online for a day.
Well, yesterday.
Okay, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. That adds up. Okay, right.
Yeah,
So you're wondering where you need to bring it in over here to match up with where the station's
Pretty much,
going.
yeah, because I brought it over to the shoreline over by the ocean, just north of Chosen's area so far.
Oh, okay, right.
And
so
I
you're
just
close.
don't really know where to bring it into the mountain to bring it across into the valley area.
Right. Okay. So follow me. So over here, there's one block that marks everything. This one right here.
This one marks everything.
Yep. This is the start of everything. So this Y level, which I think is like 97, and this block here. So this is the left-hand rail, and then one rail width apart. So over here somewhere is going to be
72. So right here then.
Yeah, right-hand rail. Yep. Right, so that was an acceptable interruption because it was to do with what I'm actually doing. Now, I need a whole bunch of dirt and grass. What have I got? About 12k combined. That's certainly going to be enough to get me started, but I don't know how far it's actually going to get me. Let's start placing blocks and find out. Well, it's next day in real life. That took absolutely forever, and we're still not done yet. I spent about 3 hours streaming over on Twitch, which was the first in a long time and was a lot of fun. We'll be doing more of those. And I did manage to get a whole bunch of this dirt in, but we certainly didn't get it finished, and then I spent the evening doing the rest. In fact, Eggs even came along and gave me a hand towards the end, which is great because he also brought lots of extra dirt and grass with him, which I definitely needed by that stage. And I've also just put a wall in the front here as well for now. I don't really know how this is going to sort of mix in with this side of the landscape. There might even be more shops down here. I don't really know yet, but I think for a starting point that's definitely a lot better. We've got a lot more space to put a station in, and overall it's going to be a lot easier to picture what we want to do here. But while I was doing this, we also paid a little visit to Chosen because, well, we still wanted to get him hooked up to the grid. Here's how that went. Over to you, Beardstone. Whoa.
Hello, Mr. Latestone.
Look, okay, I've been busy. I've had a couple of problems I've needed to sort out, okay, to ensure that you have flawless power. I decided to use Foxy as a test subject, and I'll tell you what, after the last couple of days, you're going to be glad I did.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Yeah.
I will be happy. I'll be happy then. I set up temporary power right now just to...
Yeah, I noticed. I saw it from over there where I've been creating a big flat area for, well, you know, all the station-y goodness and all that stuff. And I saw this on the hill and I thought, well, can't be having that.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot going on right now.
So you need some real power going on over here, don't you?
I do.
I'm ready to install your power, which hopefully will work.
Okay. I'm down for power.
That was some really convincing sales spiel for me there.
Perfect timing too. Yeah, because like I'm already running low. Like I barely even touched this thing.
Doesn't appear that way. That means you need power nice and quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely soon. Yeah, that'll be nice.
So me and Chosen headed over to the power plant so I could show him how the mechanism worked. Whee! Where do you go? What in the world is going on? What is happening? What? What was that? That looked so weird on my screen. You were flying all over the place.
Yeah, I was just face down in the ground, spinning around. I was like, don't die, don't die, don't die.
What? No, get your hands off my levers. Oh, no, no. Oh.
I did it, yes.
Following this randomness, I proceeded to show Chosen how everything works, introduced him to Jimmy, and then he showed me where he'd like it installed at his base, which was just behind the meat shed. Alrighty, so we're going to be building over here for Chosen. We're going to get our lovely little power supply thing in, which means I need to dig a little bit of a hole first. So that's the hole dug, and I've just lined up where the schematic's actually going to go in there, and I have my checklist out of the cannon. So if we go give this to Frank, like so, he'll send through everything he has in stock that's related to what I need. So let's grab all of this, get it loaded up into some shulkers. Let's put them in there and see what's outstanding. So we still need a bunch of stuff, actually, more than I was expecting. I guess we've got some crafting to do. So I reckon we are good to go. All right, so that should all be good to go now, apart from actually connecting the power. So yeah, I guess I should get on that now. Let's put that there. And I've got so much faith in this system, I'm not even going to test it. Let's go get Chosen and just hope it turns on.
Oh, is it done?
I think so. I've done everything apart from test it, because I thought it'd be more fun if I got you just to throw these tokens in there, press the button and hope for the best.
Okay. Perfect.
But it should work. The power's hooked up. I've been checking the power station throughout to make sure that even though it's not loaded, it's still producing power, and it is doing what it's supposed to be doing now. So if you come around this side, load up your tokens.
Put them in the bin.
Yep, and press the button to start it. Wait a second.
And oop,
Something's spinning.
there it goes. It looks like it's working.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Although your readout isn't working. Oh, I see. It's because I changed a little bit of the layout in here. Give me a second. There's this one here. Is the wrong way around. Can I get underneath it? No, fine. I just need to put this in like that. There you go. There we go. That should work now.
Oh, there we go. The top's not working though. Thank you for the power. This is fantastic.
You do sound genuinely happy,
hook it in.
which is good. That's what we like. That's what we like over at Beardy
I don't
Power
want
Co.
more windmills.
Happy customers. Yeah, you can remove your windmills. You can get your space back.
Yes, that is going to be perfect. I'll take it. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the power.
You're welcome.
I mean,
anyway.
there's a reason IRL we pay for power. We don't want to make it ourselves. Oh, yes.
Right, another soon-to-be hopefully happy customer, because, as I say, I think we have actually fixed all this. Now, what's going on? Why am I going all over the... Well, but yes, as I was saying, this appears to be consistently working now, which is good. So I guess now you get to go back to the me that has already placed all the dirt that I'm about to place, because these clips are all in a weird order. Good times. Back to you, future Beardstone. Thanks, past Beardstone. Right, so here we are. Now, what I want to do is, first up, is probably just get the big long lines in where these tracks are going to go. So this layer here is still one layer below where we need it, so I'm just going to start laying some blocks, really, and head off in that general direction. Nope, that general direction. You don't spin round as fast when you're zoomed in, it turns out. And I think for the base underneath the track for now, I'm just going to do it all out of Tuff. Normally I use gravel and other gravel variants, but in this mod pack I don't actually have gravel variants, so I'm thinking we'll use Tuff as the main block because it's also got slabs, which is good if we're going to go up and down hill. And then when we're making it look nice, we'll just mix in a bit of gravel here and there. Get rid of all that. We don't need that. Alrighty, so tracks, they're going to be coming out of the wall there from my side, then going back that way. I think what I'm going to do is go make lots and lots of rail, or train track I should say, because then I can just hold these in my offhand and place the rail and it'll place all the blocks for me, which would be nice. Let's pick up these two bits here, which Stam left behind, and what's the actual recipe for rail? How do I make rail? Can't remember. Nope, it's called track. Stone slabs, nuggets, and a press. And I'm pretty sure that Stam has actually made a rail machine. Track machine. Got to keep calling it track. Rail is the Minecraft one. Track is the create one. And let's get a stack of iron and a few stacks of stone. And I would imagine it's going to be in here somewhere. I know I've seen it. I just can't remember where it was. Is it this one? Yep, looks like this one. Let's get nuggets in the top. Stone in the bottom. And here comes our track. Excellent. Right, so we've got a whole bunch of rail. Let's start laying some down. We just want a nice, long, straight rail first. And if we do that, it should place... Yeah, there we go. Tough underneath everything. So this track is then going to continue on over in this direction. Same with this one. Just like that. So we are going to have to dig out some more area there because, I don't know, is that going to be long enough for a train station? Because I also want to have some other rails that go off over the back here so that we've got rails for sort of delivery items and things like that. I've just been working out where we can put these sort of rail yard drop-off type lines, and I think we're going to want quite a few, maybe like 6 lines that sort of break off from the start here and then rejoin further down, because there are quite a few of us on the server, and I think we're going to need the space for all the trains, and it'll be nice for the trains to have alternative routes if the stations are full and things like that. So what I'm thinking is we'll bring a line over and have like a main double line that goes down the middle here, and then from this line we'll have bits that split off on either side, which does mean I need to do a little bit more digging. We need to remove this area here, which is probably a good thing because I need more dirt anyway. I'm pretty much out. But we need to lower this whole area down to the same level as this, which I guess means we've got quite a lot to carve out over here. There's a bit of a sort of natural ridge here already. So if we were to take that across there, yeah, that'll give us enough space. And then we can just keep trimming this down until we get down to the right level. Now, before I go too much further, I want to work out exactly where these rails are going. So let's start with a connection over here. I'm not going to worry about layering underneath because we're probably going to end up changing a bunch of this. Now, I'm just going to dump in a bunch of these straight bits here. Get that bit out at an angle, so that can then go off and connect to these two, like that. Okay, so something like that, I think, is what we're going to need. Which also means we're going to need to lose quite a lot of this hilly, mountainy type thing over here. Probably back to at least sort of this area, because we need space for these tracks to come out and then come back in again before they then go off to their other destinations. So I guess with that in mind, I should probably get digging. And I think I'm going to start here and just get these tracks in. And then from there, I can start to work out where these ones need to connect up and exactly how much I actually need to dig out. There's definitely a lot of digging in this episode. In fact, there's that much to dig out. It probably makes sense just to use my big drill. Right, off you go. Okay, so I've done a whole lot of digging. It looks like I need to do a bit more lighting, but I think I've got all the rail in for the station, and this area is absolutely humongous. So this is what I'm currently thinking. We'll have our main passenger station here, so we'll be able to put in some platforms either side, and then we've got these smaller lines off to the edge here, and these are going to be for freight trains and deliveries and things like that. The Wonderful Eggs has also been roped in again to do some digging, by which I mean he loves digging, and he saw me digging out a mountain and couldn't help but get involved, which is amazing because it saves me a bit of work. But scale-wise, I think this is going to work quite well. The only thing I have kind of misjudged is this bit here at the front, because if this is where we're having our passenger station, it's probably going to come out quite wide to around here somewhere, which means I'm probably going to need to redo this entire sort of cliff face here and get some more grass in. Well, that sounds like a problem for future Beardy. For now, I need to sell some power, and I think I've got a target in mind. In fact, Throwlash is on as well. Maybe I can get both at the same time. Good news, I wasn't recording any of that. People are just going to have to go check out your video, Eggs, and your video, Throwlash, if they want to see the conversation. So
yeah, fair enough.
That's all good. But they get to see this bit, which is fantastic. So just a quick catch up. I have convinced Eggs to have power because he needs it because of all the lag he's creating. And Throwlash is being a hippie. So we'll come back to Throwlash.
Whoa.
Look, that's the quick summary. That's the quick summary, isn't it?
Why am I creating the lag?
Well, we all are.
Yeah.
I wasn't singling you out, Eggs. It just sounded like I was. It just sounded exactly like I was, yeah.
Welcome to my battery bank.
Yeah, see, I see the problem. Yeah. Yeah, definitely an issue.
There's 3 coils in here, and this is just for this building.
Right, yeah, okay, so you're definitely in need of some power then. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, well, where would you like me to install the unit? I could install it underground down here for you if you like.
I'd say replace the water wheels here. Have the panel like sit. Maybe we dig out this wall a little bit.
I will install a panel for you. You also get complimentary 2.5 days power free when you first get installed as well. So lucky you. Cool. I'll get you sorted out with power then. For now, can I just say thank you very much for your help with all the digging and dirt placing. It's been an absolute nightmare.
Oh, no problem. I'll finish up the rest and then I'll call it a day for today.
You absolute hero. Thanks, Eggs, and I'll get you installed soon. Right, the question is, how are we going to convince Throwlash that what he really needs is some proper power? I mean, wind power's fine and all, but it doesn't provide that much.
We should be able to put some more water wheels right there.
No. We've literally just had this conversation, Throwlash.
So what I wanted to see if they could go there and they. Oh. All right. So yeah.
Unbelievable.
I was gonna put some more water wheels.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
More water wheels.
Yeah. There's definitely none in there. You don't have to go in there. Nope. There's none. Nope. It's just a.
Sounds way too suspicious. I can see them, Throwlash. You lied to me. You lied to the utility company. How dare you?
It was a fib.
Unbelievable. Right, so where would you like your power meter?
Oh, listen, it was just a theory on if they could fit. I was putting them in for DeJojo. Look at this pretty pond. All right, I gotta go.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, well, just know that we're watching you, Throwlash. We're watching you.
Sure. Yeah. I am actually kind of terrified, but it's okay. It'll be fine.
Can't believe I forgot to record that whole first conversation. But sometimes that happens. So yeah, if you do want to see the conversations I had with, well, Foxy and Throwlash and then Eggs and all that stuff, then do make sure to go check out their videos. So I've marked out where I think some passenger platforms can go, and Eggs has been making good progress on the cutting, but he seems to have logged out, so I might have to finish that off. But it's been very helpful for me. But as you can see, the platform does come out over the edge here, so we are going to extend this out a little bit further. But before we do that, I want to mark out where the building in front of the station is going to go, the actual sort of station building. And this is the central station on the server, so we're going to make it a nice big grand building. I'm not actually going to be building it today, at least that's not my current plan, but I do want to at least mark out where it's going to go so I can get the terrain sorted and get those roads in. I really want to start seeing some shops over here. I'm thinking maybe something that sort of size for the station would work quite nicely. So that does leave us the question of what to do with the landscape over this bit. So it's going to need to be raised up a little bit, but the question is, how far do we come in? Because it would be nice to have a little bit of a lower section here, but at the same time, if we're thinking about roads, we've got to work out where the roads are going to go and how they're going to connect up, because they're going to be quite wide. And I'm beginning to wonder if the best option for a road might be to have a sort of big central road down the middle here and then swing out to the left to connect up to the power plants, and then have another one that sort of goes around the back of the power station to another sort of shopping area over there. But then the question, of course, is what do we do over this side? Now, I have actually been playing around with the station building a little bit in creative, so maybe I should flesh this out a little bit more, work out where some paths are going to go, and then we'll work out the road from there. And by flesh this out a little bit more, I just mean add in the little pillar things I'm going to have. So something a bit like that with the pillars. So the entrance steps will come out to around about here. Then we'll have a path coming out this way. I guess it doesn't need to be too big. Something like that could do. But then we're going to want that to go onto a street, which will then line the edge of the road. So we are going to be building on top of this and raising up the ground to match this level everywhere. This is just kind of like a blueprint, I guess, just so we can picture the area before we start building, should we need to move anything around. So if this is going to be the road, we want the roads to be 5 blocks wide. But then if it's a main road, we're going to need a center bit and then another 5 blocks, because then we can have two-way traffic. So the road's going to be that wide. Wow, that is pretty wide. But I reckon if we were to put a big sort of road that goes like this, goes up here and then goes over this way, and then maybe a smaller road that kind of loops around the back, then that should give plenty of place for people to put shops, have other roads that come off. Yeah, I reckon we might be able to get this to work. Well, that's a mighty big road, but I'll tell you what, there's actually a lot more space in the middle than I thought. We'll probably have, like, smaller roads just crisscrossing across the middle here, or, I don't know, who knows? Somebody might build a giant shop. But either way, I'm going to leave that up to everyone else on the server to decide where they want to put in additional roads to aid what it is they're trying to sell. And I've also ran the road up round the back here, so when we need to start building shops over there as well, we've got an easy access route. We could potentially put another road that goes down that way, but who knows? But planning-wise, I'd say that's looking pretty good so far. But I've got a hill to remove. The cats are fine, I'm not a monster. but they are kind of in the way, so gonna have to just dig down because I can't actually pick these guys up and move them, and I think it's because they're Stam's cats, and I think they're just leftover cats from when he built his creeper farm. But either way, I don't want to be responsible for removing them from the server permanently. So we're just going to hide them underground. We'll just have a corner of the town that sounds like cats. It's fine. Enjoy your new life, guys. I mean, I do feel a little bit bad, but Stam's not online at the moment, so I can't get him to come over here and clear them. There we go. Cats are gone. And so's the hill. I'll probably put some kind of retaining wall in here, because I think it might be nice to actually have some different levels in the shopping district. But overall, I think that's looking pretty good so far. Nice plan. And I think I've got an idea now of how we're going to tidy all of this up, so we're going to get that sorted, but it does mean that this whole wall here was pointless. Oh well, these things happen, and I'm going to sort out this area over here, because that looks very messy. And in fact, I might even get the road in. Basically, I've still got a whole lot of landscaping to do, so I'm just going to crack on and get it done.
Road.
And a great many hours later, I think I'm making some good progress. We've still got a way to go, though. In fact, instead of flying around, let's jump into free cam. It'd be much easier to see what's going on here. But we've got our road in, we've got our paths in, or at least some of them. They kind of trail off at the moment. Got a basic terrace over there with a very basic retaining wall. And I've fixed this front bit here as well. I do still need to make it look good, of course, but at least you can see what I'm going for now. But the land does reach the station. Everything's all nicey-nicey. The next step is going to be sorting out all the terrain over here and building a station and so on. But to be honest, that's probably going to be in next episode. Rumor has it, the first train on the server has been built, and I'm about to go on a train ride. Let's go find everyone. I'm coming!
Oh, hi, Beardy.
Oh, goodness.
Welcome.
Oh, goodness.
I like to make an entrance. Hey.
Yeah, that was
There
a
we go.
fantastic entrance, Beardy.
Very nice, very nice.
So the train tracks isn't actually connected up to the train station just yet.
That's because there isn't a train station.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it,
I'm gonna say
okay?
that's why. Anyways, follow me.
And there was me expecting a really fancy train.
I didn't have the time.
Let me see.
But the train isn't it isn't the main attraction. It's
Right, okay.
It's the journey.
I was expecting a push cart, like for us just to hand crank the whole way.
Yeah, it's kind of like the idea behind it.
Oh.
To our left here,
Oh, yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, whole tour
we
as
have
well.
Foxy, the horse.
Oh, man, we had a good chat.
Well, he was gonna build the cliff, but I ended up having to build the cliff. Something about his hoofs and them
It
not
being a horse.
great. Yeah, being a horse mainly,
Yeah.
let's be fair. We just carry along this track then. We're gonna come to a little section over here that is unfortunately a little unfinished.
Oh, you
There's
missed a
still
spot.
overpass.
Okay.
That's a future work in progress project.
Oh, yeah, shoddy workmanship there.
Mhm. Watch your head. Watch your head.
No. But we are coming up to the first main attraction. Actually, the first point where we're gonna get off and look at something.
Ooh, that
Oh.
mountain over there.
No, that's no.
Oh.
no. This
Okay.
bridge.
Oh, hey, look.
Oh. Built bridge.
You just hop on off here. I'd like you guys to appreciate the 2 lodestones in the bridge mostly.
Nice.
But you can appreciate how the bridge looks as well. And actually, since you guys are along here, there's a bunch of flat space here. I haven't filled it back in with trees. If anybody wants to build something, feel free. build a little settlement along the tracks or anything?
I did have a lovely place where I was going to build like a massive wondrous base. I've been planning it for like 4 years.
Yeah.
But it turns out that somebody's dug out the entire basement of the area because they're loading it up with redstone and create contraptions. Aren't they, Eggs? Aren't they?
Uh-oh. Oh.
Unbelievable. So I don't have a base location anymore. So I'm probably just going to be a nomad and find spots like this to build stuff all over the server. So
To be fair, I looked back at the map. It said Beardy 2, not Beardy.
yeah, it's because I claimed to it. I had an industrial area and a base. Either way, Eggs. I've made you feel bad enough about all of this, but it means that I can just go up and down the railway track, finding spots like this and just dumping down farms all over the place.
Fantastic spot for it. Should we continue the tour?
Yeah, now I've made Eggs feel bad again. Sorry, Eggs, I'll stop bringing it up now. The tour continued over another bridge, through a custom spruce forest, until eventually we stopped in a little village just outside Sam's base area and stole a fox.
I got him.
Oh, hey,
Nice.
there he is.
Look at that.
You can throw Foxy on the
Foxy,
train.
you can take the ride back. Right, but thank you so much for joining me on this little tour of the train tracks that
It was very nice.
everybody will travel all of the time on, and I spent a full week making.
I had a thoroughly wonderful time.
I love that.
nice.
I love that.
And maybe soon you'll have a destination to go to.
Yes, hopefully, and a passenger train, and I mean the
Soon.
village will be a destination really soon. In fact,
Yeah, hopefully.
that's a very soon project, which Beardy, we have to talk about.
Yeah. We do need to have a little. We'll have a chat about that. But
Anyways,
also, before everyone goes though, by the way, over in the distance in the shopping area, there's now some roads and some paths. Feel free to just nab some land and start placing shops. It will continue to evolve, and there'll probably be more roads and more shopping district bit behind the power station and all that stuff. But in the meantime, you can just start claiming.
Are we setting up like a central power grid with chain conveyors or not?
Yeah, I mean you got to pay for the power with Beardy's power co. He's not going to be providing that. I could imagine. I couldn't imagine.
I mean,
For the shopping district as well?
in the shopping districts, there will be plots available that have power hookups. Yes.
Yeah, and it's not for farms. It's mostly for like item transfer.
Yeah.
transfer.
Do you really think the energy company is going to give you power for free?
Hey, I could
For
only ask,
free?
right?
You can only ask.
Yeah.
The answer is no. I'll work out something, just a nominal fee, like an IOU will be fine.
I
Yup,
owe you.
there we go.
Well, that was a lovely tour around on the train, and what that tells me is I really do need to get this train station done. But all of this area over here is, I'm afraid, going to have to wait till next episode, because sadly, we're out of time for today's episode, and I know it's been a bit of a bitty one, and me forgetting to record that bit with Eggs and Throwlash definitely wasn't helpful, so do go check out their episodes and actually see how that conversation went. It was a lot of fun, but it's been almost a week since I started this episode, and I really do need to wrap it up. So thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. I want to build a train. Last time on Just Create, we spent 5 real-life days terraforming this entire area in preparation for shops and a train station, then went for a ride on Stam's train. Although, to be honest, it was more about the beautiful train line than the actual weird wagon thing we were on. And I want one. A train line, that is. And a giant train station over here, and a train. Not a passenger train or a freight train just yet, but a giant train that will lay foundations, dig holes, and construct tunnels. But whether we'll get all that done today or not is another question entirely, as it seems to be taking me forever to do anything these days. It's almost like being the CEO of a giant power company takes up loads of my time. And look at that! There's a giant factory on the hill. Now, the first thing I need to do in order to achieve my goals today is going to be to sort out the floor of the train yard. It's currently missing one. Now, I could lay a floor manually, but this seems like a great excuse to actually build a mega construction train, because this is great and I want one. To build this mega construction train, however, I'm going to need some trainy things, starting with train casings. And I cannot for the life of me remember how you make these. Sturdy sheet on a brass casing, and how do we get sturdy sheets? Powdered obsidian, lava spouts, oh dear. Right, okay. I mean, we can probably set this up in the basement of our power station temporarily. That is where our infinite lava is after all. But we're also going to need to get some powdered obsidian. We can make obsidian by washing magma. Which means we're going to need to go to the nether. Scary, scary nether. I'm not wearing any gold, but I'm sure I'll be fine. Oh, geez, straight away. This looks like a tunnel going down. This could be good. This should lead us towards magma, because it's likely to be right down the bottom. Oh, there's a little bit there, actually. There's loads down there. But it looks like we're not going to have to go too far, which is good news. Then we're going to wash all of this up. Then we'll give all this a good crushing. And that should give us the obsidian power we need. Yep, there we go. Oh, and we do have a chance of getting the obsidian back as well. I forgot about that. We're going to have loads of the stuff. So that's probably going to be more than enough brass casings for what we need to do. I do, however, also need a spout, mechanical pump, pipes, and some other creaty bits just for moving the power around. Oh, I already had a spout. Could I use that? Gonna need a few belts, a couple of bolts. We're going to need 2 mechanical presses, and maybe a couple of item hatches. That will just take barrels. That'll be easier. So I should have what I need. Let's head over to the power station and just build a temporary setup in the basement over there, where we have lots of lava ready to go. So I think I'm just going to put a setup off of this thing. Let's just wrench that, stick a gearbox there and there. That should keep that running. We're going to need a belt, barrel on either side. Then we're going to need a spout around about here. We're going to need a couple of chain drives there. So that'll power the presses. And we just need to pump lava into this one here. If we do this and then rotate that round to make it vertical. And I didn't bring any cogs with me. That's what I need. I need to put a cog on top of that. Then we'll have a pipe running this way. Oh, apparently we don't need a cog. It's already pumping. Oh, it's because we've connected to that. Okay, perfect. Now I just need to make the mechanical presses because I forgot to do that. So 2 of those. And that should be all we need to get sturdy sheets. So let's just put these in. Everything seems ready. I didn't bring any funnels with me. Dang it. So we just need one of them there and one there. Okay, so if I put this in there, we should now get sturdy sheets. Wonderful. And we're going to get loads of them. So we'll leave that running. We've got more than we need for now. And if we go over to the workshops in Stam's one over here, we can put these casings in there, put those on this guy, and that's going to give us our train casings, and in fact we're going to have loads of them, so we should have plenty of stock. We won't need to make these again for a while, I shouldn't imagine. So to make my life easier, I'm going to chuck those in storage. Now we can start making train things. So we're going to need these, and for some reason I already have compasses in there. Okay, handy. We're going to need train controls. In fact, we're probably going to need more than one of them, which means we need more precision mechanisms. But we have a machine for that, so let's just get another 5 going. Beautiful. So let's make 4 train stations. Need another lever to make more train controls. We're going to need seats as well, so let's just grab the bits for those. So 2 seats and more train controls. We're also going to need quite a few train signals. But let's just make a whole bunch of those. And Throwlash is apparently having way too much fun with these frogs. He needs more. Frogs are great, Throwlash. Frogs are great. However, I don't think I'm actually using any at the moment, am I? Because I've removed them all from this storage area here. Yeah, I haven't even got any frogs. I'll have to rectify that soon. But first, let's make a whole bunch of them. And that's the key components we're going to need for our train, but I want to build a ginormous train that does all the things like laying floors, digging tunnels, making tunnels. And that means I'm going to need a whole bunch of create things like deployers and drills and those weird little roller things. In fact, I should probably make a list of the things I need. So we need drills, we need deployers. We're going to need a whole bunch of chests and vaults and things for storage of materials. We need those roller thingies. I don't actually know what they're called. We're going to need contraption controls, so we can turn off the roller thingies and deploys and drills when we don't need them. We'll grab a bunch of industrial iron just so we can start building out the framework, and then we're going to need all the things that we actually want to make the train look good. So lots of decoration-y bits. While I was doing this, however, I found Throwlash in my workshop. You all right there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm filling your tanks with water.
You're what?
I'm filling your tanks with water.
What? 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 Explain.
We were going to drain the lake, and we were going to drain the lake into your tanks.
Oh, yeah, that was part of the footage that I forgot to record.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't worry.
yeah, I forgot we'd agreed to do that.
And it looks beautiful, too, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was about to say, you've really blended it in nicely. It says bottomless supply, so all that's going to do is fill up my tanks and not do anything.
Correct.
Right, cool, cheers. So yeah, I'd actually completely forgotten about that. I had a little chat with Foxy and Throwlash, and we decided we were going to try and empty the lake by pumping it into my tanks, but it sounds like it's not going to work if it's a bottomless supply. Oh well, I guess I'm going to have some tanks full of water. Anyway, back to crafting. Short while later, and I've gathered a few boxes of stuff and things. Now let's build a train. And to start that, we're going to need a station. Then we'll go to create new train, and we're just going to stick a bogey down there. And it's raining again. It's always raining. If we tap that again, we can get the big wheels. Should we go with big wheels? Why not? It's going to be a big machine. So we're going to start with the tunnel bore side of this thing, which is basically going to be a big wall of drills. But I want to make it look cool. So we're actually going to sort of set the drills back a little bit and create a cool looking front on the train. So if we do something like that, and ideally, I do want to have a window on this thing. I wonder, can I do that? Nope. Can I do that? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. We're going to do the same thing on the top. Have 3 drills on the front. Let's just replace that, put the drill back in. So in theory, that should work. What I could then do is just put glass in here, and then we can actually see where we're going when we're driving. We want these drills to be quite large. We do need trains to get through the tunnels they make after all, so maybe we need to do another row up the top here, and maybe just a little bit more height. How many blocks tall is that? 8 blocks? Is that going to be tall enough to get trains through? In fact, the tunnel itself will only end up being 7, because we're going to kind of fill in the wall around it. Tell you what, let's play it safe. We're going to go 1 more block taller, which means I do need a few more drills. Alrighty, I reckon that should do it. So that's going to drill out our tunnel. Let's just put some blocks in here, make it look a little bit more connected. Now, next up, we need deployers. Lots and lots of deployers. Because after we dig a tunnel, we're going to want to also build our walls behind it. So we were to put one of these in here like that, so we can actually access what's on the sides. We're going to need these going all the way up. An additional one for doing that block there. This could get complicated. Right, so now we need to do the ones that place these blocks across the top. If we were to put that here, so they're going to need to go on the other side of this one. So each one of those will fit that block. We need to do these blocks here. I think the best way to do that block is going to be from the sides here. So let's do one of them. Okay, so that's the 5 top blocks done. That's these 2 side ones here done. That one there is being done by this arm. So I need another one of them here. Get that rotated the right way. I should spin those around so I can see the filters as well. I can see the filters on all of these things now. This is good. I just need a few more over here. Now for deployers, that should do it. We're doing this entire wall here with those. We're doing that one. Then we're doing that one with the one at the top there, and then we're doing the ceiling. Okay, cool. So the deployers there should build a tunnel for us. We're going to need to decide what blocks we want to use for filters, but I think I've got an idea of how I want the tunnel to look. So we'll preload these filters while we do the build and hope for the best. But now, though, there's still one more thing I want this to do, and that is to be able to actually lay track. Or not track, I should say, the track underlay, which means I need these mechanical rollers. We stick one of them there. Get maybe 5 of those in. We want them just to replace the block directly beneath the track, so that is perfect. And let's just fill in this floor a little bit here, this bit, and what I want to do is put another roller there and one more there. And these ones are going to be for creating these slopes that will go down either side of bits of track when needed, which hopefully won't be too often. But I think that is everything covered. So we can dig a tunnel, we can build a tunnel, and we can replace the floor. It's a very wide train, but it needs to be, I guess, to do its job. So the next thing this train's going to need is a whole bunch of storage, because we're going to need to store the blocks that we want to actually build the tunnel out of, and we're going to need storage for all the blocks that are going to get dug out. So, I don't know, maybe I should do multiple carriages? Would that work? Although, why do I get the feeling everything has to be on the same carriage? I think that might be a thing. I think if I was to put a vault on a carriage that's not directly attached, I don't think this will actually read the inventory. So, let's build a nice big platform here for the storage to sit on. In fact, while I'm here, I'm just going to mix in some of these weathered blocks. It's nice to mix it up a little bit. There we go. Now, that sort of length should do. We should be able to fit plenty of storage on that. But what I want to do before we go any further is actually just make sure this thing works. So we're going to need contraption controls for the different things we need control over. We're going to need train controls. We'll have them going in both directions. We're going to need a seat. Just need to set these. So we'll have one for those. We'll have one for the drills. We'll have one for those things. things, and we've got a spare one. I guess we don't really need 4, do we? Now, for this test, what I'm going to do is just set all of these filters to use these industrial iron blocks. 1, because it's something I've got enough on me of that I can actually test with. And 2, they're going to be nice and quick to take down once I'm done. So I'm going to need to leave a gap there so that I can get to these ones. Then I just need to set those, and that's all of them set. So that should just create a nice archway for us. Just need to get the whole thing stuck together now. Now, hopefully that's got all of it. What I'm also going to do is just load up these ones with the blocks as well, so we should end up with them on the floor. We just need a little bit of storage that I can put all of those in, and we'll make sure that that's stuck to everything as well. All right, I think we're good for our first test. So what I'm going to do is actually just disable all of these initially. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Put those back in and then turn everything off. Make a train. Right, well that worked. That's our first train. So it should go forward without doing anything. Oh, we've definitely missed some stuff. Let's just quickly do a better job at sticking things together, shall we? And in fact, as a little test, what we'll do is we'll put a nice big wall up here for it to knock down. I do want to make sure that the ones at the window also get cleared. All right, so in theory, that entire wall there should get completely removed, and then we should end up with a tunnel instead. Let's give it a go. So we're definitely all attached now. This is good. So I've just realized I'm going to need to put the rail back in, so let's just quickly attach that. There we go. Now, will the bridge builder work? So if we turn the drills on, roll forward just a little bit, we can see the drills spinning. Okay, now we're going to turn those on, which instantly place some blocks. This is good. And we'll turn that on. So that should replace the floor. And yep, look at that. It's building us a tunnel. And let's just quickly turn these off again, pull the train back, and see what we're left with. All right, well, that worked. It has indeed replaced the floor where it was supposed to. It's built our tunnel. Perfect. Now we just need to choose what blocks we want to make the tunnel out of and make sure all of the filters on the deployers are correctly set. But that's a problem for later. For now, what I want to do is get some storage on the train that's proper and actually make it look nice. But I think it is important for us to make this look good because it is something we're going to be using a lot. I mean, for a start, the first thing we're going to be doing with it pretty much is going to be going straight through that mountain over there. That's a big old mountain, and we do need to get to the other side of it. Although, to be honest, we're probably going to do the floor out here first. We're not even going to use the drill part. Right, so let's pull this back into the station. Disassemble it so we can build on it again. But in fact, just before we make this whole thing look nice, I do want to do a little test. So if we have a secondary carriage and we store everything on here, glue that together. What I want to know is, will the drills put blocks it breaks like this into that chest? So yeah, it's just dropping everything on the floor, look. It's not using anything in the chest. Okay, cool. So we do need to make sure that they're on the same carriage. All of our storage, that is. So that just means we're probably going to have less storage on this train than I would like. I mean, it doesn't mean I can't put a second carriage on. It just means the second carriage isn't automatically going to pick up from that. But if I'm going to be digging a massive tunnel like that, I can still load up that carriage and then just move it over to the front one when needed. It's not the end of the world. Not brilliant, but it's not the end of the world. Let's get rid of this for now, and let's make this train look good. Well, my train is finished, but we'll get to that in just a moment. First, Jojo's online. Let's go find him. In fact, I can see him already. Incoming!
Hello, Mr. Beardstone.
Hello. You were muted. You missed my incoming.
I know.
Unbelievable. It's almost like you were trying to record a video and I've just interrupted. and broken your field and everything.
Oh, don't worry about it. There's no seeds there. I'm still waiting to see if I even like the way I planted the crops.
What, in the field? Are there other ways? Could you plant them on the ceiling?
Well, you know, I did it diagonally instead of like row to row. Oh, it's carrots and wheat. It's not just wheat. It's not just wheat.
Right. Okay. I see what's going on. I have come to find out where you want your power, because I kind of sold you power.
Yeah, and then,
but
to be honest,
we never discussed where you wanted it.
I don't have any farms. I'm working on my first farm on the server right now.
Is it this one? Is this the first farm?
Yeah, I have like a basement that's full of like machines, but I've already powered it. However, I do have a project in mind. Okay, I haven't told anyone about this. That is going to require a lot of power.
All right. Okay.
So, I think I might give you a call when that starts up.
Yep. No, that's absolutely fine. After discovering that DeJojo didn't actually need power right now, I decided just to show him my train instead. This is the world destroyer / tunnel builder train.
Oh my god, that is the prettiest looking tunneler I've ever seen. You know what I do when I build tunnelers, Mr. Beardstone?
Huh?
Slap a bunch of drills on linear chassis and just gone.
I mean, to be fair, that's normally what I do. But this digs tunnels, it builds tunnels, and it replaces the floor.
Oh, whoa! Wait, really?
Yeah. Look, climb aboard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we've got all of our controls at the front here. So we've got a set of deployers that build the tunnel. We've got the roller thingies that do the floor. We've got the drills that smashy.
I'm building a wheat farm for the first time on the server.
In all fairness, we found you in a cage underground, and then you went on holiday to recover. So
that's true.
It's understandable. It's understandable.
Yeah.
And it's got lots of storage that's usable, and then it's got this carriage at the back, which I've realised the deployers and the drills won't actually use, but it's fine. It would just be backup storage for emptying out all the trash. It's fine. And it can drive backwards.
Oh my god, that is really quite good. That is really quite. I love the factory gauges on the back. Oh, I've never thought about using those. Do they keep the like entity rendering in the train form?
Let's go find out.
Oh yeah. I've never seen anyone use.
That's a really good question. Oh, the train is assembled.
Oh my god, that's very... Oh yeah, it is. Wow, that's really... Oh, I'm gonna steal that. That's a really good building tip.
That's cool. Yep, it works. Wonderful. I told you we'd be back to talk about the train. We just also had a JoJo with us. But look at this thing. I absolutely love it. All the little details, like the little item hatches here, and the millstones in the windows, even just the shafts through the girders at the top there, makes the whole thing look pretty cool. I mean, everything on the outside doesn't do anything, but I do like the way it looks. And we know it works because we've already tested it. We've got full control over everything. And not only that, I have actually set up the deployers to make a very specific tunnel design, which I'm hoping is going to look quite good. But for now, what I need to do is collect a whole load of tuff, because I need to replace all of the floor around here. So it's going to be basically tuff and coarse dirt, and then we'll come by and fill in all the gaps that are left. So we're going to be doing lots of circles of this area, I think. But as I say, first we need tuff. And that means I think we're just going to have to go mining. We've uncovered lots of tuff patches by using our drill, so we're just going to go dig out loads of those manually, and that should give us more than enough tuff to get started. Just need to grab some shulkers and some torches. So we've got a whole bunch of tuff and coarse dirt. Let's just get this loaded into the train. There we go. And all we need to do in this section over here is essentially drive around in circles and use the rolly thingies. We don't need to use the drills. We don't want to build a tunnel. We just want to replace the floor. And let's just quickly repair this bit of rail over here. We want to activate the rollers. And now we should just be able to drive around in circles and get this floor replaced. A lot of progress. It's all looking a bit formal at the moment. We will of course mess it all up a bit, but I've run out of tuff. As you can see, this strip here, yeah, just no tuff there at all. But I don't think I want to go digging for any more tuff. I've had enough of that, so instead we're going to make some. With this mixing recipe here, which I believe may be something that was added from Stam's little recipe pack, which adds 4 or 5 new recipes. I believe this is actually one of them. But we can do this just with andesite, cobble, and lava. Question is, do I have much andesite? Because cobble and lava will not be a problem. I have 500. That is not a lot. But I do have lots of diorite and cobble, and I believe I can mix those together to make andesite. Sure, that's a thing. Yeah, there you go. We can get loads of the stuff. Then we'll just grab a load of cobble as well. We're also going to need a basin. We're going to need a mixer, which means we need a whisk. And what else? Andesite casings and cogs. The casings are fine, but we don't have any cogs at the moment. We're probably also going to need a few more pipes and some funnels. Let's just quickly craft this up. And I think we'll just use the same bits that we used for the sturdy sheets, because we've got plenty of those now. We don't need that anymore. And I don't want to leave any permanent farms over here. So let's remove those. I'm going to put a basin here. And I think we're going to need to move these over a little bit. So we want a funnel there and there and there and there. Then we just need to pump lava into the basin. And we should just be able to grab some of that from over the top here. There we go. There is lava in the basin. In fact, this isn't quite going to work how we like, because we actually need to feed two things into here. So let me just quickly rethink this. Let's remove these belts. Then we'll use item drains instead. And we'll just feed these things directly into the shulker. So if I load up cobblestone on this side and andesite on that side, need the mechanical mixer, and we don't need the funnel there. That should just funnel out all the tuff. All right, we'll just leave that running for a bit, and I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea. I'm going to leave that making a bit more tough, but hopefully I've got enough now to actually finish this section of track. I'm going to remove the coarse dirt from these ones here, because we've laid down all the coarse dirt that we need to, because in a lot of areas we've got this bit here, so sort of where I've gone down this bit after going through, it's removed the tuff and put down coarse dirt, but I do want tuff under all of the rail. So if we just do another lap like this with the coarse dirt turned off, then that should get everything looking neat and tidy. There we go, that's better. We've made a good start over here, but we've still got a whole lot of work to do. I want to mix this up a bit so that we've got some of the tuff over here and some of the coarse over here, which is going to be a bit of a manual thing. We need to fill in all these other holes that we've got as well. There's quite a lot of those going on. And then, of course, we need to actually build a train station. But we're making good progress, and I can't wait to actually have enough tuff to be able to start building tunnels with this thing. Because this mountain we're going through is absolutely massive. We're going to need lots of tunnel building materials, and the tunnel is basically made out of tuff, so yeah, we're going to need a whole lot of it. One thing this train does still need, though, is a name. I mean, what do you call something like this? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. And while you're thinking of names for the train, I'm going to do some more terraforming and get the rest of this filled in.
Miss Beardstone.
Hello, Foxy.
I have some bad news, bud.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know your power tokens?
Yeah.
Do you remember the other day I came to see Jimmy with you, and I bought 4 stacks of tokens, and then you gave me 5, like, the compensation tokens, yeah? Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know how, because my vault is now locked, but when I went to get some more this morning, because my initial 64 free tokens finally ran out, I only had 1 stack and 5 compensation tokens.
Right, so what you're telling me is you've lost a few stacks of tokens.
I haven't lost them. They were in my storage. You want to help me come find them? See if they're there? You owe me some more, by the way.
Oh,
But,
do you mean they are in your storage, but because they're in your storage, you can't get them?
No, I can't find them. They're not in my storage. I bought 4
I haven't
stacks.
taken them.
Well, come help me have a look, see if you can find them anywhere, because I can't find them, and you owe me some more. So I would have thought if I would have put them not in my storage, they would be in here, and they're definitely not in there. They're not in any of my shulker boxes. And in my storage system, unless they've gone into a different category, which I don't think they have. So 3 stacks have mysteriously gone missing, and
right.
yeah, so I'm now 3 diamonds short, Mr. Beardstone. So you've either sold me paper that just sort of like biodegradable paper or something, or someone's pinched some.
Well, I doubt anyone would have pinched them, because the only other person on the system is Chosen.
Right, okay.
And he bought like 4 stacks as well, so...
Huh.
I'm not selling dodgy paper, I assure you of that much. It sounds to me like you've just misplaced them. They're going to turn up randomly somewhere.
How could I have missed it? That's all the storage I have, unless they're upstairs.
I literally have no idea, Foxy. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, complaining to the power company that you've lost your tokens isn't really...
I paid for power and I haven't got it. That's what I'm complaining about.
Well, I don't know what to tell you,
And
Foxy.
considering the state of the power has not been great,
Whoa,
and I've only received
whoa.
5 hours of tokens.
I think you'll find it's been running for like 5 days with no problems.
I haven't been here for 5 days.
Oh, weird that, isn't it? I mean, I owe you compensation anyway. I don't know what to tell you about your stolen tokens. That sounds to me like you just need to buy more tokens. But I assure you, I have not taken any tokens from you. And there's literally the only other person on the server that's currently needs them is Chosen, and he's got plenty.
Right, okay. There's one more thing I want to do quickly. So do you want to just come back down to my base?
I do owe you compensation, however.
I didn't get... Oh, I did get those. Right. So I'm just going to have
I'm
a
still
look
upstairs.
with a bit of cheaty free cam underneath my vaults, because the only way of getting stuff out of my storage now, because it's locked by sneaky people, is for them to siphon it out. And I'm pretty sure you've been in here with a filtered thingy sucking out the power tokens out of my vaults.
I assure you, Foxy, I haven't. Like, I've literally got no need to do that. I can just make more. Why would I steal yours?
So where have they gone then?
I don't know, Foxy. I literally don't know what to tell you. Haven't you had loads of problems with your storage and stuff spinning around all over the place?
Well, yeah, but the power tokens wouldn't have been in that, because it's only stuff that was trying to get sent to somewhere that couldn't because the chunks were unloaded. It's fine now that I turn it off every night when I leave, and I turn it on again when I come back, and it's been fine.
Cool. Well, I don't know what to tell you, Foxy. Like, no one's going to come and steal your power tokens because literally no one has any use for them. Annoyingly. Once again, don't know what to say. Don't know what to say about your tokens. Don't know what to say about your storage. Happy I can be of help. Let me know if you've got any other problems.
What help were you?
I gave you a stack of... I just gave you 2.5 days power because I do owe you a reasonable amount of compensation, so, yeah.
I paid for 3 full stacks of power, Mr. Beardstone, and I'm not getting them. This is
you shouldn't have lost them. You shouldn't have lost them then, should you?
Them. They were in my storage. Wow.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, Foxy.
Dodgy power company stealing back the tokens that you sell. I understand. I bet you sent Jimmy out collecting them all.
I mean, it could be Jimmy. He is a pillager after all. It's kind of what he does.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that. Go and have a word with Jimmy, but I assure you it wasn't me.
Right. All right, Mr. B. I'll let you off this time, but next time, if it happens again, then I'll be sad again. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, sounds to me like Foxy's misplaced his tokens and he's trying to blame me. Either that or maybe it's just a Foxy scam to try and get some more free power. I wouldn't put it past him. Anyway, we're making some good progress over here with the floor. As you can see, we've got a huge chunk of it done, but we've still got some to do. But it's definitely looking better. And once we get all the details in and break this up further with stuff actually on the surface and we get the platforms in, oh, this is going to look so much better. Well, let's crack on and get the last bit done, shall we? Oh, I need to eat. I'm hungry. Just need to grab some more dirt and stuff first. Oh, hello. What's this?
I've gone building off in the woods, Beardy. We have some business plans to discuss those, so follow the train tracks north of here and you should find me.
Well, I guess we're going on a quick journey. Oh, well, that looks like something. That wasn't here last time I was. Where's Stam? Oh, there he is.
A little bit taller.
Incoming!
Oh.
Hello.
Hi, Beardy. Hi.
You requested my attendance.
I did. That was a few days ago, actually.
Oh, look at all this.
Yeah, I'm doing a little village out here.
Jeez, you've done loads of stuff.
Just a little warehouse so far, and a station building, to be fair.
Yep. Oh, this is like reminiscent of your one at spawn.
Yeah, but this was actually a functioning train station, not just decorative. It actually has a little interior as well, with a little, you can wait for the trains, get your tickets over here eventually. And then I got a little warehouse over here as well, that even has train loading capabilities.
Oh.
So this is my little storage side, and then I've got a few farms I want to build over on this side.
Wow, you have been busy.
Hooked up yet. But if we do head up here, which is actually, well, part of the reason I wanted you to come out here, is this little system where you can load trains. Especially this one on the side, which doesn't have an input just yet. Because we were discussing, starting up a little firework factory and all that jazz.
Uh-huh.
And we do have a lot of space out here.
Right. Okay. So you're thinking... I mean, I also need somewhere to build a sugarcane farm because Eggsy's dug a big hole under my base, so I can't do it there anymore. So, yeah, maybe I could build the sugarcane farm out here, and then we could we maybe even make the fireworks out here, do you reckon?
I think we ship the gunpowder out here. Make the sugarcane, make them out here, and then we ship them back to spawn.
Oh, that sounds cool. I've been thinking about the whole firework thing, and you've put a lot more work into this than I have, and I feel kind of bad doing 50-50. I don't think we should do that. So, I've got an idea.
Okay.
Right. So, you know, YouTubers, they do that like build swap thing, right? Where like one person does the exterior and someone else does the interior. How about I build some shops at spawn? There's a couple of shops that we want to do, right? The fireworks and the stationery, which is like just the cardboard and paper, because we're going to be making that stuff anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, and I also need a power shop. So I'm thinking, if I build 3 like little shop buildings over at the spawn in the shopping district, and you've already done some building over here, but I like take over one of these buildings and do the interior, right?
Okay.
And then you do the interior of those 3 shops. When it comes to the firework profits, how about I'll do the farm and the factory side of things, but how about I just get free fireworks for life, and you do the fireworks and the profit, because you've done a lot more work on this than I have, and I feel kind of bad doing 50-50.
Yeah, I'll shake on that.
Yeah, so we'll do a little build swap. So you do the interior of the power shop, the paper shop, and the gunpowder shop, and I'll do the interior of the factory and the farm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. And then I'll just get free fireworks for life.
Yep. Free fireworks for life.
This sounds awesome. Quick question.
Does sound good. Yep.
What are you doing for power over here?
Yeah. Maybe I did also want to talk about that.
We got it.
I knew it. I knew I'd get you eventually, Stam. Would you like me to route power out here for you?
I would, yeah.
Right, well, I'd say that's going to work out quite well. We get a couple of shop interiors designed because, well, I'm not a big fan of doing interiors. And we get to design a factory, which is something I do enjoy quite a lot. And not only that, I think that's a much better deal on the fireworks things from Stam's perspective, mainly. I do think that going 50-50 on that was maybe a little bit greedy of me. And I do think Stam's probably much happier with that deal as well. Anyway, back to work.
Mr. Beardstone.
What's up?
Well, you see what I'm doing at the moment?
Yes, there is a better way.
Yeah, I know there's a better way, but I think I might know where my power tokens have gone.
Have you turned them all into sandpaper?
I may have turned them all into sandpaper or rockets.
Well, that solves that mystery. He turned them into rockets and sandpaper. But in other news, this area is looking a whole lot better. It's still looking very kind of bland in a way, in that there's nothing actually built around here. I do still want to get this station in, but I think that's going to have to wait till next episode because we're out of time here. I told you everything just takes me longer these days. Today is the day we build the train station. Finally. Last time on Create, we built an epic construction train and tidied up the site of the station, but we didn't get round to actually building it. Today, that changes. But to make that happen, I do need to go gather a whole bunch of resources, first up so we can get these platforms in place, and then we can start planning the station and everything else. What in the world is that? I'm not going to ask, I'm not going to get distracted. We've got stuff to do. Right, so for this, I think we're going to start from the center here because we want to make sure that we're getting it even each side. I'm just going to mark out with brick here initially, and I think we're going to do sections that are 7 wide. The middle one's going to have to be 6 because this is an even width building, but I think with the rest of these, if we place them 7 blocks apart, then that should put us in good stead for doing the roof. So about there, I think. So a couple of blocks out, but that's close enough. But this way, we've got 6 sections here that are all 7 wide each, and then the middle one is 6. Now we just need to do the same on this side. Yep, it looks like we were 2 out on this side as well. Right, let's just get this built up a little bit. We'll come back and texture this a bit later. For now, I just want to get the shape in. And we want to raise the platform up, so I'm just going to put in a wall across the bottom here. And then we're going to get the platform in, which we're going to use Tuff for. Well, that's one side, a very basic platform in. Now I've just got to do the same thing again on this side, and we can work out how we're going to do a roof over this. I want to make it a nice, fancy platform, this one. Got some visitors already. Oh, no, he's gone. love this tune, so let's be quick. Platform 2 is now in, and I want to sort out a roof. So I'm thinking we'll grab maybe some girders, some industrial iron, and a bit of weathered glass, because I love that stuff, and that'll help us make a start. Then we'll just work it out from there. Now turn that music back up. Well, I'd say we're making some pretty good progress, but we've still got a lot of details and things to put in here, such as girders. I want to get a lot more supports that go across. We want to get some lighting in here as well, and I want to sort out the edge of the platform too. But there's a slight problem. I have no more girders left, I have no iron left, and if we go over to Stam's iron farm, there's basically no iron left here either. I mean, how many pieces am I going to get from this? 23. That's not a lot of iron. So I think we may have to go do a little bit of mining. Something else I needed during that process was lots and lots of glass. So I did actually finally put something in the upstairs over here, and it's basically just a quicker way for me to get sand. And in fact, I do still need to put a lever on here. Let me quickly grab one. There we go. So that means we can lock this hopper. So if we want lots of gravel, we can just chuck cobble in there. And if we want sand, we can just let that go and we'll get sand in this one here. But we needed so much glass for that build and the weathered industrial iron blocks that, yeah, we've used up all the iron. So I think I'm just going to go down to the iron vein that we know we have underground, get what I need for this. Shouldn't be too much, and that'll also leave the iron farm running in the meantime, because it's pretty much directly under spawn. And then when we come back, we'll get the actual platforms finished, and then we'll make a start on the station building. Although I've got a whole lot of resource gathering to do for that as well. But one step at a time. First things first, iron, and my picks are looking a little bit worse for wear, so maybe I should quickly go to the mob farm and get those healed up as well. Oh, and my elytra's almost dead. So it looks like I'm going to be AFK down here for a while. I may as well go do some editing. So the farm is on. We'll dump that stuff. Excellent. So I'll see you in a bit once our tools are healed and we've got the resources we need to actually do the platform. Wow, that's close.
Ah, Miss Beardstone.
I'm in bed.
I can hear you, I can't see you.
I'm in bed. 1 minute.
Oh. Oh.
Get rid of the storm.
I'm having a bit of a problem. I need echo shards.
Oh, right. Okay.
And all of the ancient cities have been depleted.
How many do you need?
2.
I thought that might be the case. I believe I have 4. Let me check.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, Mr. Beardstone, you're saving me an awful lot of work, sir.
I
Thank you very
do.
much.
I have 4. So that's for your builder's jetpack, I assume.
It is. It is. That is the last ingredient I need. I have everything else.
Nice. Oh, so you got all the netherite.
Yeah, I got the netherite, yeah.
You went into the scary nether.
I did. I mined most of it away. The nether is gone, Mr. Beardstone.
Right, okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
What's that? I told myself I wasn't going to get distracted by it, but it's just there, and I must know.
It's just a handy little platform to land on if you're flying by. That's all. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sir.
We're now even more worried about it, but okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. You crack on, sir. You crack on. Enjoy your very expensive to run builder's jetpack.
The most useless jetpack in the world. I haven't told my viewers that yet, but yeah, they're about to find out.
Oh, it is awful. It is absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason no one's made one yet. Put it that way.
Oh.
It's been a month, and you're the first person to ask about echo shards.
Yeah, fair enough. well, thank you for that. I appreciate it, Beardy.
No worries. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so the builder's jetpack, I don't think I've mentioned it either, but it's basically just a really, really awful jetpack that gives you incredibly slow flight, but would probably be handy for building. It's also incredibly expensive to run. It takes like redstone and coal and all sorts. So yeah, we're probably not going to be using that anytime soon. We don't need to at the moment anyway. But look at this, we have lots of iron now. Gonna make a little bit more andesite alloy first. I've got a few other bits to craft, and then I'll meet you up by the platforms.
Mr. Beardstone.
Oh, Foxy's back.
I'm here. Where are you?
I'm in my house.
In your house. Oh yes, I can
Oh,
see.
look at you go.
Look at me go. Where are you? I'm sure I just saw
Literally
you
below
sleep.
you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've used 4 fuel just looking for you.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Let's have a look then. Turn around.
Yeah.
That is horrific.
It is horrific. It is literally the worst jetpack in the game, which is the only reason that Mr. Beardstone would let me have it in the pack, because this is supposed to be just create, and I insisted with tears.
You did. There was so
and
much
banging
crying.
tables.
So much crying and table flipping.
But now, Mr.
Yeah.
Beardstone, look at me go. This
Yep.
top speed, look at me go.
How much is that costing you?
Many. Very, very many.
What is that you're holding? Is that the fuel?
This is fuel, yes. Would you like to see a fuel?
It looks like a... I'm not going to say it.
No, don't say what it looks like. The thing is, I've done a lot of mining, Mr. Beardstone, so I've got an awful lot of redstone. I've got an awful lot of charcoal, and Stam sold me a shulker of gunpowder. So actually, for me, it's quite cheap.
It takes gunpowder as well. Oh, my days.
Yeah. So I'll see you later.
Yeah, see ya. Enjoy. It's going to
Bye,
take like 10
buddy.
minutes to get back to your island now.
You know.
That thing is awful. Yep, there's a reason we don't have one of them. Right, I just need to grab a few other bits and bobs, and then we're good to go. So let's start here with some girders. Girders are in. Now we're going to sort out some lighting. We're going to use these copper lamps because once they're on, they actually stay on. And I have waxed them, so they should stay bright and orange. So I've just been here placing blocks, jumping up on them, laying some chains, and then putting the lights on and so on. And I've just realised, I think there's a better way with Create. Yeah, this, look, the extendo grip. Greatly increases reach distance of the wielder. Can be powered with air pressure from a back tank. Increases reach distance of items used in the main hand. And if we've got a back tank on, it doesn't use durability. But I reckon we should probably make one of these. That's fairly simple. It could come in quite handy. And we do have a back tank somewhere. I just don't actually know where it is. Oh, there we go. It's actually just in our storage. Excellent. So we needed a precision mechanism, sticks, and some brass. So turn that into brass sheets. And we should now have everything we need. So we'll start with the brass hands. That goes at the bottom, and then we have sticks here, precision mechanism, and a brass, and that should be the right recipe. Yep, there we go. Right, so now I should be able to place chains without having to place blocks down. Yeah, look at that. Should have done this ages ago. Oh, although I did forget to put the back tank on. Yeah, that's looking pretty cool. Right, so something else I want to do is sort of have what the platform numbers are. How about something like this? A couple of industrial iron blocks, and then we'll stick Nixie tubes there and there. And if we use one of these analog levers, put that there, set that to 1. Yeah, there you go, look, platform 1. Although, I should probably move it over a block so it's above the rail. Yep, there we go. That's better. And then with this side, if we set that 2 notches, that should give us platform numbers. Yeah, look at that. Platform 1, platform 2. And we'll do the same thing on this beam here. Yeah, it's only a small detail, but I do really like that. Next up, though, I want to sort out the edge of this platform. It's still a little bit too far away from the track. So we're just going to use these copycat panels and some tough pillars. And how's that look? Yeah, it's a nice little curb. I like that. So that side's done, but I've just come over to this side, and they've actually laid down in a different way, and I think I prefer that. Means I need to change all of these ones. But yeah, that definitely looks a lot better. It's just a little bit brighter. And there we go. I mean, it can do with some benches and some detail and a way to get onto the other platform, which I guess is going to have to be underground. We haven't really got the space for some stairs that go over. But before we do any of that, I want to make a start on the actual station building itself. And for this build, I'm going to need lots and lots of clay and bricks and things like that, so I'm hoping Chosen's got some in stock over there. But I also need a bunch of other things, including scoria. And I cannot remember how to get this. So we can cook soul sand, we can blast soul sand. But we can get soul sand from haunting sand, and we can get sand from our brand new crushing setup. So in fact, this shouldn't be too difficult to get what we need. Let's go grab some stuff. So I figured I'm going to start my resource collection over here at Chosen's factory, which I believe is also a mall. And it's, look at that, it's got a spinny door. Love it. And oh my word, he's selling loads of stuff. Oh, look at this. We can literally buy all the create items, all the andesite age stuff. And reasonable prices as well, actually. 1 diamond for 32. That's pretty good. Andesite, diorite, granite. Ooh, bricks. Yes, bricks. We definitely want some of them. If I just right-click this, I can just add... Okay, that's the stock limit. That's fine. I'll buy him out of those. Don't think we need any of those bits. In fact, I don't think we need anything else from here at all, just at the moment. Oh, there's more. Girders. Oh, I could have just bought me girders. Well, at least now I know. Precision mechanisms as well. Volts, barrels. What else have we got? Chains, chain drives, and belts, although these don't have a price yet. This is awesome. It's like a one-stop shop. I didn't bring any diamonds with me, though. Let's go get some. And what with that being the only shop on the server so far, I guess I'm going to have to make the rest of the stuff myself. So I buy from here. And then shop output goes in here. Look at that. So many bricks. I like this. Good job, Chosen. Made my life a little bit easier. We're going to need more bricks than that, but it's a good start. We've probably already got some in storage still anyhow. Right, let's just make some scoria and get the other bits I need, and we should be good to go. Well, I've gathered together most of what I need for this build. We've got lots of bricks and tuff and other bits and bobs, plenty of scoria and granite and so on. But I still need a few more things. Primarily jungle wood, oak wood, and lots of rooted dirt. Now, the wood's easy enough. I can just grow it over here. I could probably do with a bit more birch as well. So I can just grow that over here and chop it down with saws. But the rooted dirt, that's a bit more difficult. But I do have a plan. So if we make ourselves a rope pulley, just like that. Grab ourselves a few shafts, a couple of gearboxes, chests, a bit of super glue as well would be a good idea. And some drills. 25 we need. We've got 24. Typical. No worries, we can make another one. The last thing we need is a source of power, and I've got an idea for that. So let's grab one of these. Gonna need to make a minecart, redstone torch, and some rail. Could do with getting my wrench back as well. Must have accidentally put that back in storage at some point. Right, what I'm thinking is, we'll just nab one of these. So yep, I can just disable that. That's good. Let's just make sure it's not shut off everyone's power. Oh, it certainly has. So let's quickly attach the power up here instead. Chuck the gearbox in there. And there we go. Get that all running again. Right, now what I should be able to do... Looks like it's already all stuck together. So I should be able to... that's not helpful. But if we do this, stick down a cart assembler, minecart, then give it some power. I should just be able to... Nope, that didn't work. Let's put that back. Let's glue that bit to that bit. That should be enough. Yep, there we go. So we're just going to quickly name this so I don't lose it. But now we have a portable generator. That's going to come in very handy. So now all we need to do is find an azalea tree, and we should be able to build a little drill that's going to dig out all of the rooted dirt for us without any hassle, because it is a bit of a pain to get sometimes. Luckily, I know of an island where there's lots of azalea, so hopefully we'll be able to dig out a few of them. Because if we can get stocked up on rooted dirt, I don't have to do this again for a while. And here we go. This is the island. Look at all those azalea trees. Hopefully they've not all already been dug out. So let's go for this one here, I think. So first up, we're going to build a 5x5 drill around the center point of that tree there. Let's get our power source down. So that's our power running. We just need to get it connected. And we'll put the rope pulley on there. But first, I need to attach a load of chests and stick the whole thing together. There we go. Now, if this is going the right direction, yep, there we go. That's going to drill out all of the dirt for us, although it's fairly slow. What I should have done is brought a speed controller with me, but I didn't. Oh well, we can wait. It's a good opportunity to go make another cup of tea. Well, annoyingly, we hit Lush Cave really early on this one, so we didn't get that much stuff. But I'm going to grab the interesting bits. And I didn't think about this. I didn't bring any shulkers with me. Okay, fine. We'll go get a speed controller and we'll get some shulkers. Should have been better prepared for this mission. Well, I forgot the speed controller, but I've got shulkers. So let's just move this over to another one, and we're just going to grab as much as we can, I think, while we're here, at least until our shulkers are full. We may as well be clever and actually stick our shulker boxes to this thing this time. And I guess I'm going to be doing this for a while, and it looks like I'm going to be able to buy some wood from Stam, which is good, because it saves me having to chop down loads of trees. So hopefully next time you see me, I'll actually be ready to start building this station. I think we finally have everything we need to actually build this station. I'm very excited about that. Taken long enough to get everything together. I've also got a couple of empty boxes because I always end up making things out of this stuff and ended up needing more space. But we finally get to lay the first blocks for our actual foundation here. And I've been looking at the blueprint here, and the plan, as you can see, is to have a large section in the middle with these kind of wings coming out the side. But I want this to be a very grand station, and when I pull back and look at this, I'm thinking it might want to be maybe another section wide, so bring it out to about here. But let's just get the foundation in and work it out from there. My plan is to use scoria for the foundation here, so I will need to replace these ones where it hangs over the top of the grass a bit more. Yeah, I think I prefer that size. It just looks a little bit grander. Now the plan here is to have sort of lighter sections in between, and then we're going to have granite and brick walls. Something like that. So let's get some steps in at the front, maybe get the actual floor in, because I think I want to bring the floor up to the same level as the platform here. And for that, we're going to need a whole bunch of stuff. So for the stairs, we're going to do that, and then we'll get some slabs. Just get those in around the side here and up here. And now we'll just get the floor in. That feels like it's going to be a big enough station. We should be able to fit a few shops in there as well, which could be a nice touch, but we'll worry about that later. For now, I've got some walls to build and some pillars to build as well. So I think what I might do is start with the front here, get this bit built up, get a bit of a facade on, and once we can see the style and the design, we can then transfer that through to the rest of the build. That seems like a good way to do things. And you know what that means. Yet another time lapse. I'd say that's a pretty good start. We've got a nice shape, we've got a big entranceway, we've made good use of windows and natural light, so it should be nice and light on the inside. And we're going to go with a warped roof, which I think looks quite good, and we'll also set off these bits here. But now what I need to do is sort out the rest of the build, so do the wings basically, and I think I'm pretty much just going to have sort of walls that maybe don't go quite as high as this bit here, potentially even have flat roofs on these bits with some skylights, big windows in the front to let in even more light. I think it should look quite cool. Let's crack on with this build. We've got lots to do. I love it. I'm so pleased with how that's come out. I think that's looking very cool. It's a good size, a good mix, and oh my days, is that thunder? Hopefully my mic's not picking that up, but it sounds like there's a thunderstorm raging outside right now. Okay, best make this quick so I don't get a power cut. So on the outside here, I have gone quite heavy on the texturing on this building, especially down the bottom here and on these top edges, but I think it works quite well. We've got a nice mix of blocks in there as well. And I think the copper really helps to make the whole thing pop as well, and that ties in nicely with the roof, which I think looks pretty cool. And then on the flat roofs over here, we've got some giant skylights in and a bit of texture around the edges just to make it look a little bit old. But I think this building certainly makes quite a statement in this area. And I've been having fun using the chain drives and shafts and other create bits and bobs as well, just to add these little details. And then on the inside, it all opens out nicely. I really like the big glass window at the front here that leads to the platforms. That works well. I think it looks pretty cool. Although we still don't have a way to get to that platform. But I do have a bit of an idea on how we can do that. We'll get to that in just a moment. But on the inside here, we have lots and lots lots of space. And I do have an idea of what we're going to do with some of this space. I think it makes sense to maybe have a couple of shops in here. Maybe even a cafe down one end could be quite cool. Not that I've got anything to actually sell at the moment. Oh, geez, here comes the rain as well. That's hitting the windows hard. Right, definitely got to speed up. Don't think I want to risk leaving my PC on during this storm, just in case. But yeah, I think getting some shops in here, I mean, whether we actually build in proper shop units or whether we have just sort of little stands or something, I'm not really sure yet. I think the stands could probably work a little bit better. And to be honest, we could even just rent them out to people or sell the plots. I don't know. I mean, we've not really got anything to sell at the moment apart from our power tokens, which to be honest, we could have a little stand set up here promoting like the power company. That seems like something that would be at a train station. But I also want to get in a ticket office, which we'll probably have right in the middle here. It'd be quite good to have a big board with all the train times on as well. Maybe even some ticket machines. Yeah, I think I can start to picture this. But first up, we do need to sort out a way to get onto the other platform. And what I'm thinking is, if we dig down here, and maybe even do the same on this side, what we can do is we can have a stair set that kind of goes down, and then we'll have an underground tunnel that goes over to the other side, and then have some more stairs that come up over there. And then people can get from platform to platform without having to risk their lives running across the track, only to realise they can't jump 2 blocks high. So let's dig out a nice tunnel and see if we can get things linked up, and then we'll make it look nice. Now, starting with some basic stairwells, I think just something like this leading to an underground tunnel should work out quite nicely. But I think for the walls down here, I want to use maybe green terracotta. Problem is, I don't have any green dye. The best way for me to get it is by crushing things, in particular cactus and ferns, but they're a bit harder to get hold of. Sea pickles, only a 10% chance, that's not particularly good. And a 5% chance for a couple of them from red rose bushes, but then we end up with loads and loads of red dye, and I don't really want that either. I think our best bet is going to be cactus. And there is a desert just to the north here, so I think we're just going to go over there, steal a whole bunch of cactus. It's going to be much quicker than trying to grow it, because we can't actually bone meal cactus. So let's just go grab a few stacks, then we can make some green terracotta and do those walls, and then hopefully we'll have a better idea of what the tunnel's going to look like. And then I need to actually connect it to the other side of the platform. Now, if we just grind that up, we should get a good couple of stacks of dye. Yeah, look at that. Oh, 3.5. That was incredibly quick. And if we just do that, we'll get 8 stacks of green terracotta. That should be enough to get us started. Might even be enough for the whole thing, but we also need some more tuff to sort out the floors. Now, let's see how this looks. Well, I think the green's going to work quite nicely. Let's get a bit more of this scoria pillars, though, because I do still want to keep those going across the top here. All right, looking good. Now I just need to work out where the tunnel actually needs to connect up, and that means going over to the other platform and working it out from there, I think. And I think the first thing to do is going to be to remove this. And this bit here is 6 wide, so I think what we might do is go get some stairs. That's what we're going to do. But I think we'll have stairs coming down either side, and then they'll go into a joint staircase in the middle and then head down. I think that should work nicely. Yep, that does indeed work nicely. I've also extended the cover at the back here, so anyone walking down here still won't get rained on, because it does seem to always be raining in this world. Although not currently, but that probably won't last long. And one thing I had to be careful of around the back here was getting too close to this rail. In fact, these 3 bits shouldn't be here. Let's get rid of that. But 1 block of clearance should be enough. Oh, we've got a couple of holes there. There we go. Now, the tunnel itself is fairly basic. We've just got a strip across it and some lights. And what I really want to get down here is a bunch of posters, like advertisements. But the problem is, we really do want to add immersive paintings to this, which is the thing that lets you upload your own pictures and all that sort of jazz. But sadly, it's not actually available for this version. And I can't find anything similar that would allow us to do that without making a texture pack and making everyone apply that and so on. And that's not really ideal. So hopefully immersive paintings will update at some point. But if anyone does know of a similar mod that will allow us to add custom paintings and pictures and things like that, please do let me know in the comments. Preferably one that's compatible with NeoForge and Minecraft 1.21. But anyway, at this end of the tunnel, we then loop back around and we get up to the main area of the station, where we have absolutely no interior and no lighting either. I mean, it's fine now because we've got all of these windows and skylights, but at night it gets very dark in here. And with the interior, I have been thinking about this a bit more. We are going to put a ticket booth at the entrance here. Obviously, you don't actually need to buy tickets. It's purely for looks. And when it comes to actual display boards and things for the trains, I think I want to put one on each side, because this bit here is all a little bit ugly and I think it'll cover it up nicely. But that also means we need to get power over here, so I think that's what I'm going to do next. What we'll probably do is connect up to that pole over there and bring it down this way and just kind of run around the back here. And then we could probably connect it into one of those chain drives at the top there, couldn't we, I suppose? if it doesn't look weird. Anyway, power poles. So we're going to do these the same as the ones we've already got, which I believe is something like this. I'll need a lever there and there. Chain conveyor on top. A few of those. Same down the bottom here. Some copper rods and more levers. And I think it's about right, isn't it? Yeah, that looks correct. Now we just need to connect up the chains. Wonderful. And what we'll do is maybe have a couple of power lines just running across the street here. I mean, eventually we'll be able to do it across the top of whatever buildings go here, I guess. But let's see how it looks just with a couple of lines running through here. Well, I've routed the power all the way over to here, and it seems to be working okay. So I'm hoping that the earlier problems we had with the chain conveyors not being connected was actually because that was not chunk loaded when it should have been. So hopefully the chain conveyors do work just as well as shafts, because they're certainly a lot easier to use for getting power around. The question is, do I connect this just directly up to that, which is going to make that bit of the building spin, which I'm not really a big fan of, or do I put a little sort of transformer generator thingy, you know, one of those? Do I put one of those down over here instead? I think I might do that, you know. Just feels like a better option. And I also still want to try and slow these chains down. I wonder, can I get away with putting that speed controller back in? This is where we break everything all over again. I guess there's no harm in giving it a go. Well, nothing's broken so far. Scrap that, it broke as soon as I left. Let's just leave it how it was. We know that works. I will troubleshoot this at some point and find out why I can't seem to put a speed controller in there, but it might be to do with speed controllers I have elsewhere on the system. There's like a weird thing with Crate, apparently, if you have sort of two speed controllers trying to do things. I don't really know. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I've just heard whispers. So we'll leave this spinning at 16 for now, which I suppose does have the benefit of meaning we can use it for transports. Very, very slow transports. But anyway, enough distractions. Let's make some more power thingies. Alrighty, we now have power, which means I can now install some display boards and actually get them powered and make a start on this interior. We've got a lot of work to do and it's getting dark again. So I've got the power in running up the inside column here and the same on that side, which means I can now get my display boards in, and we want a nice big display board here, I think. And then to power it, we should be able to do chain drive there and there with a cog. And that is providing enough power. Excellent. I think purely for a bit of symmetry, I'm just going to put that in there as well. Should we put cogs all the way down, maybe? Just so it doesn't look so weird with just one cog hanging out. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. We still need some lighting in here, though. It's definitely getting dark. And, yep, it's raining again. It's always raining. So let's get the other board in over this side and sort out some lights next, I think. We have lighting. That is much better. We can see all the things now. Do still need to get the boards hooked up, but I haven't actually put in all the stations and stuff yet. So, yeah, we'll get to that later. For now, what I want to do is focus on the rest of the interior. We'll get our ticket booth in. We'll get maybe a restaurant and a little stall or something in. So I'm going to knuckle down and get this done, and I'll bring you back in when we're looking all fancy. Well, it's a few hours later, but I think we're looking pretty good in here. So as we come in, we've now got a ticket desk at the front here, which is currently unmanned, but I'm thinking maybe we can get some more pillagers to man this. But look at this. We've also got a little sort of shopping plaza area on this side, and I've got an idea for a couple of shops that I want to put in here. We've even got this cool little seating area with the frog, because who doesn't love the frog? The frog is awesome. But yeah, so over here we're going to have some kind of a food shop, I think. So we've got these sort of cabinets of food here. It's all set up and ready, so I can just put whatever I'm selling in there and set up the tablecloths and so on. Once again, I do still need a staff member. At the back here, we've even got a cool little kitchen, but I think I might actually put a fireplace under one or two of these, just so it's a bit smoky. In fact, let's quickly do that now. It might give it a bit more light too. Let's just chuck these down here with the depots on top, and yeah, there we go. There's a bit more light as well. That's looking better. But anyway, so this is all set up for a future shop, which I think is going to be cool. We've even got some seating on the side here. Designed these cool ticket machines using just a bunch of create items. We've got smart chutes at the bottom. We've used these factory gauges. That is a storage interface. Some chassis, which I don't think I've ever used for anything. But yeah, I think that works quite well. We've got more ticket machines over here. And then on this side, I've skimmed out a little bit. So we do have a ticket machine, but we've got a couple of empty stands, which we're going to see if the other server members want to buy or let. And they can have their own shops over here. And there's even one big area here as well, which I've done the same as the one on the other side for now, but of course whoever ends up using this can design it however they wish. Lastly, I've also set up this little thing, which is actually a working shop. It's as compact as I could get it, but once we get someone sitting there, we'll be able to just sell our power tokens from here as well. I can easily refill it, people will be able to buy them, give it to the guy, it will get packaged up, they can just grab the package directly from there, and the stock tickers around the back, but I think that works quite well. It's just one of those little sort of stands that you get in stations and airports Frogports and things like that, promoting small companies. Not that Beardy Power Co. is a small company, but you know what I mean. But overall, I am very pleased with this. I just need to get some workers in. It means I need to find some pillagers. They tend to roam around fairly regularly, and I think there might actually be a couple of spare ones underground somewhere. Let me go have a look. And we're going to pacify them the easy way this time, which means we need a boat. Let's just put that there for now. We go down here. I believe there's a couple of pillagers lurking around. Yeah, here we go. Come here, you. So let's get him in the boat. I'm in the boat with him, and he should shoot me, but not be able to hit me. Yep, there we go. So we're just going to sit here with our little friend, wait for him to pacify, and then we'll get him installed over at the station. This could be a while. Well, it looks like he's finally finished. That took forever. I even had a nap. Let's go get him in position, and jumping like this is the quickest way to move when you're carrying people. He's so tiny. Right, well, the most important thing is probably the power tokens, so we're going to put this one here. There we go. We just need to get him a name tag. Although now I can't name you because you're the shopkeeper. Right, come here, you. You are now Timmy. Don't run off, Timmy. I need you. Come back here. And you can sit back down there. Right, I just need to put some stock in here. But there was a problem last time with our power tokens. Or maybe the problem was with Foxy. I'm not entirely sure. And you've got no stock, Jimmy? That's a problem. I guess I better go empty the power meters. But what I want to do is swap out the tokens. I want to get rid of the paper tokens so people don't craft them into fireworks. Foxy, I'm looking at you. So we're going to use something different. But I can't do that right now. We're going to have to wait. So I'm going to need to set up some kind of an exchange so people can actually exchange their paper ones for whatever we change it to. And if you've got ideas of what we can change it to that people won't craft things out of, then do let me know. But I think it's safe to say someone's hoarding all the tokens because somebody's brought 17 stacks and I've only managed to retrieve, well, 2 and a bit. So I guess I need to go make some more power tokens, which considering we want to change them is a little bit annoying, but it's fine. It's easy enough to do thanks to Stam's lovely sugarcane field over here. Although making a sugarcane farm is something we're going to be doing very, very soon. Maybe even in the next episode. Power tokens were acquired and Timmy's now all set up to sell. Though he hasn't got many, I definitely need more power tokens. And we'll give a few more stacks to Jimmy over here as well. Alrighty, now that's sorted, what I want to do is actually get the boards up here working. I mean, we can still do with more staff, but it takes forever. We'll sort that out later. But these boards, what we want is a couple of train stations, basically. One for platform 1, one for platform 2, and then we need some display links to get them connected. So we'll start by getting the stations in, and we've decided as a server that the trains are going to run on the left-hand side. So with that in mind, I'm going to put platform 2 around about here. Get that in the back. Platform 1 is going to be right here. So next up, I need to connect the display link to that board. So that's going to be our platform 1 board. Let's go put this on the station down here. I should just be able to stick that on the side. Configure that to line 2. And we do just want the train station summary for this one. And nothing's going to show up on the board at the moment because we currently don't have any trains going round. So what I'm going to do is go over here, go on the left-hand side. Go to this point here, set up a second station, and I didn't actually name the other one, so we should go do that. We're going to call this Spawn Mountain Yard Platform 4 because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here, so that makes sense. We'll call this Spawn Mountain P1. I mean, basically, this doesn't actually have a name in this area yet. So, yeah, if you've got any ideas of what we can actually call this area, then, well, let me know, let other server members know, and eventually we'll pick a name because Spawn Mountain is not particularly good. But that's what we've got for now. So Spawn Mountain P1 is also set. Now to get something to actually show up on these boards, what we need is a train going around. And the only train we've got is this one. So I guess that's going to be our tester, which means I need a train driver and I need a schedule. The schedule's easy enough. We just need that. Now I just need a driver. Here we go. You'll do, sir. Come with me. You can live on... No. You live on there? No? Can I put you down here? No. Okay, well, this is why I bought a lead. I thought this might happen. Because this is already a contraption, I can't directly click on them. Right, there we go. Now we're going to set up a very quick schedule. So travel to station, that's what we want. We want to go to Spawn Mountain Platform 1. And then we want to go to Spawn Mountain Yard Platform 4. And that's about it for you, sir. But you're not going to be able to go at the moment because you're facing in the wrong direction. We'll get you turned around in just a moment. But first, I do want to check the name of this station. Just to make sure I did get Platform 1 and 2 the correct way round. Spawn Mountain P1. Yep, okay, cool. We're all good. So if I turn this train around, he should start driving. Oh, actually, let's make sure everything's turned off. Don't want him destroying our platform. Right, okay, we're good, we're good. So let's turn you round. And navigation succeeded. And the drills aren't running, so we're not going to destroy everything. Excellent stuff. So, yep, there we go. Stuff is now coming up on the board. So we've got a timer telling us when it will next be here. We've got the name of the train, which is currently unnamed, although we are going to name that. I've got an excellent name for it, thanks to you lovely people in the comments. And we've got the station that it's going to head to after it leaves. So what I want to do is make this look a little bit better. So I've got my clipboards. What we're going to do a few spaces, because there's, what, 3, maybe 4 or 5 spaces there. Then we want platform 1, we want a bunch of spaces, and then the word destination. If we click that on here, well, we got that spacing correct, but that is not quite right. We need to remove a few of the spaces here. How about that? Oh, one more. There we go. And then we'll die that. Then we'll do the same thing on this one for platform 2. There we go. Much better. Excellent. I'm pleased with that. We're still got to sort out all the signals and things like that out here to make sure trains don't crash into each other. Ow. Or me. In fact, your work here is done, Mr. Sheep. We're going to remove your schedule. We're going to get you out of the way. Sorry. I'm just going to pull this train right the way over here, because soon we are going to be drilling through that mountain. But sadly, all that drilling is going to have to wait for another episode, because we're pretty much out of time here. There's just one last thing to do. That is to name this train. And we had lots of cool suggestions, but the best one, and the one that tickled me, was Drillbits, which was suggested by quite a few people, but the first one I found was by Chris Cook. So thank you for the name suggestion. Love it. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today, but I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I built a giant central station at spawn, but there's a problem. We currently have nowhere to go. The episode before last, we built that train over there, the giant construction tunnel train, or Drillbits, as he's now affectionately known, which will carve a path for us through this giant mountain and link up our future base area with where we are now. But to run that train, I need Tuff. Lots and lots of Tuff. So with the amount of Tuff I need in mind, I've actually just got off of a live stream where we did lots and lots of digging for an hour or so to get some Tuff, and then we designed a Tuff factory, or at least the process that we would need to be able to get it, thanks to a recipe added to the pack by Stamo's Tweaks. And if you missed that stream, by the way, you can catch the VOD on my second channel. What? He has a second channel? Oh my god. So do go check that out if you're interested, and keep an eye on Twitch for future live streams as well. We're going to be doing more and more of those. But the factory we designed in Creative, it's a giant mess. We've worked out the processes that we need to do, but it doesn't look good and we need to make it look nice. Jeez.
Where's my power, Beardy?
Ooh.
Are you running away from the problem right now?
Yep.
Beardy, this was supposed to be installed a week ago.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I mean, I just trains, okay? Trains, train stations, trainy things. It's distracting.
It is distracting. Trains are pretty fun. I won't lie. What is this?
Oh, yeah.
Is this our train station?
Yeah, by the way, yeah, welcome to the train station. Look at this place. Grand Central Station. It exists.
This is sick. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could forgive you for not putting the power in if this is what you've been doing, because this is pretty cool.
Well, exactly. This is entirely what I've been doing and why you don't have power. But I'll tell you what, I will sort out that power for you right now. How's that? I mean, I've just said I was going to do lots of other stuff, but I'm sure people won't mind. You don't mind, do you? But yeah,
no, exactly. They won't mind.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get the power sorted.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to need power over there when I build the sugarcane factory, so...
Exactly. You're going to need it over there when you build the factories there.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you what. I will get on that power right now. Would it be worth... I think the chains work now, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think the chains work. I've had them over here to the train station, and it's been working absolutely fine. So, should I, like, just make my way over to your... train track somewhere, just go around the back for now and then follow your train track?
Yeah, I mean, we can sort out the final connection bit later, but if you just, I mean, I think following the train tracks would make most sense.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And then once we've actually got, like, a tunnel going through here, I'll route the power down that way and follow your train line further. But for now, I'll just...
That sounds like a smart idea.
I'll just cut through... What is that? Have you seen the size of that windmill?
Oh. Well, no, I haven't actually... Why is that so tall?
That's Throwlash. That is Throwlash making a statement about not using my power. That's what that is. Cool. So what I'll do is I'll run the power lines through the middle of Throwlash's base for now, and then
yeah, that sounds smart actually. I like that idea.
And then I'll follow your train track all the way to the village. Yeah, it's gonna take. I'm gonna have to build so many of these pylons.
It's gonna get time consuming. But you have fun with that. I saw a stray piece of track over here, and I have a problem on my own. So
Okay. Well, there goes my model. What do you mean a stray piece of track?
I built, you know, the 3,000 block train track I built.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a single straight bit along the entire way. Like, there's not.
Oh, so you can't build trains.
No.
But we're lucky for you. There's a giant like yard.
Exactly,
over there
that's
with
what I
lots of
spotted.
lines. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, you enjoy.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye. So before we can even think about going to our industrial island and building a Tuff factory, we better get Stam's power sorted. And I reckon if we use a blueprint of those towers over there, we get ourselves like a cannon, some gunpowder, and I mean, I was going to make a little contraption that we can just plonk down and then use that. But to be honest, it's probably going to be quicker just to dump all the resources we need into a shulker box, dump that down next to a cannon, and use the schematics that way. So we're going to need levers. Gonna need industrial iron and weathered iron. Gonna need girders and walls and chain conveyors. In fact, we're probably gonna need a few more of those. Gonna need lightning rods. Gonna need chutes. We're going to need chains as well, but we don't actually need those in this box here. What else do we need? I think that's everything, isn't it? Although I should probably make myself a bunch more chains and chain drives. Although, has Chosen sell those things yet? I'm sure he had a table for them. Let's go check. Because if we can buy them, that's going to make my life a whole lot easier. No, they still don't have a price. Chains do, though. We're going to need a whole load of them, so let's just buy tons of them. Probably going to need some more girders as well, so let's get those. But I reckon that'll just about do it. I guess we're going to have to make our own chain conveyors, though. That's what I meant, not chain drives. There we go. Loads of them. Okay. Now, I'm also going to need some gunpowder and some schematic things. So we're going to want that, we're going to want that, that, and that. And as we're going to be out in the wilderness, I should probably take a bed with me as well. So let's study the map briefly here. What we want to do is get power from, I think the closest point is this one here. And we need to get that over to the railway track and then all the way over to here, I believe. Is that the village? Yeah, that looks like the village. So if I just go around the back here of this village, go right through the middle of Throwlash's base, I'm sure he won't mind, and then we'll just sort of set off across this way maybe, connect up with the rail and follow it down. The terrain itself might change my plans, but for now, that seems fairly reasonable. So if we were to put the first one around here somewhere, give Stam's tree a bit of clearance. But I think that should work nicely. What we'll do is just set up the cannon over here. Put that in. We've already got the gunpowder in. Let's get that built. Look at that. That was well quick. And we're not missing any blocks. This is good. Now I can connect that up. On with the next one, which, to be honest, I think is going to end up having to be probably just around here on the edge somewhere, and then we can stretch one across over that way. I think by default, the chains have a range of 32. I think ours are set to 64, so I can go a little bit further, which is nice. Well, it's only been about 15 minutes, but we're already making good progress. We've got the power lines going all the way over this way. They go through the village, over Throwlash's base. I'm sure he won't mind. He's probably going to mind, but we'll move him later. And then we've continued the lines all the way down this way, followed the track round, and we're about here at the moment, which if we look on the map is probably over halfway. We've just got to follow this track all the way round. So I'll bring you back in once we've got these done. Going quite well so far. And most importantly, the power's still working. Progress is being made. We've now completed the route all the way over to Stam's village. And what I want to do now is go under the ground and under the river, because I don't really know what Stam's planning on building over here. It looks like there's a bit of another platform. I don't know if there's other builds going on this area, so I don't want to run the cables right the way through. I need to have to move them again. So we're going to go down, we're going to go under, and then we're going to come up in that building there, because that's where he wants his little exchange thing, which is going to sit in this wall here, which means there's a whole bunch of stuff I need to go get to be able to build it. But we've done this a few times already, so we should be done in no time whatsoever. Yep, can confirm that was very straightforward. We just used the same thing that we normally use. I just had to adjust where the outputs were, but that's worked lovely. And now Stam has power over here. I've also loaded him up with some tokens as well, just to get him started, but this means that we can now go crack on with what we're actually supposed to be doing, which is going to involve us flying to where our industrial area is going to be, which is about here somewhere, off to the south of the mountain. And here we go. This is what we were looking for, this island over here. And this isn't going to be our main base, but it is going to be our industrial area. There's a few small islands here that I think we can use. We could probably make it look quite cool. We're just going to kind of squeeze in factories as and when we need them. But our main storage area and workshop is going to be on an island just over to this side. So basically this rail here, we need to bring it through the mountain. We need to weave it around here somehow and then bring it across the ice fields, swoop it down and round and over to this island eventually. And after that, I believe it's going to carry on this way to someone else's base as well. So yeah, there's going to be lots of rail in this direction, but until I get an extortionate amount of tuff, there's not going to be any train line at all. So I need to pick a spot around here to build our first factory, and I was immediately drawn to this area here. Yeah, I think I like this space, so we're going to need to fill in this hole. We'll just flatten it out, maybe sort of bring it down a couple of levels just to here. And we don't need a huge flattened area, just a small bit here for a factory. Yeah, I think this could work. Well, it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but it's a large enough flat area for us to stick our first factory on, and we'll worry about the rest of the terrain and making it look nice as we develop the area further. But there's one major thing missing before we can start building this factory, and that, of course, is power. And I think to get power over here, we're probably going to use some undersea cables. I'm looking in the wrong direction. It's over in that way. But if we have a look at our map here, we've basically got a massive ocean in between me and the mainland, and the power station is right here. So if we were to bring it overland, just round the back here, then we can drop it into the ocean and bring it all the way over to here. Probably just with a giant shaft, to be perfectly honest. So I guess for the second time today, let's just place loads of power poles and get some more power connected up. Jeez.
Ow. Good morning.
That was terrifying. Hello.
Miss Beardstone.
Yes?
I've got some bad news, bud.
What's that?
I may have made your special area a bit wet.
Explain? Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, your special area is a bit wet. You didn't put a roof on it, Miss Beardstone.
There was already a roof on it.
Well, no, because that was just dirt and stone. That's what I've been digging away. You know, just in my little merry world, layer by layer, strip by strip, all that stone, I'll dig that, all that's dirt, I'll dig. Oh dear, Mr. Beardstone special area is all wet.
It looks like you uncovered the entirety of the special area before you noticed, Foxy.
Yeah, well, I was just in a rhythm, you see. I just go in, and I thought, well, it'd be all right. Everything else seems to be working fine, even though it's completely waterlogged.
Well, no worries. I will. I'll get the customer service helpline for you. They generally get back to you within 2 to 4 business days. They'll say they'll turn up, and then they won't turn up, and then you won't be able to get hold of them again. And then when you do call them back, they'll create a new job number, and the whole process starts over again.
Ah, yes, yeah. I've been through that before. Yeah.
I will have to sort that then, I guess, won't I, Foxy?
Well, the thing is, Mr. Beardstone, so my next clip is basically me addressing the fact that I've done all of this work to lower the ground down. So basically, Mr. Beardstone, I'm planning on building a boat.
Ooh, a boat?
Yeah, okay. But I want a big boat. And at the moment... Is
that why you moved the island out of the way? Because I noticed that's a bit more vertical than it used to be.
Oh, jeez, my vines. I didn't snip my new... I've been and replaced all of my vines and then didn't snip them. Right. Okay. So...
That sounds like a Foxy that's been in distress about vines.
Jeez. So, yeah, I moved that because it was sinking, as we know, because the water level in the lake is rising, as you quite clearly pointed out.
Yep. That all makes perfect sense. Yep.
Yeah, so I moved it out of the way.
Thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not going to get wet anymore. As a result, what I want to do is make the lake deeper so I can build a big boat, which is going to go through somewhere to meet up with the ocean and then take me eventually to my starter base. No, my not starter base, my main base.
That all sounds wonderful, Foxy.
Well, the problem is, Miss Beardstone, there's 2 problems. Would you like to come down with me to the shoreline?
Yes. Let's do this. Whee!
And these are literally problems of my own making, as you can imagine.
I wouldn't expect anything less, Foxy.
Obviously, at the moment, because the lake filled up a bit, this water's not at sea level, right?
Right.
Which means it's actually got to somehow go down a couple of layers before I've got it at sea level, so it will match up with the ocean for when eventually I have a boat that I can sail to the ocean.
Right. Okay. Yep.
And that means that if the water's going to go down even further, that means the lake's going to be even shallower.
Yes, it is. Yes.
And that means that my workshop is in the way.
So you need to move your entire workshop.
Yeah, so last time I moved my entire island. This time I'm going to have to move my entire workshop.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Right. So once your workshop's been moved, let me know. And
Yeah, because I'll need power connecting again.
I will have to come and reinstall power for you. There will be a call-out fee, of course.
Of course, yes. I would imagine nothing less from you, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah,
nothing
well,
less.
it's not me. It's the board of directors. No.
Oh, is it? Is it now? What, Jimmy and friend? What was it, Frank?
Yeah, with the question mark.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, if you let me know when you need it, we'll get you booked in.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Beardy. I'm gonna need a few minutes.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Foxy's getting himself in a right old pickle over there. But the good news is we get to charge a call-out fee for installing more power. My life is power at this stage. Anyway, where was I? I need to get the things for the transformer thingy. Yep, that was it. So far, I have managed to connect the power all the way down to the coastline here. I just want to put in one of those little transformer boxes now. If I put these bits into the box, that should have everything we need to get that built right here. Yep, that looks fairly complete to me. Get that connected up to there. That's all good. Now I'm just going to dig straight down from here, and then we're going to go under the ocean, so we're going to go down quite a way, and then just have a direct line that goes all the way to our island, which means we should land somewhere on this stony shore here. Well, that took a lot longer than I'd hoped, but we do now have power over here. And the good thing is, I don't need to install a meter. And from here, we should be able to power both sides of the island fairly easily, which means next up, I need to get down a foundation for this factory. And I'm going to chuck down a building first, and then just try and squeeze the farm inside, because for some reason, that's the way around I tend to do things. I do find it much easier to design buildings when I don't already have a farm in there, which may mean this won't be the most efficient farm in the world, but that's not really something that bothers me. I'd rather have something that looks really good at the cost of a little bit of efficiency than have a big clunky building just because I wanted a giant farm. That being said, I'm now going to put down a giant foundation. There we go, one foundation as requested, and that should work just fine. Hopefully it's going to be big enough. I mean, that looks similar to the amount of space that I used up in creative, so yeah, let's go with that. Now, for this build, I think I'm going to use diorite as the main block for the walls, so we have a nice light building up here. Just going to mark out a rough size, and I'm thinking maybe a window here, and a couple more blocks. Maybe leave 5 for the doorway. That should be big enough. Then same again this side with a window and then a cornery bit here. Then we'll just bring the walls out to the back here like this. That should be big enough. And I'm going to want the walls at the front here to be double thick, just so I can inset some windows. So maybe something like that. Maybe let's get a couple more bone blocks in just to make it look a little bit more weathered. Yeah, I think this could work, although I do want a block to kind of separate this bit from the above bit. I want to put a nice big arched roof on this, maybe with a glass front. That could look quite cool, but I do need some kind of separator block, and I didn't really bring anything with me for that, but I think I know what I want to use, so let's just head back to storage. And I'm thinking these, the scoria pillars. Let's grab a few more stacks. Now, what I'm thinking is, if we stick a row of these on top, that will give it a nice color offset. It's a bit flat, so maybe we should add some of these. Now let's work out a roof line, and I do want this to be glass at the top here. So maybe if we do 1, 1, 2, and then 3. So we want to get a nice arched roof. Maybe something like that. Now we're just going to get a roof line on, and I think I want it sticking out a fair amount here. I'm thinking we'll just go with a deep slate roof here. We will, of course, texture it up and make it look nice, but for now, I just want to see if the colors work. And yeah, I reckon that is going to work, although it looks a bit weird around the front here. Let's see if we can sort out this doorway, maybe get some pillars in. That could look quite cool. First up with the doorway, let's maybe enclose it in a little bit more here. Put a bit of a trim around the door, maybe something like that. And then let's get some pillars in front. And I do like using these millstones for pillars. I think they just look cool. And I think I'm going to want to remove that one there. I'm thinking if we bring those up like that, then can I put angles in? Oh, yeah, that could look cool. Let's stick one on this side bit here as well, see if it's going to work or not. I'll need to get rid of that, put a chute there, and stick another one there. Okay, this could work. I mean, it could look weird, but it could work. And then I wonder, let me build a little bit out here so I can stand back. Oh, I fell off. But how about we stick giant water wheel in here? Is that going to let us? No. Aha. No, I think it's these bits here that are in the way. Yeah, there we go. Let's maybe add a few extra little bits at the top here as if that's connected. And maybe a beam across here as well, just to sort of square off the bottom of the water wheel. Let's see how that looks. Oh, that's quite cool, actually. I like that. Couple of weird shapes there, but I think I approve. Although I wonder, should I do that as well? Yeah, I think I prefer the right-hand side where it's straighter. Do we want to do that one as well, the little side one? No, that looks weird now. But I do like this one being straight. So let's do the same on this side. And we'll get the last pillar in over here. I think I'm just going to add a couple of shafts here in the doorway, just because that's going to break up the entrance a bit more. Yeah, I quite like that. I haven't used the whole platform. I think I want to have a little bit stick out the side here, which may run the whole length. I don't really know. But for a facade, I think that looks pretty good. Now I've just got to do the rest of the building. Well, we're making good progress. I'm almost there, but I've just run out of girders, so we're going to have to run off and get some, which is going to break the time lapse because I'm going to go through the nether. But besides a few missing girders, I think we're looking pretty good. During the day, it's nice and bright in here, which is very nice. In fact, I can also remove this wall here now, just to open up this tiny little side room we've got, which I'm thinking might be a nice area to pump the lava into, and then we can sort of distribute it where we need it. But other than the need for more girders, I think this is looking pretty good. I decided to get rid of a lot of the foundation around the side just to expose the bottom bit, and I think that works quite nicely. We've got sort of lots of darker bits underneath the windows just to show where the grime has run down during the rain. The back here is similar to the front, but just with smaller windows and a blocked off back bit here, because I think that's where I'm going to put my cobble generator, but on the inside. So I didn't really want to have a big window there. And then round the side here, I'm going to put in a door potentially, maybe like here. We could even put in like a double door maybe. And then we're just going to fence off this bit here. I've still got to sort out all the terrain and stuff around it as well, but overall, I'm very pleased with that. I'm just hoping that there's going to be enough space inside there, because I ended up shrinking it down quite a bit from the actual foundation we laid out, and that block is the wrong way round. That makes me sad. There we go, that's better. Oh my day, you scared the life out of me. Oh, how'd you even find me? Oh my days.
How'd you get the power over here?
Undersea cables.
Oh. Fancy stuff, fancy stuff. What is this?
This is going to be my first farm. Basically, I need to build a massive, massive, massive tunnel through the mountain. And for that, I need lots and lots of tuff. So I'm making a tuff farm.
Are you going to sell it?
I think I am now.
You better. You
All
better.
Of a sudden. Okay. Yeah, I can sell tuff. That can be a thing.
Yep.
But yeah, I designed a quite an efficient farm on stream. So I've just made a building that I haven't measured out at all, and I'm going to put an inefficient one in here because that's how I roll.
Woo.
Woohoo!
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the way to do it. I'm actually here about the tunnels. Funny you mention that because I've done a lot of terraforming just now.
Okay.
Just a little bit actually. And I need a tunnel that connects the final little bit of stretch. It's a straight piece of track from the train station to my train line now.
I see. Do you want to borrow? Do you want to borrow a drill bit?
Yeah, Drillbert.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the name.
Oh, it's pretty good, isn't it? It was suggested by so many different people, but yeah.
I would like to borrow.
So you'd like to borrow a drill bit?
Yep.
That can be arranged. However, do you want it to build the same style of tunnels? Because if you do, you're going to need a whole lot of tuff.
What tunnels are you making?
Tuff tunnels.
Well, that sounds like a lot of tuff, Beardy.
It is a lot of tuff. I mean, I know a guy who's going to sell it though.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah. To be honest with you, you can just disable the deployers for now and not build the tunnel and just.
Oh, and I can just run the drill through.
And you can just run the drill through.
I might do that then. Yeah.
Right. So I need Okay, we haven't got any girders. In that case, I'm going to need iron. I don't really have much iron either. Jeez. Right, well, let's crush down and cook up what we have got. And we're going to need some alloy. And the only reason I'm using this iron is because Stam's iron farm has been out of iron for quite a while. I think it might be broken.
Mr. Beardstone!
Oh, no. I'm just trying to cook up some... I'm just trying to cook up some iron. Oh, jeez. Yes, Foxy?
Hello, Mr. Beardstone.
Hello. Should I be concerned is my first question.
That depends how deep your pockets are.
How deep my pockets...
Hello, Stam.
Good job, Stam.
Nice.
Good job.
I wanted to be a part of something.
Oh.
So, I have successfully relocated my workshop. I haven't actually relocated it. I've duplicated it downstairs.
Right.
And thanks to me, you know, rather than the power company, which was busy when I needed it, I've actually fully installed the power myself using your system. And therefore, you should pay me for that and just come and check that I've done it right.
I bet you've hacked the system, haven't you, Foxy?
No, I have not hacked the system. Should we go down there?
Okay. Your elevator's a little bit flooded.
Yeah, it'll be all right. Don't worry about it.
Oh, all the
Let's
water
go
suddenly
down.
disappeared. Okay.
To the new workshop. Here we go.
This is weird. It looks exactly like the old one.
Yeah, it's weird that, isn't it? Yeah, look, I'm running off the thing. I put a power token in, pressed the button, and it worked, although your flywheel's not spinning and neither's that chain conveyor, but that speed controller you gave me access to is working fine.
Did you just take a schematic and then put it in down there then?
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, that's basically exactly what I was going to do. So,
Yeah, so I've saved you a job, so therefore I should get paid for my hard work.
well, actually, I mean, you're still going to get fined for damage to power
But I've
company
replaced
property.
it all with better quality blocks. None of that cheapo power station naff crap that you use. Oh, jeez.
See, you haven't put a roof on it or a floor.
Well, no, not yet. Well, look, I'm only... the thing is...
This is a safety hazard for the power workers who need to go down and collect the tokens, you know.
Well, somebody should have designed it better then, shouldn't they? And put a roof on a floor on it when they designed it.
I think you'll find they did put a floor on it. It was a stone floor.
No, no, it wasn't.
Cool. So, I mean, from what I can tell, it does seem to be working and doing its thing, and you don't seem to be hacking the system, which is that was the main concern.
Well, there you go then. See, so you owe me money.
No, I don't owe you money.
You do.
You saved yourself some money. That's what happened.
What? You were going to charge me for a new install?
Well, yeah, call-out charges. I mean, technically, you have still called me out.
Oh, no, they're just going straight away, Mr. Beardstone. They're going. My power tokens, I've just put a stack in. Oh, jeez.
Oh, dear.
So your dodgy power system doesn't work.
It sounds to me like after you installed the schematic, it wasn't set up correctly, but that's fine. I can sort that. Just a case of checking some filters.
I need all the tokens back out of there because this is brand new. So
you're missing a timer from here.
Let me go get you a timer. As Mr. Beardstone pretended he knew what he was doing.
But no, you're missing 2 timers.
2 timers, right?
And a redstone torch and a bit of redstone dust.
Right, okay. I'll go get them for you.
That goes across the top like that. That timer is now on in there. There we go. Let's chuck them in. One's gone through. That's what we wanted. I think we're missing another redstone torch down here. I think that's redstone link, and set that to 40 ticks.
Do you know when you've got broadband troubles so bad that you end up with an engineer come round, and the engineer pokes and prods and does exactly what you've already done because you know how to turn things off and on again, and then gets very confused about why he's even a broadband engineer in the first place because he doesn't seem to know anything about broadband engineering.
Mm-hmm.
That's
me.
I'm getting a lot of that going on right now. Well done, Mr. Beardstone. You got there in the end.
I did. Thank you for making that longer and harder than it needed to be, Foxy. Much appreciated. I will send the invoice in the post.
You're very well. Invoice? All of my time you've wasted not knowing what you're doing. I've just supplied you with all that. I'm charging you for parts.
You can try.
You'll receive my invoice.
Well, I think you'll find I've actually already supplied the parts. They're upstairs. You washed them away.
Look, I didn't. It was the water. The water did it.
The water did it. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, cool. Yeah, I'll drop the invoice off soon. Don't worry.
I bet you will. Jeez. Okay. Well, thanks, Mr. B.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Appreciate that. Bye.
Bye. Right, anyway, where were we? We were trying to make some girders. So I need to flatten a stack of iron, get a whole bunch of girders, and let's get the last bit of this building. Right, finally, the factory building is done. We still need to get some indoor lighting down here, but apart from that, we're looking good. There's one more major thing we're going to need to do over here, though, before we can actually start this factory, and that is to sort out one key ingredient. Lava. Now, we have an infinite lava lake over at the power station, but that's not particularly helpful for us because, well, we're not over at the power station, which means we're going to need to make a brand new lake over here. So I need to get myself a whole bunch of drills, a rope pulley. I need to dig a great big hole below this thing. And I think I am just going to do it directly underneath. I guess means I'm going to need to clear a little bit more space here just so I've got space to work. In fact, thinking about it, I've got a better idea. Because this isn't the only building that's actually going to need lava, so maybe we should actually have a dedicated building that's just for the infinite lava, and then from there we can sort of pump it all out where we need to go, and so on. But I don't want to be making another building today. Ah, creeper! I don't want to be making another building today, however, so maybe I should just pick a location, put the pit on the surface, and then we can worry about making it all look nice another time. Let's get a bird's eye view here. I mean, this is already looking pretty pit-like, but I don't think I want to be draining out the water and then refilling that with lava. I think I want something a bit more purpose-built. So what I might actually do is just put it here, put it next door to the building where we're going to be using it. I think that kind of makes sense. And the pit itself is a 20 by 20 area. Although we could just go deeper and do it 10 by 10 instead. We do a 10 by 10 square and then go down 50 blocks. That'll give us the 10,000 blocks we need. So if we build a drill within this pit here, we're going to need 100 drills and send them straight down 50 blocks. Then we'll have a nice pit. Although if we were to go a little bit bigger, then we can also line the edge of the pit. Maybe we should do that. Which means I'm going to need about 150 drills, give or take. Problem is that's going to take a whole lot of iron. Let's go see what we can rustle up. Actually, while I think of it, can't I buy drills from Chosen? Does he sell drills? Sure he does. Yeah, there we go. 1 diamond for 16. Well, we're going to buy loads of drills. I cannot afford this purchase. Oh, I forgot me diamonds. Right, let's get those drills. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to building our factory, we're going to need a bunch of other things as well. But what I might do is actually stock up. We're going to need those, and those. We're going to need a bunch of vaults, maybe some barrels. We'll get some of them anyway, just in case. We might need depots. We're definitely going to need some of these. We're fine for chutes. We're going to need a bunch of millstones. Gearboxes are always handy. Grab some casing as well. This is a big old shopping list. Over to you. Look at that. That's going to save us loads of time. Excellent. So I'm also going to need a rope pulley. Going to need some super glue. And we should probably take a speed controller as well, just so we can do this nice and quickly. Now let's start by getting this drill down. Get that glued together. Oh, missed one. Going to need a bunch of storage. Probably not anywhere near that much, but I'd rather have too much than not enough. And we need the rope pulley. And now we just need to get some power over here. And of course, we do have lots of power coming in just over this way, which I do still need to route into this building over here. In fact, I think I might have it come in this corner. So let's just bring this power out this way. Then we're going to crank up the power as we go around this corner, I think. Yep, there we go. Right, so that's got power up here. Now let's just get it over to the lakeside as well. Then if I connect that, there we go. We start drilling. Looks about deep enough. Let's have a little check. So this is Y74 and the bottom is Y8. So yes, there's definitely enough space there. Probably a little bit too much, to be honest. So we can probably bring this up to, say, 15. That'll give us 60 blocks, 10 blocks of clearance at the top. This feels about right. So we'll put in a false floor right about here. Right, that should just about do it. Now what I need to do is actually put some walls around this thing, because I don't want to dig into it from the side. I want to know where the lava actually starts. So we're going to put in a probably deep slate floor and some walls, and then we'll figure out how we're actually going to fill it up. There we go, 1 pit to put lava in, and that's about the level it should come up to, which is a little bit lower than I was expecting, but it'll be fine. At least it'll be fine once we figure out how we're actually going to get lava into it. And we've got a couple of options, really. We could either set up a portal system so that we get it in from the nether and just empty buckets in, but that could be a bit of a pain to sort out, especially considering we have portals on the nether roof not too far away. But there is another option, and that involves giant tanks and contraptions. So if we head back to storage, what I want to do is to make a couple of giant tanks, but we've only got 16 fluid tanks there, and that's not going to be enough at all. Got a whole bunch of copper though, so we can get this cooked up. We can flatten it. We can probably buy a bunch more barrels from Chosen, because I really don't have that many. And then we're just going to stick a giant tank on a contraption. Then we can hook that up to our current lava source, fill up the tank, and empty it at the other end. And we'll just do that a couple of times. It's not going to be the quickest thing in the world, but it's going to be a lot less messy than trying to get into the nether. So over here, I want a whole bunch of barrels, please, Chosen, because I don't have that much wood. Oh, I don't actually have enough space for all of these. Didn't really think that one through. So let's get our copper cooking, and now we need to flatten it, but not all of it. We're going to keep some of it because we're also going to need some pipes and things. We finally have loads of tanks, so now I just need to make a giant one over here. So on looking at the capacity of this one, that is 1,000 buckets, which means I'd need to do this 10 times to fill up that one over there. Let's make this taller. There we go. Now it will hold 2,000 buckets. Now let's get that stuck together. Now we'll just do that, and that is one giant tank. But I think it makes sense to have 2 of these, because then we can be filling one up while we're emptying another one. And there we go, 2 giant tanks. So now what I need to do is tap into my lava source over here. So I think the best way for me to do this is just going to be to connect to these ones here, but I don't want to set up the contraption indoors because I've made it absolutely massive and it will destroy everything. So let's put a rail here, our contraption, and the cart assembler, which will make it solid. And we'll just pull this pipe all the way over here. No, not like that. That's going to make a right mess. And there we go. That should start filling up our tank. And it's doing it fairly quickly as well, which is good. Then once this one fills up, we'll drop another one down, go over to the other side, and start emptying it out. The good news is, because the power station is in permanently loaded chunks, this will fill up even when we're not here. Our lava has filled up, which is good. So what I need to do now is a bit of that and a bit of that, just so we don't have any leakages. Leakages? Spillages, that's what I meant. So we can pick up the full tank, put down the full tank again. Yep, good job, Beardy. Put down the empty tank. Then that should start filling up that one. Oh, there we go. I destroyed my redstone torch, but other than that, it's working fine. Now we just need to set up a small system to pump out all the lava. I will start by just chucking down the contraption, making sure that's solid. Then we need some pipes going into a hose pulley. I'll tell you what I didn't bring. Didn't bring a hand crank, and we're going to need one of those. Back we go. Right, now we need to lower this fluid hose thingy all the way. Well, actually, no, not all the way down. We need to lower it down to maybe one more than that. Yeah, that looks about right. Then we need a pump there going that way. Cog, gearbox, another gearbox there that needs to be vertical like that, and a shaft, and that should start pumping out all the lava. Yep, there we go. And over time, that's gradually going to fill up, which is exactly what we want. We just need to wait for this one to empty, then we can go back and get the other one, swap them over again, and so on. And as long as we stay here, then we should be filling up the other one and emptying this one at the same time. But this is going to take me absolutely forever, and the episode's getting quite long now, so we're going to wrap this one up, but at least that means next time we have everything we need to actually build this Tuff Farm. And then we can put Drillbit to work and build our massive railway to actually connect that up over here as well. That's going to be a big one. But if you made it this far, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Wait a minute, I've done my maths wrong. A 10 by 10 hole that's 50 deep is only 5,000 blocks. Last time on Just Create, I routed power thousands of blocks to connect Stam's village and my new industrial island to the grid, built a big building ready for today's factory, and installed a lava lake that I initially made half the size it needed to be. But I have rectified that now. I just dug down another 25 blocks below it, I raised it up a little bit at the top, and now we do actually have a bottomless supply. Because it's over 10,000 blocks, not the 5,000 I originally dug it out as. Silly Beardy. But that means I now have all the key things here I need to be able to build this Tuff factory, and then we can dig out the train tunnel and finally put Drillbit to use. It's been a long time coming. But first, while we were actually filling these lava tanks between episodes, Stam came over to see me. Roll the footage.
Could you come with me to the train station?
Yes. What have you done? You did turn off those drills, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't do that.
Okay. Good. You had me worried.
I did make a new addition to the platform, though.
Oh, did you? Oh, a train.
This is my interior.
Oh, my days. Why has it got drills?
Yes, actually. I put that there as detail, and then I was like, I'm using some drills to detail at the front here.
Right, but technically you could just gouge a hole and stuff. Yeah,
I didn't want to accidentally do that. So
cool.
the detailing
I like it.
Worked out.
Oh, that's clever. The water wheels with the colouring to make it match the train. I like. Very nice train.
Yes, I was using crushing wheels, but I didn't like the gap. But this is really nice. Anyways, this wasn't what I actually wanted to show you.
Okay, right.
I saw this.
Oh, yes.
And
to
I
let.
was thinking,
Mhm.
since this is the, you know, a train station, it's all about travel and stuff. Gunpowder, rockets, here.
I mean, rockets makes much more sense than gunpowder. So opening with gunpowder
I
was a
will
bit weird. I'll
probably
be honest.
say
That was a
rockets,
bit
yeah,
weird. That was
yeah.
a bit weird. Okay, cool. So you want to? I mean, it says to let. I haven't just misspelled
What does
toilet.
to let mean?
To rent, basically. But
Oh,
instead of having to hound you for rent every month, you can just buy the space outright.
all right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want for it?
Well, as you know, on this server we have giant drills, so diamonds
We
are
do
easy
have
to
giant
come
drills.
by. So,
Yes.
it is the first one though, and it's only a stall,
Mm-hmm.
no electricity. So, how about 32 diamonds?
30 diamonds?
Yep, flat rate, job done, all yours. Do what you want
Yeah.
with it. You can decorate it as you wish. You can tear it down and build something else in its place if you really want. But
No, I think I'm gonna keep it and just decorate a bit. But here you go.
Yeah.
32 diamonds.
Cool, lovely.
Right there. Also, wait, I need to just check this because I just spotted this. Oh, this is also to rent. Oh, coming soon. No, you got some plans here. It is a train station, and I will be making a flower shop in the future.
Yeah.
Flowers in a train station.
Yeah,
Like
that's what this stall was for.
Oh, you're making a flower farm?
No, my
No?
plan was to sell it to you once you make the flower farm. I said it's got coming
Oh.
soon and future plans. My future plan is to sell it to you, but for much more than that one was.
Yes, because I.
That one was
I
the
see.
law. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. You've
How much
rumbled
you
me
want for
too
this one,
early.
Brady?
This one's 3 stacks. It's fully decorated. He's buying this one right now as well. I thought this was going to happen in like a few episodes' time. This is awesome. I like it.
Yeah,
And nearly all of these diamonds are going to end up going to Chosen because I just keep buying all my creative components now. So,
Yeah, I feel like he's gonna become a very rich man. He could have priced it probably like 4 times as high, and I still would have bought everything there.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Every time I
Don't-
go
don't
over there,
say
I'm
that
like,
out loud.
oh, I just need some volts, and then I leave.
Yeah,
having spent
and then I buy
2
like
stacks
and
of
I
diamonds.
leave with a shulker box.
Yeah, like all the stuff. This was the lure.
Yeah, I saw the flowers
This
and I was like,
pointed over here.
ooh, I mean, buying flowers in a train station. That seems
Yeah, exactly. The thing
romantic.
is, like, I had an inkling you were going to buy this one. That's why I made it red, like rockets and things like that.
Oh yeah.
I pointed the flowers over here, so when you were setting up that one,
You've
you'd keep
just
looking at the
absolutely-
flowers. Yeah,
You just absolutely read me for this. Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Hook, line, and sinker straight off the bat, and now I've got 3.5
Honestly,
stacks of
yeah, yeah.
diamonds to spend at Chosen's shop. And since then, look at this. He's actually already got his shops in. So this guy over here sells rockets and gunpowder. A diamond for 64 for the rockets and 3 diamonds for 64 gunpowder. Oh, that's a premium. But he has got the market sewn up and there's a lot of diamonds on this server, so that sounds fair to me. If anything, I'd say the rockets should be a bit more expensive. And then over here, we've got a temporary moss shop being manned by a horse. Okay. 1 diamond for 128 moss. That's going to come in very handy. And it's nice to see a train here as well. I can't wait to get my one in. But that's not for today. For today, we need to get this Tuff factory built. So let's quickly hop over to the creative world and have a quick recap of what we actually need to do. So this is basically what we're going to be making. So we've got a cobble generator here, and then we've got a couple of crushers making gravel. Some of that gravel is then getting milled down into flint, which is then getting mixed with the gravel from here. So we've got the gravel, the flint, and then we've got the lava. That then makes andesite, which goes into this one over here, which then gets mixed with cobble and lava. And why isn't that? Oh, okay, it's banked up. I think it's just because the vault is full and we're not actually using threshold switches over here at the moment. So yeah, the farm is going to continue to overflow. But basically that andesite, another line from the cobble generator, gets mixed with lava, and that's how we get Tuff, which isn't a default create recipe. It is something that we've had added into the pack by Stam's Tweaks. So if you do try this in base create, it's not going to work. That is your warning. But if you're playing on the Just Create SMP pack, or if you've got Stam's Tweaks installed, then you'll be absolutely fine. But this is basically what we need to squeeze into that building. I'm probably going to do things a bit smaller, use smaller vaults. We're probably not going to generate as much cobble and just generally scale it down a little bit. But this is essentially what we're after, which means I need to go grab a whole load of create resources. But thanks to Chosen's shop, that shouldn't be too difficult. Right, so we've got an empty building and I've got a couple of boxes of create components, which I'm hoping is going to be enough to build what we need. I think we're going to start with the cobble generator and work our way round. And because we need cobble at the start of the process and at the end, I'm thinking we'll sort of go round the room in a big loop. Hopefully that's going to work out. So we'll start with a vault here, and we need to make sure we're leaving space for drills and power. So let's just stick in a small vault for cobble. That'll do fine. Then we want a bunch of chutes to actually put the cobble into the vault. And then we're going to put the drills on top, which means these lights are already in the way. Not to worry. Right, so we'll put a bit of glass there. So the lava's going to sit on top of that. So we want to put cobble in here just to prime the machine. Because the way that things work now in Create Mod 6 means that we can just put lava here, then we can put drills pointing directly at this cobble, and this block here will never get broken. So as long as we waterlog the drill here and have lava here, it's going to constantly keep cobble there, and this drill's just going to make it. It's not actually going to generate any entities. It's just going to put cobble directly into the chute below it. And the good thing is that means that if we double up and put drills on top as well, then from each piece of cobble or each cobble generated here, we're actually going to get 2. And then if we do the same thing on this side as well, because we've got 5 on each side, we're going to be getting 20 cobble every time it drills, which is a whole lot of cobble. And because it doesn't produce entities, we shouldn't have any leakages or problems like that. Problems we are going to have, though, involve these girders because they're in the way, and the fact that I didn't bring any lava or water with me, but that's fine. We can get some. Let's just get the last of these drills in here, and then we'll hook up some power. We're going to use chain drives across the top here. If we stick another one out on each side over here, get chain drives on the back of these ones too, and extend those out, and we'll do the same on this side. Then we just need a shaft there and there with a vertical gearbox, and then we can link those with the ones on this side doing the same thing. All right, so that's all of our drills powered. Now I just need to get this hooked up to here. So we'll stick another vertical gearbox in there. Shaft's coming down, and I don't want to connect that up just yet because, well, we haven't set up the rest of the machine. Now, before we load this up with lava and water, let's protect ourselves from leakages. Right, so the cobble generator should be good to go. Should have brought a bed with me. Could make one. I mean, I don't have shears, but there are other ways.
It's Beardstone.
Oh, yep, he's found me. Yes, Foxy? Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good, good, good. Just building my first actual factory farm thing.
But it's so far away from where we live.
Well, I did have a closer place, but you'll never guess who dug a giant hole underneath it.
Well, I'd like to say Stan, but I know it was eggs.
Yeah, it was definitely eggs. Yeah, get out of my boxes. Yeah.
Mr. Beardstone, it seems though you're in such a good mood today. I would like to request that you tell me where the Azarine is. Give me some crimsite, 2 mangrove doors, and 21 stripped warped hyphae, please.
Have you got a bed?
Yes, at home.
Right. Same here. I don't have one with me.
Have you got any wood? There's a sheep here.
So yeah, I did consider that. I was eyeing up the sheep, but I don't have any shears on me. Well, I guess we don't need shears after all. Yep. Yeah,
I got enough wool now. Have you got any wood?
Well, there's a tree over here. You might as well take that out as well, to be honest, at this stage.
Okay, yeah. Let's get this one there. There we go. We don't want to take the whole tree down. That'd be mean, wouldn't it? I need one more.
No, don't you even think about it. You chop down that whole tree, Foxy.
No.
Mr. Foxy No Tail.
I'm very eco-conscious. I
want to know where the Azarine is?
Yes.
Yeah, thought so. Foxy?
Yeah. Half a heart. Literally half a heart.
Half a heart. Well, I saw you were in full diamond. I was like, he'll probably live.
I haven't got my... Jeez. Wow.
Oh, Foxy!
Thanks,
no,
Mr.
Foxy, no! Oh my god. Oh, I've got tears in my eyes. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious. I have actual tears in my eyes, Foxy.
Mid Beardstone.
Oh, my days. Oh, that's hilarious.
Spawn.
I literally had no idea where the second one was. Did you spawn on top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm poorly now, and I've got no way to get back into my base because it's in the sky.
Haven't you got a lift?
Yeah, but that's underwater now, like miles down. I can't. Mid down.
Oh, Foxy.
Thank you
That
for
is
that.
the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. I thoroughly enjoyed every moment of that.
Yeah, you've been very helpful. You know, you've been really nice to me today. Is there something wrong? You're not feeling okay?
I don't know. I'm obviously just in a good mood, Foxy. I'm in an even
Must
better
be.
mood after seeing you blow up. No, I mean nothing personal. It was just hilarious.
Yeah, no, you know.
Yeah. In
These
fact, it
things
was that
happen.
funny. I'm going to play it again. Oh, Foxy!
Thanks,
no,
Mr. B.
Foxy, no!
Oh, if only you had the clips of all the times I died to drowns today. I'm still one death behind you, though.
Has it been one of the... Oh, let me just rub it in. It's been one of those days, though, has it?
It's been one of those days, yeah.
All right.
Right.
Well,
See you later,
toodles.
bud. Thanks for that. Bye. How do I get home?
Well, it's always nice to be civil to Foxy once in a while, and seeing him blow up really tickled me. I mean, it's destroyed a bit of my landscape, but totally worth it. Right, now, where were we? Ah, yes, the cobble generator. Right, so we know that that's going to work. What I am going to do, though, is put in a clutch and a threshold switch, just so this thing does turn off when it gets full to a certain amount. So we'll just put that on the back with a redstone link, a clutch up there with a redstone link, set that to receive. And I'm supposed to be always using at least one slab in my redstone links, but I don't have any on me, so guess we're gonna need a bit of wood because I don't have a crafting table either. Right, so we'll set this one to a wooden plank at the bottom, and I think we probably just want to use cobble on the top, don't we? And let's just grab a bit of that and connect those up. So I just need to set this now. So the vault can hold 900 stacks. So let's stop it when it gets to 870, and we'll start it again when it gets below, say, 400. Just an arbitrary number there, but that's fine. So now we've got our cobble generator. The next thing we need to do is split it into 2 lanes. One that's going to go into a grinder and then a load of millstones, and another one that's just going to get ground up into gravel. So I think we'll do the millstones at the front here and work it out from there. Now, first up, let's just get some power over here. I reckon we can just run it underneath this bit, although that's going the wrong way. So let's just stick another one of those in. Then we'll have a belt coming out to here. Send one off over this way somewhere. Then another one going this way. And let's just get these belts in. So that one going that way, this one running down here somewhere, and that one going back this way. Now, if we put a brass tunnel there, that will split off the cobble into 2 even streams. We're going to want to funnel there. Then we'll put crushing wheels in here. If we do that, whoa, I'm off. That one there, and then stick a shaft in the middle. They'll be spinning the right way. And a couple of those on. But we're also going to want crushing wheels on this belt. In fact, that is, whoop, and again. That is all this belt needs is some crushing wheels. So let's just do the same thing here. Get those in. All right, so this column's going to make gravel, and that will go into a vault at the end there once we figure out how many millstones we're going to put in, which is what we want to do here. That means I need another vertical gearbox there. I need a horizontal one there, and a shaft going that way. So if I put a cog there, then I should just be able to line up a bunch of millstones. Well, I had 8 of them, and that seems to fit quite nicely with the belt I randomly placed down. So, yep, let's just stick with that for now. We can always change it later if we need to. So we'll have all of those funnels taking stuff into the millstones. And then I guess we're going to need another belt here. We'll have those spit out the gravel they make onto this belt here. And then we'll just put a couple of vaults at the back here. One for the gravel, one for the flint. Just like that. Right, looking good. So next thing I want to do, threshold switches. So let's stick one in here. And these are the same size vaults. So once again, they can hold up to 900. So we'll just set them to the same random values. That'll be fine. And what I want to do is turn off these funnels here when that threshold limit is reached, because then that will stop this from making more flint. That should do the trick nicely. So for the gravel, we haven't really got anywhere to put a threshold switch. So I'm going to quickly make one. So if we do that and then... uh-oh. Okay, we didn't get crushed to death. This is good, but let's be a bit more careful. So if we were to do that, then stick a threshold switch there on this one. Use a redstone link, and once again, set it to the same numbers. And we can put the receiver on this one. Let's quickly make a little bit of gravel, and we'll use that in the redstone link. And what that will do is lock this output and stop any cobble from coming through when that's full. So that's cobble done, that's gravel done, and that is also flint done. I'd say that's some pretty good progress so far, and fairly compact as well. But now comes the difficult bit, and we're going to need lava as well, so maybe I should get some tanks to stick a lava tank in here, and then we can just pump it around the factory where we need it. And we are going to put a nice building around this, make it all look good and blend in with the area, but for now I think I'm just going to run a pipe directly into, well, this building over here, I guess. But we'll run it underground so it's all a little bit tidier. But because that's an infinite pit, we can just pump it into a tank, and then from there, because it will look cool, just then pump it around the factory. But yes, I do need some more tanks. Right, I've got some tanks. Let's just put in a small storage unit here. And then I just need to get that hooked over to our lava pump, which is right about here. Okay, let's just run that underground over here. Now I just need to put a pump in there. And then we can lower this down, because that doesn't need to be up there anymore. Put a cog in there. And let's turn that around the right way. And yep, that is definitely a bottomless supply. It says it right there on the hose pulley. That is good. And that should be filling up our tank. Yep, wonderful. All right, so we have lava. We are going to want to get that lava out, however, but I would also like a little bit of control over it. So we're going to use the valve here. Get that turned around that way, just so we have control over whether it's open or closed. But I don't want to go setting fire to myself. So I reckon if we run them underground here, if we line up the mixers opposite the vault, then we can just use ejectors to fling stuff over into them. Because we need to input lava and 2 items and then still be able to get stuff out, but I just want them all in a row. And when we were playing around on stream, ejectors were definitely the answer. Might not be the fastest way to fill these up, but it's probably going to be the most convenient. So if we set up these ejectors to fling from there over to there, and we're going to use andesite funnels above the ejectors because for some reason, when we tried it with the brass ones, it just wouldn't offload anything onto the ejector place. It was very weird, but it's fine. This will be able to keep up with the system anyway. So next up, we need a bunch of presses. So that's got the flint going in. That's got the lava going in. We just need to get the gravel, which is over here. And I think for that, we're going to go up and over. Put a belt in across there and then stick another one in across the front. We can then load these up from the belts and then eject them onto a belt over on this side. So I just need a couple of chutes in there and a funnel there. So that should bring the gravel over and down into this. We need to make sure this is all blocked off though. And we need to get power over here. In fact, we need to power a bunch of things. So that will power the ejectors. Everything over this side is actually powered. So how about we grab the power from there, send it to here, and then use a few encased chain drives. That is going in the wrong direction. That's better. And more chain drives there. That gets the power over to this side. So if we stick a vertical gearbox there, a couple more chain drives, would a vertical gearbox in there work? That is indeed going the right way. Excellent. Then this one just needs that, and then that one's going the right way. It's all working out quite nicely. We need to block the end of that so the stuff doesn't go flying off. And then we need a vault here that is going to store all of the andesite that this machine is making. Now I just need a pump for the lava down here. So a vertical gearbox there with a cog and a pump there. So that should do the trick. Obviously the valve is off at the moment, but if we turn that on, yep, that's pumping lava through. Excellent. And we just need one of those there. And I want to hook up a threshold switch and clutch on this one as well. Oh, no, don't do that. So let's put a clutch in here, because that will turn off that entire system. Threshold switch in here. And we're going to filter that one for andesites with that one set to receive. Okay, so only one step left to go now. The first thing I need is more lava. So let's hook up onto those pipes over there. So we'll have these ones here like this. And once again, we're going to use ejectors to get the items in. And then we're going to need to run belts around the back here from the cobble generator. That's going to feed all the cobble into there for us. We're going to need some power over here. So I wonder, can we do that under here? In fact, I want to isolate this system from that system because of the way the threshold switches work. So maybe I should link this one up to this side. Right, so that's the power all hooked up for these bits. Going to need a vault to store the finished product in. So let's just stick that in the middle here. Get that powered. Good job. We're going to want a threshold switch on here and a clutch, which I think is best going to be fitted in here. Redstone link on there, and we'll set this up. We'll set that one to tough and a slab. Oh, no, that's the receiver. So that's checking for tough. Okay, I think we just need to get the mixers in on this one. And then I think we might be ready to actually get the lava and water in and start this machine up. So far, I'd say it's been fairly painless. So mixers. Get 4 of those in. And if we adjust this to a vertical one, we can just do that, and we need one more cog. There we go. Now the mixers are going. Awesome. Let's turn the lava on. These things should be filling up. Excellent. Let's get this loaded up. So lava in the top, just like that, and then water in the drills. Okay, so I think we're good to turn this thing on. And we haven't tested any of this as we've gone along. We've just gone on faith. So let's hope that that pays off. So let's plug it in. See what happens. Okay, so cobble's being generated. That is coming out of here. This is good. That's getting turned into gravel on this side. And it's getting turned into gravel. And yeah, look, this is starting to fill up already. It means we're starting to get flints. That is now starting to get flung over here into these mixing bowls. And why don't we have gravel coming out? Because I've forgotten to put the funnel on there. There we go. Right, now the gravel's going over. Yep, that's pressing. That's making andesite for us, which is now getting flung over there. And I've done these belts ever so slightly wrong. Extend that out, reattach all of that again, stick a shaft in there. Right, so that should now start making tuff. And they'll all gradually come on as they fill up with cobble. And there goes our tuff. With that, the system works. Question is, how much are we producing? Let's make a quick sign and figure it out. So for this, we're going to need a brass tunnel there. We'll stick a sign at the top. And then we'll link that to this item throughput per hour. So how much are we getting per hour? I mean, it's varying wildly, but definitely over 10,000. This is good. We're going to have loads of tuff. Well, I'd say factory success. And as I say, it might not be the most efficient thing. I mean, we've got gravel backing up here, for example, but it's absolutely fine. As long as we're getting tuff, I'm happy. In fact, let's find out exactly how much tuff we've got. Can I not do that from a threshold switch anymore? Guess we're probably going to need a smart observer for that then. So this is good. Now I just need to go AFK for a while, I guess, and let the tuff build up, and then we can actually run our train and finally build that tunnel. Well, the farmer's now fully warmed up, it seems. I'm now producing 37,000 per hour, which is absolutely crazy. That's a whole lot of stuff. But I think what I want to do here is maybe add a big sort of hanging display board that just tells me how much I've got of everything around here, which means I am going to need some of those smart observers as well. Oh my days, look at the size of that. That looks cool. Anyway, what are we here for? Display boards. Within moments of me arriving back at spawn, however...
Miss Beardstone!
Foxy? Foxy?
I found a man. There's a man on my boat.
What do you mean there's a man on your boat?
There's a man on my boat. He
Was it you?
cardboard, and now he's a man.
Who? Who
There's
was
a lot
it?
of man.
I don't know. I didn't look long enough to see who it was, but I didn't recognize them. They're different.
Panicking a little bit there, Foxy.
Right,
Wait,
is
There's
anyone
a
else
man on
around?
my
Sure you're
boat.
not-
I literally just finished making it. I've got one bit to glue, and there's a man in it.
So Foxy was very clearly panicked about something, and over the next couple of minutes, we made our round the spawn crater as he told anyone that would listen.
There's a man in my boat.
What?
There is a package.
There's a man.
There
on
is
my
a man
boat.
there. There is a man.
Can't just come up here and say there's a man.
There's a man.
That's what
What do
Foxy
you mean
said.
there's a man?
There is a
There's a
man.
man.
Foxy
I
said.
saw it.
A man?
A man.
There's
on
a
my
man
Or
on
a
my
package.
man.
It could be one of both.
Okay.
Look, there he is.
What
Yeah,
is-
look.
There
what
he is. He's
that?
jumping around down there.
Oh my goodness, you've been building. Wait.
He was cardboard, and now he's a man.
But then we actually went to the boat. He wasn't joking. There was actually a man here.
There was actually a man. It wasn't just
Man.
a rogue cardboard
Who
box.
keeps letting random people
I
in
did.
here? What are you?
I
Poke
bought a
him with
How?
your
Where
extendo
did you
grip.
get this ship?
See if he's
Foxy?
real.
He's definitely real.
Wait, he's not
Yeah,
a
but-
ghost. Can we poke him? Oh yeah, we can
Oh
poke him.
my
okay.
goodness.
Whoa,
I bought
brutal.
a ticket to be here.
What?
From who?
Chosen, have you been handing out things again?
I was not. I don't
Are
think.
you?
Is he nice though?
Well, I just did get hit 2 or 3 times, and I haven't done a thing yet. So
We stood around for a while discussing how this man could have randomly appeared in the world. I mean, it's fine. I mean, you say you bought a ticket to get here. I mean, my question is, how did this
Yeah.
boat get here? It's literally
that's also my
it's in a
question.
lake. Like, where did
That's
this
what
come
I'm
from?
thinking.
I make
That's a
it
question
is
for
to take me
Foxy.
to my new base.
So you made a boat
Mhm.
with a
Yes.
stowaway on it.
No,
It's
look,
your fault.
I was.
It's
Who'd you buy
Foxy's
this
fault.
from?
Punch him into the
I
water,
don't-
Chosen.
No, don't do it. I was just look. I've been. Do you know how hard it is gluing this in survival? This is a nightmare. I've been doing it all day, and then the drown killed me again, and then I glued a bit more, and I was just done. The last piece, there's one more bit to glue, and I went downstairs, and there was a cardboard box talking to me, and it turned into a man.
that is one version of the story.
Wait, where did you? You didn't by chance use a schematic cannon, did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh my god. Did you check the schematic cannon before?
Oh my.
Well, I
Foxy,
gave
did
it a
you
quick check just to
schematic
make sure
cannon
every-
in a new
What?
person.
Thank you.
You completely bypassed the pre-check of the schematic cannon.
Well, so it's my fault, is it, that there's a man?
I mean,
Well,
it's
it's on your
boat.
ship.
Do you want to stay? You're welcome to stay.
Yeah, I had intended to. I didn't actually know anybody was going to be here. Our scouts said this was uninhabited, and they're definitely
What scouts?
incorrect about that. Yeah, there was not supposed to be anybody here, and you've got moving machinery, and what is all of this?
It's just create, mate. It's just create.
Just great.
Yeah, it's just great.
He said it.
Following a bunch more discussion, Stam decided to take it upon himself to show Legion around, and even offered him a place to stay, which was very nice. Which makes it suspicious, because it's Stam. So, yeah, that happened. Another new friend. And do be sure to go check out Legion V's channel. He makes some amazing create content. So he does seem to think he's from Rome. But anyway, I want to get a great big board in over here. So I've got a bunch of smart observers and lots of display boards. And I'm trying to decide where to put it. I'm thinking maybe just on the top of this box here might be good. And then if we just stick a display link here, for example, what do we get? Amount of items. List matching items, I think that makes sense. Put that on line 1, but we do need to sort out some power for this thing first. And I think from there is going to be the easiest way. Right, there we go. Now that should have numbers on it. Yep, look at that, 66,560 tough. That is a whole lot of tough. No wonder, maybe what we can also do is put the throughput on the line below of items per hour, which is obviously currently 0 because this thing is full. And we're going to display that on line 2 as well. And in theory, that should flick between the fill level of 96% and items per hour. Now, the rest of these, I don't care how many items we get per hour, but I would like to know how much is in there. So we're just going to set this to list matching items. That on line 4. 35k andesite. That's good. But let's show the full number. And then we're going to add gravel, which is going to be on line 5. Do flint on line 6. Which is probably, yeah, pretty much 0 at the moment. And then on line 3, we're actually going to have cobble. All right, there we go. Now we've got some good signage. But I'm very pleased with all this. I think it's come out well. I mean, it could do with a few more sort of designy touches, and we definitely need to sort out the outside a bit. But we've got 66,000 tough. I think it's about time we put drill bit to use. And let's just grab a load of this. I haven't set up a proper storage system here, but I will. Right, I've got a whole load of tough, but I need it to be different kinds of tough. So I've got a whole lot of crafting to do before I can go any further. Well, I've just come over here to my train to find not only is it derailed after Stam used it, but he's also left it absolutely loaded full of cobble. Unbelievable. So before I can do anything, I'm going to have to empty all of this out. But I think I've got an idea of how we can do that fairly quickly. There we go, that should do it. Just a quick little offloading system into a temporary vault. But that's probably going to take a while to unload, so while that's happening, I think I'm going to go sort out the train signals in this yard here, because we've got a massive... Where's the mountain? There was a mountain there. There was literally an entire mountain. That looks like a face. But yeah, there was definitely a mountain here before. I mean, I'm glad it's gone because it saved me a job, but yeah, unexpected. Anyway, right, signals. Yes, we've got lots and lots of rail around here, and we've got absolutely no signaling going on. And we are going to build fancy, nice-looking signals at some point in future, but for now, we just need to get some stuff down. And we do know that trains are going on the left-hand side, so let's do this one junction at a time. We want to make sure we've got entry and exit points on every single junction. What I also want to do is make sure that every entry point that we have is a brass junction. So what this means is that the train will only enter into this section of track if it can get completely out of it as well. Whereas the ones that aren't brass, a train will enter this section only if no other train is in this entire section of track, but it doesn't need to be clear on the other side of it. So basically you want to be using these brass ones on smaller junctions, but only on the entries, not the exits. Okay, so this point here is an exit, but it's also an entrance. So this one here does actually still need to be brass. Then we want this junction to be here. Another signal there for an exit. Another exit here. And a third exit here. This side, this one here is an entrance signal. This one's an exit. This one here is an exit. This one's an entrance, although I suppose this one is also an entrance into this set of junctions, so let's make that one brass as well. So that's the first two junctions done, and if we hold a signal box in our hands, we can see the color coding. So each block of color is a section. So if there's a train anywhere on these green lines, another train is not going to enter it. The same goes for this blue section here, and then this yellow section, which is of course different to this yellow section. Now I just need to do the same over on this side. All right, I think I've got all the signals in. So we've got yellow sections this way, then we've got a blue junction, yellow in the station, then we've got a green section, yellow bits, the 6 different green lines there, then 2 yellow ones. Yeah, I think we're good. That should work. How's our offloading getting on? Aha! Looks like we're done. Excellent. So let's just pull the train forward a little bit so we're no longer linked up to that. We'll worry about what to do with that vault later, but we can probably just glue it together and move it somewhere, I guess. Right, so I've got a bunch of tuff and coarse dirt and other bits and bobs in here that we're going to need. But what I don't have is anywhere to go, which means we're going to need to make ourselves a bunch of rail. And I think I'm going to do this side first, actually, because this one here, I do actually kind of need to bend the rail and move it a little bit further away, because I want to have 2 separate tunnels for the lines as opposed to 1 big tunnel. But in order to get Drillbert to run, I do need to give him some rail to run on. So we're going to dig a nice big long tunnel here. Now, we only have 44 bits of train track at the moment, so we're definitely going to need to make some more of that. I mean, there is a machine down there that would do it, but the problem is we're very low on iron right now. So I guess this is just going to be a bit of a tester, and in between episodes, I'm going to have to solve the rail problem. But for now, we'll make do with what we've got and go as far as we can. Well, 44 blocks, I guess. Now let's move our train onto the correct line. And now it's finally time to actually test this thing out. So initially, I just want to have the drills and the floor being sorted. Then from here, we'll also start the tunnel. And there we go. Yeah, the tunnel is building. Look at that. So let's just get this first section built as far as we can, and then we'll take a look. Well, we've reached the end of the track already. Oh dear. Let's turn everything off, reverse the train out, and yeah, I think the tunnel's looking pretty good. Oh, we haven't laid down the coarse dirt on the sides though. But apart from that, I'd say we're looking pretty good. We're going to need to get some light in this tunnel as well. So I do have lanterns, and I'm going to need my extendo grip for that. Let's quickly go grab it. So for lighting, we just want to put lanterns every sort of 10 blocks or so. And that is basically it. That's what our tunnel's going to look like. I mean, it will have coarse dirt on the sides here as opposed to whatever's just been left behind, and it will continue on till an exit, so it won't have this giant stone wall at the end, obviously, because that would be terrible for any trains going through the tunnel. I'll need to tidy up the entrance here as well, but if you imagine 2 of these sitting next to each other, going in each direction, it's going to look lovely. But it's about a 3,000 block railway we need to build to get to our island, so that's something that's going to have to wait for next episode when I've actually got the rail to do it. But sadly, that's all we've got time for. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.
Miss Beardstone?
Yeah?
Can you go down onto my boat and see if there's any more men in it?
Last time on Just Create, we built a factory to generate all the tuff we need for our train lines, welcomed a new friend to the server by punching them a few times, and watched Foxy explode. No, Foxy, no! Today, we tackle a project that we've been building up to for weeks. A massive railway line that's going to connect to the spawn over here, all the way down to our industrial island here, but we're also going to go via this island here, because this is where we're going to be building our main base. So we need to build a gigantic rail, which is probably going to involve quite a lot of bridges, so I don't know if we'll get the whole thing completed today, but we're going to try our best. And although we do have all the tuff we need, thanks to the factory we've built, and we built our little tester tunnel at the end of last episode, we don't have any rail. So that's going to be our first task, get lots and lots of rail made up. But luckily, Stam has a machine for just that. So if I grab a whole bunch of stone and a whole bunch of iron, then we can make a whole load of track. But this is going to take a while. 1 cup of tea later, we've got over 2 shulker boxes of track, which means we should have plenty to start planning our routes. Now, for the route planning, the first bit shouldn't be too bad because we've already dug out a straight line. We can see daylight at the end there. That's the other side of the mountain. And I've also moved this track over here because I do want to have a central line dividing the 2 sides of the track. But this one's also cut through to the other side of the mountain. But first up, let's just get these tracks down. So that's the first 2 bits of track all installed. So that goes right the way through to the other side of the mountain, which basically brings us out right here. And then, yeah, we're going to need to figure out a route. So probably sort of across here, around the edge of this mountain. And then I guess we're going to have to cut across here. Maybe follow the mountains round onto this side. Get some bridges in to loop round. It's going to be quite a long journey. I mean, we could put in a giant bridge across here, but I don't really like the idea of doing that. From there to there, after all, is a good 300 blocks. And that just feels a bit too big for a bridge. So we're going to play it safe and just skirt around the edge of these mountains here. And to be honest, I should probably uncover this and see what's going on over this side. And in fact, we are going to go on a small exploration because from what I gather, Chosen's got a bit of a rail line in now as well as Stam's, and I just want to have a look at how they've designed them and essentially just see how they've handled the terrain. But I suppose if this is anything to go by, I have a feeling Chosen may have bulldozed a whole bunch of terrain. Let's go and have a look. Alright, okay, so Chosen's got a huge retaining wall and he's sort of going around the edge of the mountains. Oh, I like that. And this is cool, nicely carved away. Okay, and then he's got a flattened bit here, which goes over there. Okay, so with the actual difficult bit of the terrain here, instead of bridging straight across, he's actually used the mountain and gradually stepped it up as he's gone round to get to the height where he needs to be. And I'll be honest, that actually looks very cool. I like that. Good job, Chosen. Let's go see what Stam's done. So he's got this tunnel here, which he hasn't decorated yet, but this is what he borrowed Drillbit for. Left it full of cobble and derailed it. Oh, hello. What's going on over here? Wow, okay, so he had quite the terrain height change. He's just done a big corkscrew. That's very cool. I need to have a proper look at this. Okay. That's awesome. I like that. And it looks like he's built up some terrain on the edge here as well. Now, we have seen a lot of this terrain before. It doesn't look like he's dealt with everything as yet, but I know he has some bridges. Bridges with lodestones. He was very keen on pointing out the lodestones. But these are cool. And I have a feeling we're going to need quite a lot of bridges to get to where we're going. But besides that bit at the start with the spiral, it doesn't seem like he's had to deal with too many mountains. It's a very flat railroad. I do like the long sweeping curves though. That's very realistic. And then we've got another bridge here, which is a very cool looking bridge. I like this. But yeah, it doesn't look like he's had to deal with any mountainous terrain though, other than that start bit. But on looking at the two existing rail lines, I do quite like the way Chosen has skirted the edge of that mountain. So that's where our rail comes out on the mountainside over there. And I think we do need to come across over to this side. I don't think we want to be skirting the edge of that mountain because then we've just got a giant lake. So if we were to come across this way and then go along the edge here, we can sort of work our way down and round over to here. Then we're going to have a bridge around here somewhere. We could come across to this bit here. Yeah, I think a big bridge across there over to that side could work nicely. And then once we're over here, we could just go around the back of the village. Let's just uncover all the land over here and see what we're dealing with. I mean, there's a massive ice lake there. Then it's just a whole lot of open ocean. Whereas what we want to do is get onto this island over here. This is where we're going to be building our big storage warehouse, train depot type area. And then just over there is our industrial island. So we can go along this coastline here with the rail. That's absolutely fine. I think maybe cutting through this valley this way. We have an ice bridge over to here. Go around this side. Then go around the back of this village and just loop back round. Nice bridge across there. Okay, cool. I think that's the route we're going to need to take. But I've got a whole lot of planning to do to make this work. Before we get to any of that planning, however, I really want to use Drillbit and get these tunnels in. Going to make it much easier getting from one side of the mountain to the other. We've still got quite a lot of tuff in here. We've also got the coarse dirt, which I do need to actually hook up again. But I think I'm going to grab a bit more tuff, absolutely pack these barrels, and then get to building. So, taking Drillbit for a spin and planning our rail all the way to the base. Looks like I've got a busy afternoon ahead of me. But that wasn't too painful. We now have two extremely long tunnels that go all the way through our mountain. But now I need to actually plan the rail on the other side. This could take a while. Well, it's 8 hours later and I'm driving my train. I'm still driving my train, but I'm almost there. I can see my factory. So I've been slowly going mad. It's now the middle of the next day and I'm still laying rail and trying to make it look at least a little bit nicer to begin with. But the good news is we have made it over to where our factory is, and it looks like we're about to pave over Foxy's body from last episode. Sorry, buddy. Oh, we're not paving over it at all. We're just launching it in front of us. But anyway, let me hop out of the train here for a second and I'll show you what we've got. Lots and lots of rails. So we'll follow this route later, but this is where it comes in from out in the wilderness. And what we're going to do here is have the rail come all the way across the front here. It's going to go at a diagonal in this direction. Looks like it might be about to take out that pillar, but we'll work that out later. And then over here, it needs to exit my base over in this direction, although technically this is still part of my base. In fact, this might be a really good area to put a train station. But either way, after that, it needs to head off in this direction. And I believe Throwlash is basing over on that island there somewhere. It might even be that very island there. So what I've also done here, just on the left side track, I just wanted a single track that runs around the back here. But this will loop all the way round and down and back over to our main line over there. I don't know if that's going to stay there. It's pretty ugly at the moment. I mean, I might move it, so I'm not going to pave this line in properly just yet. But then I do need a turning point somewhere, and yeah, I don't really see where else I can put one around here. But mostly, I'm just happy we actually have a connection for now. And if we look at the big map here, we can see the route we've taken. So our rail goes all the way back this way, then it goes down a slope to here, and then it goes back up a slope there. There's another bridge and another bridge. And then we've got the sort of S-bendy bit. We've got a great big bridge there, and then this loops back round and into the tunnel. So yeah, quite a long line. We've got lots that we need to make look nice, which I imagine is something we're going to be doing on streams for the next month or so. Certainly won't be getting it all done in this video. But for now, I just need to run this train round a little bit more, just cover the last few bits of track around here. In fact, I don't think I need the drills on at the moment, so let's turn those off just so we don't destroy this pole. But once I've got this last bit of foundation laid, I think I'm going to need to take a break from this. In fact, it appears we've run out of coarse dirt. We don't seem to be laying that anymore. So I'm going to take that as a sign. I'm just going to get this bit of rail back onto the island, and then we're going to sort out something else I need to do. In fact, it looks like I've just run out of tuff as well. So yep, this definitely feels like a good time to take a break from laying this rail. Because I've got a little problem I need to solve, and that is a problem with power. Or in fact, more specifically, power tokens. Because basically, I've been using paper ones so far. We made up loads of them. We stole Stam's sugarcane to do it. Don't tell him. But then Foxy started turning them into rockets and sandpaper and so on. And that's because the storage system we use here doesn't differentiate between paper and power tokens. So I need to swap out the power tokens for something that's a little bit, well, less craftable. It doesn't matter if it can be crafted into stuff. It just needs to be something you're not crafting all the time, like rockets. So a couple of episodes ago, I asked you what you thought and what you think we should use, and the overwhelming response was to use sunflowers. I guess probably because they look a little bit like coins, and they can only be crafted into yellow dye, which is a very minor thing. So it's a lot less likely that they're going to get turned into things they're not supposed to be. The problem is, I don't have a sunflower yet. But if I can get myself a sunflower, we can make ourselves a very, very efficient little farm to get lots of sunflowers very, very quickly. Then we can rename them and redistribute those as the new power tokens. Which does mean the old power tokens are going to become null and void. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? Sounds like something an evil power company would do, just change the currency and not trade in the old ones. I mean, I could trade in the old ones, and in fact, I might put a process in to be able to do that, but it's going to be a very long-winded, time-consuming process that no one will be bothered to do. At least that's my current thinking. But I need to get myself a sunflower, which means I need to find one, really. I guess we need a sunflower biome. I think it's called a sunflower plains or something like that. But we also have a chance to find them in villages and things like that, so I think it will be sensible to check, first off, the village that we actually have at spawn. There might just be a sunflower there. I might even already have one in storage, to be honest. I have no idea. Nope, I definitely don't have one in my storage. Let the search begin. Well, it also doesn't appear there's one available in the village at all. I'm coming across some 2 tall flowers, but not the ones we want. I guess that means I need to go further afield. Oh well, off we go. Nope, 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 nope. I'm beginning to think I was wrong about them actually spawning up in villages. Could have sworn that was the thing. But I've had no luck finding a sunflower plains either, and I have flown very, very far. In fact, most of it was over ocean. Look at the size of that ocean. But I'm hoping if I continue this search, I will eventually find what I'm after. Who knew getting a sunflower would be so difficult and time-consuming? Oh, hello. Firefly bushes. Oh, yeah. We made some updates to the pack. So by the time this video comes out, the pack update should have already been released along with the server pack, but we have made a few additions, which I'll be honest, I completely forgot about until I just ran across these. So we have added a vanilla backport mod, which basically gives us access to firefly bushes. Can we? Yep, we can just break them and collect them. Excellent. But it also means we should be able to get our hands on pale wood because, well, this world's in 1.21.1 and pale wood wasn't added until 1.21.4 or something like that. I don't really know what version version. But either way, it wasn't in this version when we first generated the world. So yeah, we have added it into the pack, which is wonderful. But we've also added Create Enchantment Industries, because that way we have access to liquid XP, and it means we can make proper mob farms. Now, Enchantment Industries actually works a bit differently to how it used to, so I've not really experimented with it yet. There's lots of new things in it as well. But to get it to work, we also had to add a mod called Dragons Plus, or Dragon Plus, something like that, which adds loads of new recipes and loads of things we considered were a little bit too OP. So we disabled every single one of those. So it should just be Create Enchantment Industries. We've also added straw statues and the armor posers mod, just so we can have a little bit more control over what things look like and just make cool things, really, let's be honest. We still feel like they're fairly vanilla. And lastly, because we couldn't get immersive paintings, we have added camera mod, which allows us to once again just import images and display them on the server. So that means I can get my train station posters up, which we may well do later today, but it also means we can have custom business signs and things like that. So just a couple of minor things that have been added. It is still Just Create, but now it's Just Create with Create Enchantment Industries as well. It's fine, it's fine. And one day, eventually, we do still hope to be able to add Steam and Rails, but that looks like that's a long way off. But anyway, that was a nice surprise. The firefly bushes, completely forgot about those. Still need a sunflower, though. Although now I've remembered we've added it, I'm going to keep an eye out for pale wood as well, but you can tell I'm definitely loading new chunks here. It's very slow. And I've just stumbled into a dark oak forest here, which I think is where pale forests potentially spawn, maybe? Aren't they, like, similar or related? Don't they spawn near each other? Well, let's have a proper scout around this area as it gradually loads in, slowly, slowly. Sadly, that looks like a no. This is just dark oak, this one. Oh well, onwards. Oh, look, pale wood. Yes. Excellent. Let's grab some of this and get some saplings. Oh, wait a minute. Dark. Don't I have to be scared of creepy things? Are there creepy things that can come out? Doesn't look like we've got any creepy things. We might be okay. Just grab a bit of everything, really, don't we? We need some of this moss as well. Some of the carpets. Yep, we'll take some of them. Really wish I'd brought a bed with me, though. Don't like being here at night. So another new thing that should be around here somewhere is, oh, there's creepers, torch flowers, but I don't actually see any of those. And I don't know if they spawn in the pale forests or if they're supposed to spawn somewhere else. I honestly can't remember, but I certainly don't see any of them around, sadly. Got a bunch of saplings and other bits though, so I'm happy with that. Let's continue our journey. Stam just joined. I asked him if he had any sunflowers, and then right round the corner, look at this. And relax. It took about 45 minutes and we've flown over 12,000 blocks and got through a good few stacks of rockets. But we've managed to get some sunflowers, which is good because that means we can change our energy tokens. But I'm going to need a lot more than the 19 I currently have, which means I need to make a farm for them. But to make that farm run, I'm going to need lots and lots of bones. So I guess I'm going to spend some time in the mob farm down here because this guy's always empty of bones. Oh, 51. That's a lot more than usual. There's usually nothing whatsoever. But we're going to need a whole lot more than just 51. So let's just stand here and take out some mobs. Right, that should do it for now. And we've also got loads of levels, so we'll be able to rename them as well, which is good. Now, I could just stand there and manually bone mill these things, but there's a quicker way. I just need to build myself a bunch of dispensers. Alrighty, so I think what I'll do is make use of a bit of the space up here, and we'll just stick something in the corner over this side. I'll start by putting a chest in the floor with a chute on top. And my first question is, can I plant sunflowers on top of mud? I can. Excellent. So that means if I drop a sunflower on there... Nope, it's not getting pulled through. Not to worry, we can rectify that. We're just going to have to do things a little bit differently. So I just need a few more bits from you, Frank. So if we make a hopper and a minecart... turn that into a hopper minecart. Then what I can do is put rail in like that, the minecart on top, and if I push that into there, get that blocked in around the back and on the sides here. Now when anything lands on there, yep, it's going to go straight through and not into the chest. And that's probably because I put a chute there instead of a hopper. Now the downside to this is that hoppers are basically just not as quick. The things will be a little bit slower to get into the chest down below, but it'll be fine. Let's just stick a hopper there, get the minecart back in, and I think I'll just use some panels on the side just so it's not quite as wide. Okay, so that's that bit done. Now what we want is a bunch of dispensers. Sadly, I didn't have much string on me, so I can only do 4 dispensers for now, but that's fine. That'll be enough to get us started and hopefully get us plenty of sunflowers. Let's put you back in there. Block up the fronts. Block up these bits here as well. All right, so now I just need to do a little bit of redstone, which I didn't bring with me. Good job, Beardy. Let's put the sticky piston in the floor, an observer that way, and an observer that way. And then with a lever here, we can just turn that on and off. Excellent. So that's going to put a redstone pulse into this block here. So if we were to do that, and that's going to charge those 3. That'll get the top one. And that'll get the side one. That should mean that when we turn that on, all of them are going to start firing, which it appears they are. Let's get them loaded up with bone meal and see how we got on. And there we go. They are all loaded up. So we should start getting lots and lots of sunflowers. Excellent. And while that's making sunflowers, I'm just going to go tidy up my inventory a bit. Well, my inventory was cleared out, and I'll tell you what, it's much quicker just to stand here and collect them as they get made instead of waiting for the hopper to go through, because that takes forever. It's just a bit slow. Right, well, I'd say that should be enough to get us started. But it's time to use up all these levels and get these named, I think. Power tokens have been renamed. I just need to swap out and edit the machines now so that they actually accept the new tokens. So, oh, poor eggs. You're not going to need those anymore. But I am going to be nice and give everyone a stack of these ones just to begin with. It's a shame eggs might lose a few stacks of power, but I did tell them not to bulk buy anything. So, yep, not my fault. So let's just set these as well to now accept power tokens. And I'll come back down and leave a little book just telling them what's going on as well, or maybe a clipboard or something, I don't know. But we'll come back and do that in a moment. For now, how do we get to Foxy's workshop? I wonder, does his lift still work? Will that just go straight through the boat? Oh, I went straight through the lift. That was unexpected. Nope, the elevator doesn't seem to work at all. Is this a way in? Looks like it might be. But it's very dark in here. Nope, this is not a way in. Aha, this looks like a way in. Success, we're in. Right, let's sort out Foxy's one now. We'll just do the same thing as last time. Change these 2. We'll give him a little stack of power tokens in there because it looks like he's not actually running his machine at the moment. So I am going to quickly run a test just to make sure. Yep, the new power tokens work. Excellent. Now we just need to do the same over here for Chosen. And, oh, Chosen. That is unfortunate. Look how many power tokens you've got. But I reckon if anyone has any complaints, I'll just direct them towards Foxy No-Tell because, well, I wouldn't have had to change them if he didn't keep making them into rockets. Right then, Jimmy, let's get you set up to sell the new tokens. We'll do the same for Timmy over here. Everything has now been set up. Let's just leave a little note for them so they know what's going on. And this just says, "Dear valued customer, it has been brought to our attention that power tokens were being misused and crafted into rockets, sandpaper and more, which is a gross misuse of power company property. As such, all paper power tokens are now void. Shiny new power tokens have been deployed network-wide, offering exactly what you had before, but now with new tokens that cannot be turned into rockets. You've been supplied with 2.5 days power to offset any inconvenience this may cause, courtesy of your local friendly power company. Warmest regards, Beardy Power Co. We bring the stress to you." That should clear things up just nicely. I'm sure no one's going to have any problems with that. Let's leave one for Foxy. And in fact, Foxy also needs an invoice. So Foxy's invoice is destruction of power company property because, well, it doesn't exist anymore where I installed it. There's an emergency call-out fee, of course, when I had to come fix everything, and the meter installation itself. So the total payable is 45 diamonds. Although, what we should probably do is turn that into a subtotal. Then you need Beardy added tax, of course, which actually brings the total to 50 diamonds. The payment is due immediately. Let's put that on top of his box. He won't miss that. And there's a note for Chosen, just to let him know what's going on. Excellent. Well, that was a nice distraction from our rail. We've managed to upgrade our power system. I mean, I say upgrade, it depends how you want to look at it. But we also found some pale wood and firefly bushes, which I'm not going to do anything with now, but they're definitely going to come in handy in future. So I guess it's time for a nap, and then we'll get back to sorting out the train track. All right, so train line. What we need to do is sort out the landscape around here. Of course, at the other end, we do still need to add a lot more tough and coarse dirt, but I'm not too concerned with that right now. I mean, this rail line is about 3,000 blocks long in total, and eventually we do want to landscape the whole thing. But I think we can make our lives a little bit easier by using the train again to fill in some of the terrain down below. And we'll just gradually work our way that way. I mean, there's lots of places where we're going to need bridges, so that's all going to be left empty for now. But our train is absolutely loaded up with cobblestone. So I think what I'm going to do is just fill in the gaps below the tracks, just basically directly below, not even in a slope, with cobble. And then that will give us a bit more of a solid form to work with when it comes to actually making things look cool. If we want to fill up the tracks, we're going to need to make a couple of tweaks to this machine we've got here. Not in the layout, just in what blocks it's placing. So what I'm going to do is set this one to cobble, and we want to sell this to straight fill below. We'll do the same for this one, and the same for this one here. That should be all we need to do. Let's get our train back together. And because there's so many trains in our station, we can't actually do the loop-de-loop at the moment. So let's just turn it around manually and get to the first point where we need to start filling, which I think is going to be pretty much at this tunnel exit here. Let's jump out and have a little look. In fact, the cliff is already quite close to the top there, so we're not going to do anything here. I do want to put in a bridge on this side, so we can skip over this first bit, which is good. And once again, on this side, we'll have all the bridge, so we'll just leave that as it is so we can build that up. But it looks like we need to start filling in from that space there. Let's roll forward a little bit. Let's turn these on. And they should leave what we've already got laid, but then just fill in the empty spaces below, which it appears is what it's doing. Let's just double check. Yep, exactly that. Perfect. And then what we can do is build up our sort of cliffside around the edge here. But by filling it in and making it solid down below, it means we're not going to have to worry about lighting things up in there. We're not going to have to worry about mobs too much, and it gives us a much better view of the overall shape of the track. But I guess it's back to riding the train for a while for me. All right, I think I've got all the cobble in everywhere that it needs to be. But now what I need to do is decide how I'm going to make this look a little bit better because, well, these cobblestone walls are absolutely
Beardstone.
Oh no, this can't be good.
I've got a problem.
Yep.
See, I was coming to see you, but because it was so far away, I thought I'd take some transportation. And
right.
It might be a bit stuck in your mountain.
Transportation stuck in my... What does that even mean? What's that? The mountain's just a big tunnel with a train track.
Yes. Well, you didn't do your tunnels big enough, Mr. Beardstone.
What do you mean I didn't do the tunnels? What?
Come and have
What kind of transportation are you talking about?
Well, my transportation, obviously.
You don't have any
I do.
No, not the... Foxy.
Yes?
Are you talking about your boat? This is just a bogey with some glass on it, Foxy.
Yeah, well, if you go into free cam, Mr. Beardstone.
There's a... Foxy, what in the world? So, basically, it's stuck because your train controls are at the top, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do about this.
I think you need to make your tunnel bigger, Mr. Beardstone. It's
No,
clearly
this is
not suitable for all of the trains on the server. This seems like it definitely a huge problem. No,
it's not suitable for the boat. It's definitely suitable for the trains. Yeah, you're just gonna have to do that. You're just gonna have to wrench it all the way back.
Yeah, but it'd take forever because you're only allowed to move it a bit.
Yep.
Oh, we can go quite far. We'll get it all the way through, and then I can come meet up with your boat, Mr. Beardstone. That'd be nice.
I don't have a boat.
But your train.
I have a train. It's not a... Oh.
It's like a boat. Train. Very similar.
This is not what I was expecting to walk into today.
Just gonna be a minute, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah, okay. You carry on, sir. I'm gonna go have a nap.
Well, if you'd made your tunnels bigger, I could give you a lift home, Mr. Beardstone.
I would not make my tunnel. No one is going to make a tunnel big enough to fit this boat through. That's a ridiculous idea.
They might do. I asked really nicely. I mean, I just feel like I've been singled out, to be honest with you.
That's because we've all made trains. You've made a boat.
I'll let you drive your train on my boat track.
No, because then I'll drown.
Yeah,
because mine's a train, not a boat.
Yeah, but if you put your contraption controls in an appropriate place, you wouldn't drown, would you?
They are in an appropriate place. They're at the front of my train, so I can see where I'm going.
Oh.
Because it's a train.
Oh, so
not a boat.
Oh,
there it is. There's your boat.
There we go. Excellent. Don't worry, Miss Beardstone. I left the drills off because I could have made a tunnel, but I decided that would be a bad idea because I didn't think you'd like it.
No, I wouldn't like that, no. This is not what I built this track for, Foxy.
I think it is.
This is all very strange, Foxy.
Strange?
Yes. Yes, Foxy. This is a very strange encounter. I'm going to go for a nap. Just sleep it off and see if it's all a dream. Some kind of weird fever dream. Nope, the boat's still there.
Can you help me get my train back to spawn, Miss Beardstone?
I don't think anyone can help you, Foxy. I think it's too late. I mean, to be honest with you, all I can do is watch you wrench it all the way back through the tunnel again, to be honest. I don't know if there's any other way for you to actually get this back to where it needs to be.
Best get going then, otherwise I'm going to be here all day, aren't I?
Yes, I'm going to remove myself from this before you drive it into the mountain. Otherwise, I'm going to suffocate. I can't get down your ladder, Foxy.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. I should have put stairs in.
I can't get down the ladder. I can't get down the ladder, Foxy. No, I'm going to suffocate in the mountain if you don't let me off before you go into the mountain, Foxy.
No, it just pops you out. It's fine. Don't worry.
No, this is not fine.
Honestly,
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Let me out. I can't go down the ladder. Please. Please, Foxy, don't do this to me.
It's all right. I just popped out. I'm sure she'll do the same.
No, I don't want to die. I've got 30 levels. I mean, I don't have anything to do with 30 levels, but I've got 30 levels. I don't... Oh, wait a sec. I might pop out the water. I popped out. I'm free.
Oh.
Well, I don't even know what to say about that. Foxy's a strange one, isn't he? But anyway, what was I saying? Yes, these bits here. I want to not leave them as cobble, obviously. This was just to fill in the underside, and I can see the shape, so you can see where the bridge is going to go across this bit, for example. But I don't want to leave this like this. And I also don't want to be doing the same thing everywhere. So here, for example, I'm probably going to put in more of a retaining wall. I mean, to be honest, I'm probably going to connect up the landscape, do a bit of a cliff here, make this bit all nice, and just put a retaining wall on the other side, so around here. And then we'll have a big bridge through here, and this bit over here, more likely it's going to be a retaining wall again sort of thing, but some of the bits I do need to make look natural as well. For example, those bits up the top there, I'm just going to sort of build that into the cliffside, make it look nice. So lots of variation and lots of variety with the things we're going to be doing over here. But we're not going to do any of that right now. This is going to be an absolutely massive project. It's going to take me many tens of hours to complete it. So I think it's something we're going to focus on stream, where we stream over on Twitch. And if you can't make the live streams, you can check out the second channel as well, where I will be uploading all the VODs. So if you do want to see this progress bit by bit, that'll be the way to do it. Other than that, I will of course periodically update in videos how it's going, and we do still need to make a whole load of bridges, and we'll do videos for those for sure. But the general terraforming, that'll be a stream thing. And I've run out of rockets. I'm stuck on a tree. Maybe I can run across the track and get my train back, because before we wrap up the episode, there's still something else we need to do, and that is to play around with another one of the new mods we've added, the camera mod. So the camera mod adds 3 new items: the camera, the album, which I guess is where you store all your pictures, and an image frame. So making a camera, that should be fairly straightforward. And the image frames, strangely, they're not going to be as straightforward. I don't have any string, but there are still a whole bunch of sheep over there, so we can definitely get some. Let's quickly make what we need, and then we'll have a little mess around with it. So that's how we make our camera. Let's have a little look at this. Oh, that's cool. Literally a camera. I mean, I don't know what else I expected. Zoom levels. How do I take a photo? Camera is on cooldown. Did I already take a photo? And if I crouch right click with the camera, we have filters, so we can do different things. Do black and white. Okay, that's cool. But most importantly, we can upload an image. But I think to be able to do any of that, I first need to make the picture frames. Do I need paper? Was it paper I needed? I mean, we've got power tokens we don't need anymore. Maybe this will work. So we'll have paper in our inventory, and now... Oh, there you go. That took a picture. Aha! Oh, that's cool. So we can have a little look at our pictures. So now what we need is image frames. And we can make 10 of these. Guess that's how much leather we've got. I just gave Stam a selfie. And he wants to know how to place it on the wall. I'm coming, Stam. So, Stam, you just need to put a picture frame up there and then put your picture in that. There you go. I think we can, yeah, look, we can make the frames bigger. This is cool. Then I can put an image in there, and there we go. Now I'm advertising my ride at Stam's base. We'll just leave that there for him. We need to go hang up some posters over at the station. We've only got a few frames at the moment, so what I want to do is get them in this corridor down here, because it looks very bland. What in the world is going on down here? What is all this? Oh no! Murder? Who did it? Stam? Foxy? Mr. Beardstone? The new guy? Who knows? What? Last time on Just Create, we installed a railway that stretches over 3,000 blocks, connecting our brand new industrial island with spawn in a very indirect route. We also found this, and yeah, I don't really know what we're going to do about that, so we're going to pretend we didn't see this and leave. We'll hang up posters later when it won't incriminate us. So since last episode, I've done absolutely nothing on the rail line whatsoever, and we're not going to today either, because we have a new mini project, a build swap with Stam. And the plan is simple. Oh great, it's raining. Why does it always rain when I'm trying to do an intro? Just pretend it's all nice and bright. But the plan here is fairly simple. What we're going to do is build 3 shop buildings over here. Something like that is new. Where did that come from? That looks fancy. Right, stop getting distracted. That's probably spoilers. But what we're going to be doing is building 3 shop buildings along the front here, I think. One for rockets and gunpowder, one for paper and cardboard, and another one that's going to be an outlet for my power station. Selling not only power tokens, but also portable generators and other power creaty things like steam engines, water-wheels, and so on. Although the water-wheels might have to be extortionately expensive. We don't want to encourage use of those. But here's the catch. I'm only going to be designing the outside of these buildings, because then we're heading over to Stam's village, where he's erected a build or 2 for me, where I'm going to be installing a sugarcane farm and the fireworks factory itself. And while I'm doing that, he's going to sort out the interior of these 3 shops. So essentially, we're both doing the exterior of one group of buildings and the interior of another. A build swap. But that does mean that by the end of the episode, we'll have the fireworks shop up and running, we'll have a proper power shop, and we'll have a sugarcane farm and fireworks factory, which I'm quite looking forward to building. To get the ball rolling, however, I need to work out some color palettes for these shops, because if we're going to do a small row of shops here, we need to make sure they kind of complement each other and don't clash. And then once we've made those decisions, we're going to have to gather together a whole bunch of things to actually make the builds. I'm hoping I'll have most of it available to me in storage or be able to craft it, because sadly, there's just no shops around to actually buy anything, apart from bricks. We can buy bricks from Chosen. But hopefully once we get a few shops in here, that'll inspire others to come over here and start putting down shops so that I don't have to keep doing resource gathering and then I can just buy all the things I need. That's the goal. But yeah, nowhere to really buy anything, so let's go gather what we can together and come up with some color palettes.
Eddie! Ouch.
Jeez.
Hurt. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Build swap.
Yes, build swap.
Wait, are you actually?
Yeah, of course.
I feel like I've been talking to you about this for like weeks now, but no train stuff, no tunnels, no tracks, no
distractions this time. Build swap, and one small distraction before you leave, but we'll get to that. But build swap,
okay.
Yes, yep. Do you wanna? Should we go discuss that? It's dark and raining. I'm going to bed.
It is very dark and raining.
Yeah, give me a sec. Wait there. But yeah, basically, I'm going to put in like 3 shops, and you're going to do the interiors, right? So a fireworks.
I'm going to do the interiors.
Gunpowder shop.
Yep.
Power shop and the papery, cardboardy type
office
one.
Supply thing.
Yeah, an office supply shop. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Just because we can, basically.
Just because we can. Yeah.
We're never going to sell anything. I guarantee it.
No, but it's more building, more fun.
Yes, exactly. So I'm going to do that over here.
Yeah, and I'll go and do the factory exterior over by my village.
Yes. And give me a shout when you're done, and then I'll come and shove a farm in it. There is something else as well. Yeah, I stumbled across something at the end of my last episode. Don't really know what to do about it.
Okay.
But I should probably... follow me. Over in the station.
What is this blood?
Any ideas?
No. Murder? Who did? Stam?
Yeah, we've all been called
the
out.
New guy?
This is the corpse of Chosen Architect. So he died on... When's that? That was 2 days ago.
Oh, you can see that?
20 to 10 at night. So I was probably in bed drinking a nice cup of tea, which isn't
I
much
was
of an
probably
alibi.
also in bed. I mean, wait, this was during the weekend. I wasn't even home.
Well, where were you? Were you in hiding?
No, I wasn't.
But you genuinely don't actually know anything about this. Like, I literally have no idea.
I wouldn't put it past Chosen to just kind of do this on his own.
Or just come back after he died. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, right. I was just wondering. So Stam claims to know nothing about the corpse in my train tunnel either. We shall continue to ignore it and work out some pallets. That's what we were doing. Almost an hour later, I've gathered a whole bunch of resources, which are going to come in handy. That'll be in these boxes over here. And I've decided on a rough color palette. So we're going to have 3 different buildings. I'm thinking sort of red and brick for the fireworks and gunpowder could look quite good. And we've got quite neutral colors in the middle. This is going to be for the sort of office supplies style building, the one that sells paper and cardboard and things like that. And then for the power company one, we're going to be using granite and the green terracotta and concrete and things like that with a deep slate roof, mainly because I want to keep the sort of color scheme similar to this with the deep slate, the green and the reddy colors, because it is another power company building, so I think that makes sense. But what I need to do now is work out exactly where I want to put them. I don't think I want to do a corner building. I think that might be better off as like a cafe or something like that. So I might literally just start here and then work my way that way. I think it makes sense to start with. We're just going to get some foundations in. And I think some varying sizes like that would work nicely. So the one on the right here is going to be the rockets and TNT and stuff like that. The middle one will be the stationery, and that one will be the power shop. And for the actual builds themselves, I think I'm going to start on this side here with the fireworks shop. In the fireworks shop, we're going to start with mangrove and go from there. Maybe something like that with a bit sticking out the front. We'll have a little spiky roof on there. Big window, and then we'll have a little display area out the front here. We could just pile up some TNT or something. That could look cool. I mean, it might also be slightly dangerous, but I think it'll look cool. As long as we keep the area lit up and make sure there's no creepers around, we should be fine. Now, the next floor is going to be primarily brick. And I think what I might actually do now is just go through and just block in these buildings just with their sort of key resource that we're going to be using, just so we can work out all the shapes, see if we need to adjust anything, and then we'll come back in and try and make things look nice. So let's just do a quick time lapse and we'll get these builds up. Well, we've still got a whole lot of work to do, but I think shape-wise, that's looking pretty good. That should work nicely for us. But we need to get a whole lot of detail in. We need to get a bit of texture into some of these walls as well. We need windows, and we might even be nice and put in some internal floors for Stam as well, just so he's got something to work on when he comes to do the interiors. And I think I'm just going to do these one at a time. And first up, we're going to do the fireworks shop again and just work our way to the left. Now, let's start here with some windows, and we're going to try out these spruce ones. We've not really used these before. And as much as we love weathered glass, it'd be nice to use something else every now and then, so let's give these a go. Maybe a little window ledge at the top there. You don't need to worry so much about the bottom bit here because I'm going to be stacking up lots of TNT, which I'm sure won't go wrong. Safe to say I'm definitely going to be taking a schematic of this just in case. But of course, I do make my schematics available to patrons and YouTube members and Twitch subscribers anyway, so yeah, this will be good for you guys too, I guess. So we've got that window in. Let's just get a little bit of wear and tear around the place. And I think the netherrack really works nicely as a darker block in all of this mess. Get a little doorway in as well. Maybe mix in a block or two of the red terracotta as well, just to make it a little bit brighter in places. So that'll do for the mangrove. Now to sort out the top area. First up, we're going to sort out these windows, but I think I want these windows to be a little bit deeper. So maybe we should double the thickness of this wall here. Then we'll use weathered glass on the upstairs, I think, and maybe put a little bit of a ledge in, not quite like that, and maybe put a little lip in there. How does that look? Yeah, I like that. Simple but effective. Maybe we can put a flower box on this one or something. Now for texture over here, we're going to use a couple of varieties of granite. So normal granite, maybe a little bit of cut granite as well. That looks quite nice. We'll mix in the occasional bit of terracotta as well. Yeah, I think that'll work nicely. What do we do at the top here though? We'll get a bit of texture and make it look rough and ready, but I wonder, it might look good with a bit of a splash of color up here. So what if we did something like that? Ah, that fits perfectly. That actually looks quite nice. How does it look from back here? Yep, I think that looks cool. We've just got a whole lot of finer details to get in, so I'm just going to start at the bottom here and work my way up, I think. First up, we need a door. Was that a bit bright? Maybe we can offset it by adding bamboo here as well. Yep, that balances nicely, although I don't like being able to see the dirt underneath. Let's just cover that up. There we go. Now, I want to have a couple of nice pillars out the front here, so let's grab some shafts and brackets. Just do something like that. Maybe a sticky outy bit with a sign on it, like that. And a lever, because why not? Have a little fenced off bit out the front. That's where we'll put all the TNT and stuff. And I think maybe a gutter, maybe on this side here.
Beardy!
Oh,
Ooh.
Stam, hello.
Hi. I'm done.
You're done?
I'm done.
You've already built the thing that I need to put the stuff in?
Yeah.
What? This is as far as I've got. I mean, I'm making progress.
I mean,
Look.
you're making progress. I mean,
Yeah, this is going to be your the fireworks shop. It's going to go here.
Oh, nice.
That's my thinking. And then this one here is going to be the office supplies one. So I've made it look bland and boring. It's all just white and grey.
Nice.
Yep.
And then this be the power.
And then, yeah, this will be the power one.
Right, so this isn't quite done then. I guess I better go find something else to do for a while.
Yeah, not quite done yet. Not done yet. Give me, like, maybe another hour or two.
Yep. I'll figure something out.
Can't believe he's already built something for me to build in already. Man's a machine. Right. So let's maybe do this. Get a pole going up. And I do like using hoppers at the top of these. I think they always look cool, like that. Maybe a couple of brackets. Awesome. Now we just need some TNT. And I am a little bit concerned about putting this down there, but I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll just put down some more torches. So what I'm thinking is just something like that. And can we put these in... Oh, that looks amazing. Oh, that's so cool. Yes, definitely. More of this. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. That's cool. I'm sure that won't go wrong. Now we just need to add some floors in here. So what I'm thinking is for this one, we'll do a nice little checkered oak pattern on the ground floor. And then for the upper floor, I think we'll just use spruce for now. So I should probably grab a few torches. Otherwise, that's going to be a death trap up there. I'm going to spam a whole bunch of torches out the front here as well. Just because, well, TNT. We don't want to have a boom boom time. Right, that'll do. We'll let Stan worry about where the stairs are going to go. And with that, I'd say the fireworks shop is done. And the TNT shop, of course. Next up, boring old office supplies. For this building, we're going to mix in a little bit of diorite alongside some cut limestone. Maybe a little bit of normal limestone as well. That could look quite nice. And then for the windows, let's try another different glass here. Let's go for the ornate window panes. I think that could probably do with being a block taller, couldn't it? Yeah, that's better. And what I want to do is make it look really boring with these little grey overhang things. So these are actually the grey tablecloths, but yeah, I think they make a really nice awning. Let's stick a light in here as well. And we could do with a door and some proper steps up into this thing. So we're going to use polished andesite, I think, for some steps. And then diorite stairs there. And how about a slidey copper door? Yep, I like it. That's probably going to be the only splash of colour on the whole building. I think what it needs out the front here, though, is a collection of cardboard. We should be able to put some of those in the copycats as well. Yep, that's cool. I like. We can rotate it around a little bit as well. Right, let's sort out the second floor. And for this one, I don't think I want to add any texture to this. I think it looks pretty good and pretty textured already. Plus, every time you sort of break the texture, you get these weird lines. And I don't want to add loads of those into this build. So with that in mind, let's grab some glass. Maybe we should use the weathered glass for this. Just like that. And then we'll once again put the awning on in the same dull grey that the bottom ones are. Oh, that was a terrible jump. Yep, beautiful. To be honest, I think that's all this building needs. I don't think I need to do any more to it than that. Apart from actually put some floors in and sort out the rest of the texture on this wall down the bottom here. So for the floors, let's go with some dark oak. And we're once again going to do that texture again. And for some reason, all I've got are the wood variants at the moment. For the ceiling, we're going to get real fancy and use some of these smithing templates because I just love the texture of the bottom of these. I mean, who knows, Stan might rip these out and replace them anyway. And once again, let's make sure I keep all of this lit up. Okay, that is this building done, ready for Stan. That's 2 down, 1 to go. I think it's looking pretty good. Now to have some fun with this one. So first up, windows. And I'm not sure I like those ones. I think they look just a little bit too busy for the ground floor of a shop. So we're going to try these other ones, which are the same ones we use next door, but that should look pretty good. Yeah, I think I definitely prefer that. And we won't put awning on this one. We don't want to overdo the awning, so we'll just put a little lip. And we'll get some pillars in here. And we're going to need to sort out this front step as well. But first, let's get those connected. Yep, that looks pretty cool. Well, I don't like you can see the yellow bit there. Can I maybe cover that up with some of these? Yeah, that works. I think to add some texture to this, we're going to use a little bit of the dripstone here, the smooth dripstone. I have already got some dripstone bricks in there because I wanted to see how it looked. And to be honest, I quite like it. But we'll also add in a little bit of granite and some cut granite as well. Just so the walls look a little bit less busy. I think that works. Now for the front step, I think I'm just going to swap that out. And then maybe go with an oak door this time. Block that off. All right, that's coming together. I think I want to put in another gutter though. So let's put one in here. And I guess we're going to need to remove that because that's a slab. And then just use a bunch of shafts to get up here. And would it look weird if I was just to stick a hopper on top here? It might do. It's going to stick out a little bit. No, I reckon we can get away with that. Doesn't look too bad. Now for this window, I think we're going to stick in another plant box out the front. And now maybe try these ones that didn't really work down the bottom. I reckon they might work a bit better up here. How's that? Yeah, that's definitely better. Let's just give it a bit of an overhang. Now, I do want to get a little bit of texture in the top here. And I'm wondering, can we get away with maybe using a little bit of the mossy cobble and some moss blocks? Or is that going to be too much? We've got green concrete as well, which will kind of aid the transition there. Maybe some green concrete powder as well, or is that a little bit too bright? I mean, to be honest, it works with the moss color, so yeah, let's mix in a bit of that as well. All right, looking good. Now we just want to put the thing here, which is going to be one of those, or something very similar to one of those. So then that should definitely show that it is our power thingy place. Yep, I know what I'm talking about, and I've got another idea as well of what we can do on this front bit here. So I've got most of the bits I need, but I do need to get myself another flywheel. Might as well make a few while we're here. All right, so how's this gonna work? I guess we want the water wheels in first, and then I guess we're just gonna want to block in the back bit here. And I want it to be a bit more open than the design we've got down there, because if we were to build up the walls on the side here, you're not really going to see much from the street level. I do still want the copper rods in though, as well as the end rods, and that's going to be a nice light source as well. So if we use girders on these side bits instead of the industrial iron blocks, hopefully that means we'll be able to see a bit more from down the bottom there. We want girders either side, lightning rod there, and a flywheel. And I guess we're going to need to make a little bit of space here for chutes and a chain drive. And let's just cover up this top bit here. Right, how does that look? Yeah, that's cool. That looks nice and powery. Definitely not a word. But it's still missing one more thing. So if we put this on there, then if I make the frame bigger that way, and then put that in there. Look at that. Beardy Power Co. More stress for less. Love it. Right, so we need to get an interior floor in this building. We're going to do something a bit different because I quite like the texture on the top of this cardboard. I noticed it when I was running over these, and I'm thinking it could look quite cool on a floor. Then at the back here, I do want to have some doors that go to the outside. We'll put in a little step there as well. And let's just stick a couple of doors in there. And for the second floor, I'm just going to use spruce again. Very imaginative of me. But as I say, Stam's likely to change this anyhow. Alrighty, I just need to sort out the rest of the texture on these walls, and then I think we're actually done. But from the front, they're looking awesome. I really like that. Although I do need to replace these torches. Maybe I should try and get some street lamps in. I mean, they're quite simple, but I think they'll work. But maybe what this road needs is a curb line sort of going all the way round. Although until we get Copycats Plus, we're going to have these gaps every now and then, which is a bit sad. I don't really want those. But I think even with those gaps, actually, it does still look a lot better with the extra curb line. Maybe we can mix in some of these occasionally as well. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. I think we need another street light, though. Let's put one right about here. On looking at the back of these buildings, however, I know this one here still needs a bit of texture on these two bits, which I will do momentarily. But other than that, it does look a little bit boring back here. Maybe I should put in like some fire escapes and some bins or something like that. Maybe even create like a small road that sort of comes round to the back. They have their own kind of delivery areas. That could be quite cool. Let's give that some thought while I finish off the texturing. So I've sorted out the last few bits, and I think we are now done. In fact, maybe let's just put a lamp on the side here, just so this road is a bit more lit up. Maybe throw down a few more of these pale moss carpets, because I love the way they creep up the wall. Look at that. Very cool. But anyway, so yes, I have tidied up around the back here. I decided not to do anything on the buildings just yet because I don't know what Stam's going to do with the interior. So kind of depends what's going on the inside and what we do on the outside here. Because I basically don't want to go putting in windows and doors on places where they're going to be in the way for Stam. Just gives him a bit more freedom this way. But we do have a pile of random stuff out the back here. Once again, with some of the moss carpets because they're awesome. We've got a back door into the stationery shop, which once again, hopefully that won't interfere with any of Stam's plans. And just a general delivery drop-off area. But I'm happy with how they've come out. I think we should go find Stam and see how he's getting on. In fact, we know how he's getting on. I wonder what he's been up to. He's been waiting for us. Stam!
Oh, Beardy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, hello, hello. I've done the buildy thingies, buildings
Are you
for
done
you.
it now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had time to squeeze in a little tree.
Ooh. That's nice. I like that.
Yep.
Are you going to be opening a tree shop at some point? Because I would love some trees.
Yeah. Since you gave me the idea, I've been meaning to. It's on the list. I just need a few more trees first.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Well, that's it. You keep designing trees, and I will buy them. I will buy the trees.
This is it.
This is the building, is it?
This is the one. This is the main room. Then you have this side building here. This is the main entrance. I was just about to build a little path, but I'll probably get back to that a little later.
It looks very nice, by the way.
And then there's a little side room on the back there, which you entered. And that's really about it. There's some pipes on the outside, which, as you can see through the wall here, that you can use. But
I
Yeah,
don't think I'm going
don't
to
think you
need
to.
pipes. No. So we need to do a sugarcane farm. But if we're doing a paper shop and the rocket shop,
Yeah.
then I'm probably going to need more space than this. So I might have to put in a basement.
Yeah,
Otherwise, the
makes sense.
sugarcane's going to come through extremely slow and you're going to be AFK here forever.
I mean, what would be cool is just a giant sugarcane field. Did you know, like, fields, Beardy?
I mean, I can do a field. I mean, I didn't want to go expanding outside the building because I didn't know what your plans
Oh,
were.
no,
but-
100%. If you want to touch the forest back on this side of it, because I have some plans, I think this side of the factory, but this area over here, no plans.
Okay, so I could just put in a giant field and have some kind of auto
And have
harvesting
some sort
robots.
of auto harvesting through that. Yep.
Yep. Now I want to do like little weird robot droid things that harvest the wheat because that's the first thing that sprung into my head. But that sounds like it could be very terrible.
That sounds like it could. Yeah. I don't. In my peaceful village. I mean,
Maybe I could have like scarecrows, but they go around with like giant harvesters for arms. I'm not committing to any of this, by the way. I'm just talking. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not committing to anything.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh, that's close. Oh, I love the building though. Lots of space for a cool factory in here. Shops.
Ooh. Oh, now this is a lot fancier than when I was here last.
Yeah. I think when you were here last, I was just doing this bit and I hadn't put in the danger.
Nope, the danger was not here.
No. Let me know as soon as you finish this build, by the way, and I will take a schematic of the surrounding area.
That sounds really smart.
Just in case.
Because we are playing on a server with a certain boxy.
Yeah, I feel like this is just asking for trouble, so I will take a schematic of the whole thing, just in case.
Hopefully it will survive until we have copycat blocks, and then we can just replace them with copycat blocks.
Exactly. But look at these little copycat ones. These are so cute. Little tiny TNT. Right, anyway, I've got a factory to build. See ya.
All right, toodles.
I've made my way back over to the factory building in Stam's village, and I'm gonna try and work out what to do with this. So I think this area here is probably where we're going to need to actually make the rockets, because we're gonna need a bunch of storage vaults, we're gonna need presses, we're gonna need mixers, and all sorts going on in here. Got a tiny little room at the side. I'm sure we'll find something to do with that. But then we've also got this room here, and I think Stam's right. I think I do need to grow the actual sugarcane outside. There's just not gonna be enough space in here, and to be honest, I don't really fancy digging out a basement. But I'll tell you what, I do quite like the idea of doing some kind of little clockwork droids or clockwork robots or something that go around here and have them doing the collection from the fields and bringing it in. I have absolutely no idea how we're going to do that, but my initial thought is to knock through that wall. But before we start smashing the place up, let's have a little look outside, because we're going to need to place a field, and to be honest, this bit here looks pretty good already. If we clear the trees, flatten out the land a bit, that could work. Or we could do it out this side, but it's a bit slopey around here, which is going to make it a lot harder to harvest, because we're going to need quite a big field. But if we were to knock a hole in that wall, then that could be quite good. We could have the little drones sort of come in and go in this way, drop everything off, and then come back out again, go to the field. I mean, it sounds like a good idea in my head, but let's see how it goes. I guess it all kind of depends on whether we can make a drone that looks cool and is small enough, but can still also carry things, because, yeah, the storage interfaces and the storage are generally going to be the problem. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First up, let's clear a little bit of land. There we go, that area should be plenty big enough for a nice big field. But it is going to be a mechanized field, in that we are going to have a sort of harvester thing that runs over the top of it. I think that's the way we're actually going to harvest the things, which means we're going to need a track for the minecart to run down, and maybe to make it look good, we should put one on the other side as well. I don't really know, but either way, I'm going to mark out the edges of the field now, and I think we're going to use just spruce planks for that. Want to make sure we're leaving space for a path down the side here as well, so you can get round the building. But I'm just going to mark out a giant square, and then we can work out where we need to actually plant the sugarcane, which I don't have with me, so we're going to have to go steal it from Stam's field again. But that's fine, the farm's for him anyway. We now have a great big field. So what I need to do is work out where we're going to be laying all of the water buckets. Because with sugarcane, it must be next to a water source, and we could just do this in big strips, but then we actually waste quite a lot of space in the field. To maximize the output of this field, we need to do a very particular pattern, which is like that, basically. Because that way we can plant sugarcane on these 4 here, and then we can plant them on these 4 here. And if we put another water bucket there, then we'll be able to place them on these 4, and we don't get left with any gaps, but we're also not filling up entire rows with water. And the easiest way to work this out is to basically leave 4, then dig another hole, put 1 in, then leave 4, dig another hole, put 1 in, and basically just do this in strips. So once again, in this row, you'd leave 4 and then put 1 in, leave 4 and then put 1 in, and so on, basically, over the entire field. This is going to take a minute. Well, it took forever to get all the water in, but we've also slabbed over the top of it, just so we don't keep falling in water holes, and I've even put some torches down so the sugarcane grows well. But before we get everything planted, I want to actually build the machine that's going to harvest. And I'm hoping that I've brought everything I need with me. And I can already tell that I haven't, because I need to get some redstone, which means I need to head all the way back to spawn. And while I'm there... now I should have everything I need, so let's start off by getting the rail in. We want one of those, then we want a normal rail, and then we want powered rail. We want to make sure that's actually powered, just like that. And we're going to build a contraption here, which we're also going to need to be able to power. We want to make sure that that is locked on rotation, otherwise bad things will happen. So what we need to do is create a whole great big line, and we're going to have those stretching all the way across. Then we'll get rid of these, because I think I want to use girders on the back, and once again, I don't think I actually brought them with me. So back to spawn we go. Right, so let's maybe sort of connect them every 5 or so, and just have them stretch across. And in the middle here, we'll just put a few barrels for resource collection. And I think what we're going to do over here, we don't actually need this channel, it doesn't do anything, but I didn't want this thing just to be floating, so I did bring a crushing wheel with me, and the plan was just to glue that to the bottom there, so it looks like it's running up and down that channel. But yeah, it doesn't do anything, just makes it look a little bit more realistic, I guess. And that should be all we need. Oh no, actually, we need to put a storage interface in. Let's put that there. Let's connect the girder to that, and then with our wrench, we can just sort out the bottom here. Perfect. Right, let's glue all of this together. Right, that should just about do it. So if we shove a minecart in there, then flick the lever, we should have our harvesting machine. Yep, I think that'll do the trick nicely. I'm not particularly sold on this outer fence we've got on the field here, but it's fine for now. We might change it, or we could just leave it for Stam to change, I suppose. He did say he had plans for the area over the back there, so maybe he'll tile this in. I don't really know. But I think now that bit's done, I may as well plant the sugarcane we do have, and then we can start populating the field. Although I am going to turn this off while I do it, otherwise it's going to get very annoying very quickly. Well, I didn't quite have enough to plant the entire field, but if we set off this machine, it can gather some in the meantime, and then we can just plant it before we start sending it off into the factory that doesn't exist yet. So, next up, drop-off system. The boring fieldy part is over. This is going to be the fun part. Now, this should be fairly straightforward. If we just start like that, do they connect? Yes, they do. Excellent. Then we just want a little belt here to get everything off. And now this is where I don't know if what I want to do is going to work, but we're going to give it a go. So we have that as an entrance. I'm going to remove that barrel there. A temporary barrel with an observer on top facing that way. And a redstone link. Then we're going to go underneath. We're just going to do a little test here. I'm really hoping this is going to work. So if I put that in there with one of them and then a bit of powered rail, just make sure that's actually got power. Then we're going to put a pulse timer there with a pulse extender there. Make that 20 ticks and set this to, for our test, let's just say every 5 seconds. That'll be fine. Let's cover that over again. Get that covered over. That we need to put a cart assembler there. Minecart underneath. The shaft on top, the grindstone underneath. I'm just going to stick all this together. You can probably see where I'm going with this now. Oh, that was a bit destructive. I've just removed the block from there for now, so the timer doesn't activate him. Then we'll stick a couple of levers on the side. Ah, look at him. He's a little happy chappy. Right, now let's see if this is actually going to work. If I put my timer block down there. Okay, it looks like it might work. I just need a longer test track. Ultimately, what I want to try and do is send him into this building over here. Let's just get a little bit more rail in and then get all this covered back over. And hopefully, our little dude is going to go on a journey. Yeah, look, he's off. Ah, how cool is that? Then he turns around and he comes back, and he actually faces the right direction when he comes back as well, which is good. So my hope is if we were to set this timer to say once every 30 seconds, and then we get power to this belt, that should be enough time for this thing to offload, load up into the barrel, and then he can drive off. And then if we just connect him up to another system like this at the other end, he'll offload. So we can have these weird little clockworky sort of robots. Oh, there we go. He's off again. Yeah, this is going to be well cool. I don't like the way he sort of jumps and snaps at the end, but there's not really much we can do about that. And if we were to do this with a train instead of a minecart, then we'd have to have a much bigger robot because it would need another portable storage interface as well as some other bits and bobs. So yeah, we're going to do this with minecarts. I am just going to turn him off for now, however, while we sort out where it is he's actually going to. So first thing to do is to knock down this wall. And I don't think we want to send him into this room here. Oh, I know what we could do with this room here, though. We could turn it into like a little workshop where they sort of build and maintain the robots. That'll be cool. But this is going to be the main factory floor in here. So maybe I should open up this doorway a little bit more. Maybe something like that. We'll put a little step in there. And then we'll also need to extend the track here as well. But I'm going to need to get myself a little bit more standard track to be able to get it linked up all the way over there because I have run out. I don't want to do it all powered, otherwise he's going to be bombing it around everywhere, and we don't want that. So I'm going to get him hooked up to maybe just coming into here and dropping stuff off into a vault. And then once we've got that system in place, we can work on the factory and then start making rockets. I mean, we're not going to be hooking up the gunpowder. That's a job for Stam. I think he said it's coming in on a train or something, so we'll leave the logistics for that part up to him. We'll just preload the system a little bit for testing, I think. Anyway, let's go get some more track and get this droid guy going around where he needs to go. Should probably have a nap as well. And a short while later, our delivery dude's all set up. He's dropping off the sugarcane into here. We've already got 1,200, which is quite a lot considering, yeah, we've not actually been doing it that long. But I've also managed to fill up the rest of the field, which is good. And now it's on to the next step. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put those two the wrong way round for now. But what we want to do is press this sugarcane down into paper. So if we were just to put in a couple of belts, and I've just launched all the sugarcane over here. That was not intended. Let's just quickly stick in another vault at this end. Get all that sugarcane back in the main vault. I'm just not going to put the funnels on there yet. I think that's probably the safest way to do this. But we can put the funnels on that side, and we can put in a couple of mechanical presses. All right, now we can start pressing this into paper. Look at that, wonderful. So that's one ingredient. The other ingredient we need for rockets is, of course, gunpowder. And we can just use a mixing bowl setup for that, which is good because that keeps things nice and simple. So I think I'm going to work backwards now. Let's say, for example, we want to store the rockets over here. Then the gunpowder, I guess, if we were to put a vault here, maybe. And we'll let Stan work out how to actually get the gunpowder over there. I would imagine going underground is probably going to be the best way, but I don't even know where it's coming in from yet. That one's definitely a Stam job, but let's maybe shrink that down just a little bit. What we're going to need to do is take the gunpowder from here, put it into a mixer with the paper, and then we'll get rockets over here, which means I guess we're going to have to make some adjustments to this doorway, but that's okay. We can do that. So we need a funnel there for the gunpowder, a funnel there for the rockets. Now, how are we going to get the paper over there? Maybe up and over is our best bet. So if we put the basin in line with this, with the mixer on top, and then we could probably actually use chutes to fill the paper in. We just put a belt across the top here. Yeah, that should work nicely. Do need some power though. Can I stick power through there? I reckon so. Just do that. And it's going the right way. Excellent. So we need to transfer that to the other belts. Then we're also going to need to power this. So if we do that, and then put a cog, that's that powered. And we need to power this belt as well. We can just grab that from here. And that's going the wrong way. Gearbox should fix that. Wonderful. All right, so let's just add in a little bit of support to make you look nice. But in theory, that should work. So if I put a funnel there, we should start getting paper going into here. Yep, perfect. And then I just need some gunpowder to load into here so we can test that that works as well. Oh, although, needs one of those. And I'm going to put a filter on it as well, just to make sure it knows it's making rockets. And we do still need to sort out something here as well. So maybe we can just do that with a slab and some stairs. Couple of safety bars. Yeah, that's okay. That'll do the trick. Right, let's get some gunpowder and test this. And I think while we're getting gunpowder, I'm also going to pick up some stock-related things, because it'll be nice to actually be able to take the rockets out. So, for the gunpowder, Stam said to take it out of here, I guess. Private, don't take. Well, it's for your farm, Stam, so I'm taking it. Right, so if we put a stock ticker there and a blaze burner next to him, a packager there, and then we'll put a link there. He'll show us what's inside. Excellent. And I think it might also be useful to know how much paper we've got. So let's just also link that one up. We've got 1,100. Excellent. And if I was clever, I'd have bought a third one so we could do this as well. But I didn't. And I didn't bring an item drain either. So I guess we're just going to be throwing the gunpowder in. But that should now be making rockets. Yeah, look at that. Rockets are happening. Wonderful. Rocket factory complete. At least functionality-wise. I do still need to make this place look good. I want to build a little workshop bit out the back. I want to get some structure at the top here. I need to get some proper lighting in here. And I need to finish all the paths and everything around the outside. Tidy all of this up. Yeah, I think we've got our work cut out for us here. But if we just do a quick lap around the building over here and then run back in the doorway on this side, we can see it's all done. Look at this. Wonderful. So we've got our workshop area. We've got a tiny little beardy plushie because why not? I've made use of the armor stands and straw statues and stuff a little bit just to add some finer details, but this is like a little workshop for the droids. I've also sorted out the path on the outside here. That kind of just wraps around the building. I haven't done too much on the outside because I don't really want to mess with Stam's aesthetic out here. And I'm really not sold on that fence, so I fully expect him to change that. And then in here, I've just added a little bit of detail just to clutter it up. Use the armor stands to add that. We've got our stock things in and everything's working lovely. But we're about to meet up with Stam so we can actually show him around. And you may notice the power's off. That's because Stam doesn't have any tokens running at the moment, so I've put the cut-off switch back in again. I did remove it while I was testing. I mean, I may have built it, but at the end of the day, a power company still needs to make money. I think he's working on his rails somewhere, so let's just follow this around. Oh, no, he's literally just standing in the ocean.
What I hired you for?
Yo.
Oh, I wasn't talking to the horse.
I'm pretty sure you were talking to a horse.
No.
Follow me, follow me.
Oh, you done?
Oh, I'm
I've
done.
been waiting for ages.
I've just run out of rockets.
Best of luck. You got this, Beardy.
I've literally just built a rocket factory. I've just built a rocket factory, Stam. Why have I run out of rockets? Jeez.
Flight.
So I built you a giant field with a fairly ugly fence around it, I'll be honest. I don't know what your design aesthetic's going to be around here. You said you had some plans, so I put in a fence that is ugly enough that you will change it to whatever the aesthetic is.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Stand here. Just stand here and look that way.
Oh, you punched a hole in the wall.
Yep, wait for it.
Why is that guy like...
Look at this dude. He collects all the stuff, and then when he's done, look, it'll drive off again.
Drives on here.
So if we go in here. So we've got a little workshop for all your little droid bots.
Yeah, I'm sure they can't. They can't be bad.
No, they're not bad. They're not bad at all.
No? Okay. I'm watching them. I don't trust them.
So I spent a few minutes showing Stam around the factory, just showing how everything works, and then we headed over to the shops.
Welcome to the Beardy Power Co. shop.
Nice. Lots of space for stuff and things.
Yeah, this one is very much focused on selling space.
Yes. Yeah, there's quite a few things I want to sell, so that's this is good.
Palewood water wheels.
Ooh, fancy. Look at those. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Then I imagine we're gonna just split profits from this guy 50-50.
Oh yeah, all the profits
Eventually.
we're gonna make from it. Yeah.
Yeah, from this one shop here.
Yeah, all of the profits that I'm sure a paper and cardboard shop
yeah,
is going
all
to
of
make.
them. We're gonna make so much
many
profit.
So many profits.
So many diamonds. Oh yeah. Anyways, I kept it small because I thought it best be small, and then it has a warehouse in the back here that's totally decorated.
Oh, 100% finished. I see, Stam.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff.
Boom shop.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah. Rockets mega bundle and that
The mega
gunpowder mega
bundles.
bundle. Yeah,
What's the mega bundle?
I've actually put in stock here already.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Temporary chicken running the store.
Yep. Nice.
And is that locked? It is locked. And then again, no back door or anything on the top.
Well, Stam, I'd say mission success. We've got a farm.
I would say that
we've got
as well.
some shops. And yeah. Nobody died.
Nobody died.
Oh, apart from that guy in the tunnel. Last time on Just Create, we built a row of shops and left Stam to decorate the interiors while we went to his village and turned this empty building into a rocket factory. And we even made these cute little delivery bots. Then YouTube did this.
Sim, uma loja de material de escritório. Sim, exatamente.
For some reason, YouTube decided to use me as a guinea pig and turned that video into a whole bunch of different languages using very badly translated AI. But don't worry, I've got that turned off now, so hopefully it won't happen again. Today, there's a few things to tackle, the first of which is setting up a temporary Tuff stall in the train station, as I'm about to go on holiday, everyone seems to want Tuff, and I don't really have time to build a full shop. We'll tackle that in a future episode. But not only that, I keep seeing trains everywhere. Stam's got one over here, Chosen's got one over here in his tunnel, and as far as I know, there might be even more, but I want one. I must build a train. The itch has gotten too strong, and I need to scratch it. What is this thing? It's a monster. But anyway, we'll get to the train later. First up, I want to turn this stall here into a... What the... Please take... Well, I mean, I will be taking this one, but this is not correct. Okay, so we're going to turn this into a Tuff dispensary, basically. So we're going to need a vault with lots of Tuff, a delivery system, the shop buying system, and, well, we've got space here. We might as well add a few different varieties of Tuff. And, of course, we're going to need a clerk. Now, let's think about this. If we have a collection barrel there, the packager beneath it... With the nature of what we're going to be selling, I think a nice big vault is required here. With that in mind, I think we're going to rearrange this just a little bit. Then if we stick a packager on the end there, should be able to eject things out there and have them picked up by this one. In fact, I think there's a better way of doing this. We just switch these round. And there we go, that should work better. Then this will be the collection points. Other than that, we're going to need a stock link and a stock ticker with a seat. I forgot to actually make the stock ticker. We'll go back and do that in a second. Let's put the seat in here. Just chuck that down next to him. Now we just need a clerk. And I've got just the guy. This shop's not being used. Let's get him in there. And that seems to be linked up. Wonderful. Put an item drain there so I can fill it up. And now what we need is a whole lot of Tuff. And that means I reckon it's about time we put a proper little storagey thing on here. So we need a packager and a stock link. Gonna have a barrel and another packager. Funnel going in, funnel coming out. We'll link a stock ticker over here. And put a little dude in. And there we go. Lots of Tuff. So we're going to place a massive order for Tuff. That should just start coming through. Then I can put down a whole bunch of shulkers. Get these loaded up. The vault over here is now full. I'm just configuring all the different things we need to sell. So we just go in here, we grab a stack of Tuff bricks, we configure, and then we stick that on the end. Just need to do that with these last few. That's the shop stocked. Everything is laid out. I just need to sort out the prices now. And the global currency here is, of course, diamonds. And we just want everything here to be 1 diamond. So these are all 1 diamond per stack because they're crafted. Wait a minute, we've got 2 of those. There we go, that's better. I just placed the wrong one down. It was supposed to be cut Tuff bricks. And these are 2 stacks for a diamond. And we'll just call the shop Tuff Stuff for now because, well, it rhymes. Oh, and we're going to lock him. Close the network. So that's the temporary Tuff shop done. Next on the list, a not so temporary shop. And that's this one, the Beardy Power Co shop. So there's a few things we need to do in here, or a few things to stock in here, I should say. As you can see, we've got lots of tables and things all set up. I asked Stam for lots of things. And what I want to do is sell lots and lots of power related items. We're also going to sell sort of pre-made generators. So we've already got our windmills, of course, which are out there. So we're going to sell versions of those. Basically just contraptions people can buy and plonk down when they need them, but I'd quite like to come up with a couple of other generators, maybe like a water-based one, potentially a steam-based one, I don't know. But I also need to work out everything else I want to be stocking in here. So I've made a list, but instead of doing it in a clipboard, I just hovered over the items in JEI and I pressed A, and then that makes things come up over here, just like that. And I think that list is pretty much everything we want. So it's just the power generation things. So we've got water power covered, we've got everything you'll need for steam power, plus a couple of extras such as the fluid valves and the copper valve handles. We've then got the windmill stuff, so we've got sails and frames and the windmill bearings, and then we've just got other bits you're probably going to need, such as blaze burners, speed and stress orbiters, and of course a hand crank. Couldn't have a power shop without including human power. And of course the other thing we're going to need is a whole bunch of power tokens. So I'm going to make a bunch more over here by grabbing all this bone meal and refilling this machine. This feels a bit like printing money, but we'll come back and make a whole bunch of those later. For now, I just need to collect one of each of these items. And that is one of everything we need to store in the shop. Now to figure out where to put them. Something like this maybe. So we've got our water wheels over here. We've got all of our steam power stuff here. And then we've got the wall of randoms over here, which is basically the blaze burners and the windmill stuff. I do still need somewhere for power tokens, but I'm thinking I might literally just put that right on the counter here. And there isn't really space for the speed or the stressometers, but to be honest, they're really not that important anyway. And of course, I still need to populate this bit here, but I don't actually have the contraptions yet. I need to make lots and lots of contraptions to make that happen, so we'll tackle that in future. For now, I need another one of these andesite table covers to put over here. I also need a clerk, and then I need to get some stock in upstairs. But we're almost there. It's almost train time. The shop is now set up to sell just the power tokens at the moment. We don't actually have any of these things in stock to be able to sell just now, so I've not actually set up the proper tablecloths for them. This is something we'll come back and do later. Maybe on this episode, maybe on stream, I don't really know. But I've had enough of shops, I think it's time to make a train. And with this train, I have been messing around in creative. I've designed quite a few trains, but the train we're actually going to be building isn't one of those. It's going to be similar to a few of them. In fact, we're just going to be taking the best bits from a few of the different trains I have designed, and hopefully this will come together and make an absolutely epic train. And the main block I'm going to need for this is going to be ochrum, and yeah, I reckon I've got enough of that. That's good. It means we don't have to go gather anymore. But I do need to get together a whole bunch of other stuff, so I might be crafting for a few minutes. An hour or so later, I've gathered a whole bunch of stuff, and we should be good to actually start building this train. So we've got a nice big platform here. Hopefully that's going to be long enough. And although we don't have a destination, I am going to make a passenger train. I think that's what I want to do first. We're going to start here with the engine. So let's make this maybe 10 deep, I guess. And then we'll stick another little casing down. Make that a big wheel. Yeah, nice big engine. Then at the front here, we're going to come out another couple of blocks. And we're going to come out a couple of blocks at the front here as well. And I want to try and slope the front of this. A bit like one of those cattle things. I can't actually remember what they're called. So I'm hoping that these plows might aid with that. Maybe some more there. Then maybe a little bit underneath for more support. And under here as well. On this front bit, I'm going to remove that one and put that in instead. I'm going to stick a flywheel at the front here. And then some crushing wheels for the boiler. Lots of crushing wheels. And let's maybe stick a little fluid tank in here and make that look a little bit boilery. I want to make this train look quite steampunky, so we're going to have lots of bits kind of just stuck on it, I guess. But hopefully it should end up looking pretty cool. And I think on the bottom bit here, what I'm going to do is use chutes, because then we can get a nice angle like that. Question is, do we add in more wheels? Definitely looks better with more wheels. And I think for some of the detail here, we're going to do similar to what we did on the construction train that we made, where I used these item drains just because I think they look pretty cool, with some andesite fences in copycat panels as well. I wonder, can we maybe squeeze another pipe in under here? I do need to do the top of the train. Maybe we could connect that up to something there. Right, I think I need to get the top part of this train on, get some color, and we're going to use the oxidized copper for this. And we'll add a little shape to the top here as well. Something like that. Then we need a big funnel at the front, and we're going to use a campfire to generate the smoke, because we don't have steam and rails yet, which makes me a little bit sad. But I think we're making good progress on the engine compartment so far, but we're definitely missing a lot of stuff. Now let's start with getting some shafts on in this bit here. And then there's usually these kind of like panel bits that stick up there on the trains, and to be honest, adds a nice bit of color. I like that. I wonder, should we maybe add more plows? Yeah, I quite like that. I think that works well. Gonna add a couple of bits that'll make it look a little bit more steampunky though, I think. On the top here, we're just gonna stick a display link down, and then we're gonna use a back tank here. Although that'd be better if it was facing the other way. Doesn't it have cogs on it? Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Nice little detail. And how about getting rid of that and putting in a stressometer? Okay, that's looking pretty cool. I'm liking it so far. Let's work out the cab next. I'll need to extend the back out a bit first, and we'll do the chute thing again there, I think. And then on the top here, if we do this kind of shape, some panels on the back, then we'll get some glass in there, and a bit in the middle. Train controls and a seat. A bit more glass at the back here, and a roof. We're also going to stick a whistle on the front there and stick some more stuff to the roof just because we can. And I think at the back here, we're going to have this go down into the coal tender. Just stick a little step at the back there. Stick some more stuff to the side because why not? Maybe a couple more of those as well. And another item drain. And maybe just a couple of levers just to tie those bits in. And I think with that, we're done for the engine, at least this side of it. I've just got to replicate the whole thing over on this side now. Right, there we go. That's that side done as well. Now what we need to do is sort out the little coal tender thing that follows it. So I think we're going to go with 2 bogies and have something around this sort of size. Let's just block off these side bits and the back. And we want it to be the same color as the engine, so I'm going to use these blocks here again. And these things usually carry coal and water, so we're going to put another little covered section at the back. Then we'll slope down the sides. And then load up the front bit here with coal. But if we use some of these copycat panels, we can make it a little bit more interesting. Not much, but a bit. And how about some more item drains and panels? I think that will work nicely. The side here feels a little bit too high, so maybe we could do something like that. Oh, we missed one. Maybe this actually looked better without the item drains. Yeah, I quite like that. Then at the back here, we'll just put a couple of little bumpers. And we'll just attach a couple of bits as well, because that's what we like doing, apparently. Although maybe those ones are a little bit much. Maybe some smaller redstone links or something would look good. But I don't think I have any of those. Oh, no, I do have some of those. Maybe let's just stick these on the back here. All right, cool. I am very pleased with that. I think that works well. And now what we need to do is work out the carriages. Now, passenger carriages. How big do we want these? Maybe 9 blocks long? Because then on the interior, that will give us about 7 or so blocks to work with. That should be enough. For the bottom bit here, we're just going to use a whole bunch of stairs. Same on this side. In fact, I'm going to pull this forward one more piece. So that sort of size. Copper ladders on the side, and we're also going to have a little copper fence here. Now let's work out the actual cabin. And I think we're going to go a little bit taller than Stam's ones. We're going to go a block taller so that there's a bit more headroom. Then how about along the bottom here? We still use the ochran pillar, but we use the other texture on them. This is the top of the pillar. And then for the windows, if we go that texture. I say windows, what I mean is the bits in between the windows. And then for the windows themselves, we're going to use this ornate glass. I think that looks pretty good. And now for the roof. So we're going to start with some acacia stairs. Then we'll build up this next bit with slabs. But I also want to have a lip that runs around the edge of this. So we're going to do that with copper, just to make it look a little bit brighter. Give it a nice trim. Yeah, that's looking pretty good so far. Let's maybe cover up this bottom bit with some of these rails. Now, let's get some valves on the back and the front to act as bumpers. Now, this is where we're going to do something quite cool on the outside here. So we're going to use some Nixie tubes. The redstone link is just for looks. It doesn't actually do anything. Same with the stock links I'm about to put on. But if we go around the back here and click that once, and then do the same on this side... Look at that. It gives our carriage a number. And I love that. But the outside's looking pretty good. We might add a little bit more. But first, let's sort out the inside. I think what I want to do is split this into sections like that. Then we can put seats like this. And if I go down here temporarily, then we can get these in as tables. Let's just quickly sort out the other ones. And then maybe something a little bit different at the back there. Then how about using some shafts and brackets? Just separate that up a bit more. And we're going to stick a lantern in the roof here, like that. And on a couple of these, we'll just put some stuff on the tables. We're also going to need a door, so maybe these exposed copper ones. I think that'll work quite nicely. Hang a light out the back here, and another one out the front. I think we're almost there, but I don't like this floor, so we're going to stick down some brown carpets, add some stuff to this shelf, and then we're going to shrink the size of these windows a bit just by sticking in some copycat blocks with oak bits inside. I guess we can't do that one because of the lever. That's fine. I'm sure it won't notice. But I think that just about does it. How's that looking? Looking pretty good. Although maybe I should get some of these item drains on this one as well. So I could probably put one there. And don't I have... Yeah, I've got the pillars in there. Maybe something like that. I think as a train, that's looking pretty cool. Could probably do with another couple of carriages though. So I think what I'm going to do is take a schematic of this carriage, blast a couple more into existence, and then we'll glue the whole thing together. Although in fact, if I glue it together first, then when the carriage comes into existence over here, it will already be glued and save me a job. So yeah, let's get this whole thing glued and make sure it works first. That should be everything. Let's assemble the train and see what happens. Well, it's assembled. That's a good sign. Can I drive off with the entire train, though? That looks like I left behind a bit of the roof of the carriage there, and a couple of bits from the back of the engine. All right, those bits are now all glued on, so next time we assemble things, we should be safe. Now I can safely take a schematic of this one, blast 2 more into existence, and we'll have a giant train. Good times. Well, I've only got 2 bits of gunpowder, but that should be enough. I'll be very surprised if it isn't. Right, let's build. Quick as that, we've got another carriage. Just need to set the numbers. Go, so that's carriage number 2. Question is, do I have enough stuff for a 3rd carriage? I hope so. Apart from 2 redstone links and 2 copycat steps, we're basically there. Right, let's get the 3rd one in. Now the train feels a whole lot more complete. I think it's time to assemble it and take it for a test drive. And as always, it is going to need a name, so yeah, what do you reckon? Let me know in the comments and we'll get this named next episode. But for now, let's take it for a spin and make sure it fits through our tunnel. So looking good so far, we've not left anything behind. And it just about clears the lights in the tunnel. Oh, that's close. But it works, we finally have a train. But this video is not going to come out for a week and a half, so I need to find some... Classic. The second I get a train, I crash it. That is very like me. Just move this one out the way and pretend that didn't happen. Now, just before that crash, what I was about to say was, because I'm about to go on holiday and this video is not actually going to be out for at least 10 days, I need to go hide this train somewhere. And I have also realized, because I use normal doors, not train doors, I can't actually get into the carriages. So I'm going to need to swap those out, and we do still need to sort out the interior of the back 2 carriages, but we can do that when we get to our hiding place. Which isn't the best hiding place, it's basically just at the end of this really long rail that we've already made. But this is the one that leads all the way back to our base. We've still got a whole lot of terraforming to do on this. We've got a load of bridges to build. So yeah, we're definitely going to have our work cut out for us on this one. So I guess that's where we're hiding our train for now. And the track's not even long enough for me to extend it, put down a station, and actually finish off the train itself. But I haven't got time to do that now anyway. I'm going on holiday. I'll see you in about 2 seconds. Well, it's 10 days later in real life. I've had an absolutely wonderful holiday, but it's time to get back to making some trains. By which I mean finishing off this one, which hopefully, while I was away, wasn't in any streams or anything. I hope my hiding place worked. Wait a minute, did I still leave all my roofs behind? It appears I may have done, but we need to head back over there anyway, because we need to also make some other changes to this train, such as the doors. Although these doors look good, I can't actually use them when they're on the train, which kind of makes the whole thing pointless. And speaking of pointless things, it does also appear that when the Nixie tubes are in a contraption, they don't show numbers, and that makes me a little bit sad. So I guess there's a few changes we're going to need to make to this train. Well, I've just come back to spawn, and it looks like quite a lot has changed around here. We've got some kind of massive dock pier type thing. We've got giant holes in the side of cliffs. We've got this cool looking thing. And there's also a new shop over here. What is this? Chosen's dirty little shop. Oh, wow, this place looks cool. And it's a dirt shop. I guess that makes sense. But he's also got the mud variants. He's got rooted dirt. This is cool. So you order from the Fox and it gets dropped off over here. That's very cool. I like that. There's just so much detail on this thing. What's this? Dirty little discounts. 75% off. What? Oh, he's selling the same thing, but just at better prices. In the back alley. Oh, that's awesome. I like that. That's very cool. And I've also noticed that the train yard over here has been expanded, and there's also been some kind of infrastructure put in, which is very cool. It's nice to see lots happening over here. But we're here to sort our trains. So Nixie tubes, I mean, they still look cool. It's just a shame they don't retain their numbers. So I'm probably going to leave those. We need to swap out the doors. I need to fix the roofs. And I think I also want to adjust the interiors on these back 2 carriages, because currently they're exactly the same as the front one. So I want to change that. Now, first up, let's get rid of these doors. I think I'm going to open this bit out as well, so we might put in some copycat bits so you can actually go between carriages. That'll be a nice thing to do when it's moving. So what we need to do is probably use this copper door here. So we just need wooden doors and casings. And these doors, because they're slidey ones, will actually be able to be opened when on a contraption. We'll just get these little steps in here. Now, what are we going to do with these interiors? I think it might be nice to have one of these carriages as a first-class carriage, which means it's going to want a different layout. So let's just remove all of this for now. Let's work out how we can divide this up. So if we did something maybe like this and put in a small wall, then could we maybe do a layout something like that? Then it's a bit more of a private cabin. Well, I've tried a few different things, and I can't quite work out how we're going to squeeze in a number of cabins in here, or sort of private areas. So I'm going to mess around with it for a little bit, and I'll bring you back in once I've worked it out. A short while later, and I think I've just about got this figured out. So we've got smaller cabins at the back here, just little private seating areas, and then there's a double one in the middle. I haven't managed to jam in as many seats as I would have liked, but I think it's nice for a bit of variation. Then this one here, we just need a few bits on the tables and shelves. And I've also patched up the roofs up here, so I think this train is good to go. Don't think there was anything else I wanted to change, which means I can turn this back into a train, fix the track I just destroyed, and we're done. It just needs that name. So once again, please do give me your name ideas in the comments. And speaking of naming things, we also still need to name the train station over here. We built this quite a few weeks ago, but I had to pre-record quite a lot of videos for going away on holiday. So this is your last chance to get your name suggestions in for the spawn area as well. And then next episode, we'll get both the station and our first train named. But we're only just over 20 minutes into this episode. We've sorted out our shops. And speaking of shops, did we actually sell any Tuff while we were away? No, we did not. We've not sold a thing. Oh well, that tells me that building a Tuff shop isn't massively important right now. But since we've just built our passenger train, I'm thinking maybe we should head over to this tunnel here, go right through to the other side, and maybe make some progress over here by getting a bridge in. And it's quite a large area we've got here to work with. I'm thinking maybe we could do like a big stone bridge with some big arches, make it a bit like a viaduct. I feel like that would suit this bit here quite nicely. So let's go get some blocks and start working something out. We're gonna have to remove a whole lot of these trees down here as well. They're gonna be in the way. In fact, let's quickly do that first. And there we go. The trees have been removed. Let's just grab these extra bits of wood. And now we need to build a bridge. But before we start building, I think it's maybe about time we got ourselves one of those rubbishy jetpacks. Otherwise, this is gonna be an absolute pain. Question is, what do I need to make one? Oh, lots of netherite. Okay, so I think I've got everything else. I've got the echo shards. I've, of course, got the redstone. But yeah, I do not have the netherites. So I guess we may as well grab our drill, go to the nether, and, well, do a bit of mining. You know what that means. Well, I'd say that was a fairly successful trip. We were only down there 20 minutes, and we've got 38 ancient debris, which should be enough to make this jetpack. Let's just grab the other bits I need. So it was echo shards. We've got 2 of those, a little bit of redstone, and a spare elytra, which, yep, we've got one of them as well. It's our only spare elytra, though, so we should probably go back to the end and get some more at some point. Now, let's turn these scraps into ingots. And that should give us the block of netherite we need. Excellent. Or not so excellent. It turns out we also need 2 more ingots for here. Ah. Well, we don't have enough for that. I need to do a bit more mining. A little bit more mining later, and I should now have everything we need to make this rubbish jetpack. There we go. There it is, the builder's jetpack. I also need to make some fuel, however, and for that, I'm going to need charcoal. So we'll chuck that in there. That's the charcoal. We're also going to need gunpowder, and although we get free fireworks from Stam, we don't get free gunpowder, and I think he's priced that quite expensively. So in here, it is 3 diamonds for 64, but if we bulk buy, it's a little bit cheaper. Let's do that. Then along with the redstone, we should now be able to make the fuel. I don't know quite how much of this we're going to need, so I'm just going to make a whole bunch of it. Chuck most of it in a shulker, and we'll just keep it a little bit on us. And then to activate it, how do I activate it? Shift. Okay, yep, there we go. Crouch and jump is how I activate it, and now I can move very, very slowly, but that's going to make it much easier to build our bridge. And that little test used almost an entire fuel rod. Jeez, he gets through that stuff quickly. But now we can start planning this bridge, and I think I'm just going to use stone initially. And then once we've got something marked out, we can work out exactly what blocks we want to use. And I need to repair my elytra. There we go. Alrighty, let's go build a bridge. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do is kind of guesstimate where the middle of this thing might be. Although it's a lot wider on this side than it is on the other side. So we need to find a nice balance between the two. In fact, let's just focus on one side for now. So if we were to come over here, around here somewhere is probably about the middle. Let's put on our jetpack, go into fly mode, and pull a line all the way down to the bottom. So if we have the central column maybe 5 wide, I I think what we're going to do is just work out a small section of the bridge. We'll work out what blocks we want to use. We'll work out a shape for the arch. And once we've done that, we'll rebuild the rest of the bridge using the correct blocks, because otherwise we're going to end up building the whole thing twice. Once out of stone and then once out of the actual blocks. And I don't really want to be doing that. So maybe let's put in like a lip or something across there, and then another one, say here. And then we'll put some detail in the in-between bit there. Next up, let's work out an archway of some kind. Maybe just something like that for the arch. That should work quite nicely. Feel like the pillar needs a bit of reinforcement though, so let's just raise this bit up here. Maybe something like that, and then we can put some girders or walls or something for some extra supports. The shape-wise, I think this could work. I'm just going to decide what to build it out of, figure out some details for this bit here, and then we'll see how we're looking. Now, I think I want the main bridge to be made out of tuff. Let's just try replacing this top bit here first. And maybe this bottom one as well. And for this back bit, I think I want it to be a little bit darker. So I'm going to rip out the stone and replace it with maybe just some tuff. Let's maybe just mix in some of the mossy cobblestone. That'll give it some variation. Now that's already starting to give it a bit of depth. This is good. Let's work out the support structure next. So I'm going to take out all of the stone. Maybe try some tough pillar. That could work. And a couple of fancy blocks at the top here with some girders. Should add a bit more structure. Okay, not bad. Let's add some bits at the top here as well. Try and get a bit of detail in. Let's start with some girders with maybe some water wheels. Let's put those every other block. Something a bit lighter in between, such as these andesite walls. How does that look? It's actually pretty cool. I quite like that. Needs a bit more depth under here, though, so let's maybe add some of these darker walls. And then it just needs a whole lot of texture. So let's see how we get on with that. Something like that, maybe. So it's a little bit lighter at the bottom, and then we've got some dark patches, and then we've got all the green sort of mossy bits near the top. I think it just needs something across the very top here. Let's start by putting slabs over the top of that, just to tidy it up. Then we can maybe put some kind of fence across the top there. Maybe even just some andesite bars could look quite good. Let's go grab some. Yeah, I think that's going to work. We just need to kind of carry this on all the way across. And then we need to do the same on this side. Connect the middle bits. Oh, this is going to take a while. Well, cue the time lapse. Short while later, and the bridge is now complete. So I've sorted out the surface of the bridge at the top here, but most importantly, look at this thing. This is looking awesome. It could maybe do with a bit of work down the bottom here, maybe some bushes and things, and maybe even a little bit of light. We seem to be getting some spawning going on, but I've also tidied up the tunnel entrances, and overall, I think this is working well. However, I do need to work out how we're going to carry on this bit here. We did do a stream a couple of weeks ago where we worked out what the retaining wall over this side is going to look like, and I do need to carry that on all the way round, so where they meet, that's where I guess we'll probably have to work something out. But that's some pretty good progress. I like it. Only another 2,500 blocks to go. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we built our first passenger train and this bridge. We also worked out what we wanted to store in our power shop over here, and today I think it's time we actually stocked it. I mean, we worked out where everything was going to go, we just don't have a way of producing it yet. That means we're going to need a giant factory in order to produce all of this, but we don't want too much stuff, so this is probably a good opportunity to use factory gauges and frogports and all the fun stuff. I'm looking forward to this. Before we get stuck in, however, we need to make some lists, and more importantly, we need to make a factory diagram to work out exactly what we need to build. So I'm over here on a flat world where I've made a list of everything we need to be making. We just need to work out how we're actually going to do it. So I think we're going to start off with these simple ones, such as a water wheel, and of course the large water wheel, which is fairly similar anyway. And what we're going to do is use factory gauges to work out how we're going to do this. So if we want to make a water wheel, we're going to need wood and we're going to need shafts. More specifically, we're going to need wooden planks, which we'll get from logs. So let's just connect these up. That means we're going to need shafts. So let's get that connected up. Can't we hit that with a wrench to change? Yeah, there we go. Now to make shafts, we need andesite alloy. And to make andesite alloy, we need andesite and iron. Now, the good news is we're already making andesite over on our industrial island, so we're just going to use that. We're not, however, making iron, so that just means we're going to need gravel, and we'll get gravel from cobble. Although that process is also going to produce flint. So let's just get these linked up. So what we can then do is use the cobble, the flint, and the lava, because we do also have a massive lava pit over there, to actually make our own andesite anyway. So in theory, that should work. So that's the factory we need to make our water wheels. I'm just going to check that. Nope, I was slightly wrong. Let's remove that cobble one and replace it. That just makes gravel. And this one is also going to make flint, but we'll just send that back over to the other factory that already makes the andesite, save us duplicating machines. I think this makes a lot more sense. Then once we've got the small water wheels, we can make the large ones just by mixing a small water wheel with more planks. And let's just tidy this up a bit. We'll move it over to this side. Okay, so that's our water wheels sorted. Next up, let's just sort the blaze burners out. That should be a fairly simple one as well. So for the end result, we want to have empty and full ones, which means we're also going to need a spawner, but we should just be able to use these in a deployer to actually make them ones. At least that's what I'm hoping. And the recipe for these is quite straightforward. All we need is netherrack and iron sheets, and we'll get those from iron ingots, which of course we'll get from nuggets, which we're going to be producing over here. Let's just quickly get these connected up. And in regards to the netherrack, I'm just going to feed the machine manually for that, because we've got so much of it in storage, there's no point making a farm right now. The hand crank's nice and easy. We just need planks and andesite alloy, which we're already making over here. Next up, we just need the windmill items. So to make a windmill bearing, what do we need? Slabs, stone, and a shaft. Okay, that should be easy. So shafts we're already producing. Slabs we can get from the wood that we're already producing, so that's easy enough. Let's just add that down here. And stone, we can get that from the cobble, which once again, we're already generating. This is working out quite nicely. So that's how we're going to make the bearings. Now for the sails, to get the wooden frame ones, we actually need to make the woolen ones first anyway. And then to make those, we need 3 items. We need sticks, we need andesite alloy, and we need wool. The sticks we can get from the wood, so that's easy enough. Once again, alloy we're already making as well. So we just need wool. So for that, we're going to need a sheep farm. So far, we need a cobble generator. We need a tree farm. And we need a sheep farm, and that should be able to get us everything we need so far. But things are about to get a lot more tricky, because now we need to focus on the copper items. So let's just start with the pipe variants. So to make pipes, we're going to need copper sheets and copper ingots. And I believe, thanks to Stam's tweaks that we do have on the server, I think we do actually have a way to make copper. Yes, we do. We can get it from dripstone. How do we make dripstone? There we go. Granite, cobblestone, and lava. Right, let's start working this out. So we get the copper nuggets from the dripstone. We get the dripstone from the granite, lava, and cobblestone. That is not cobblestone. There we go. Now, the tricky bit here is going to be getting the granite, because to make that, we either need diorite and quartz, which is not very straightforward to do, or we need red sand, flint, and lava. So flint isn't a problem, lava's not a problem. Red sand we can get from terracotta, maybe? Crushing terracotta? Yes. And we'll get terracotta from clay, which I believe is actually a byproduct of crushing this down. I think this is also going to be producing clay for us. Yes, so there's a 50-50 chance that when we crush that, we're also going to get clay. In fact, we're probably going to get more clay than copper. So with that in mind, let's put the clay balls here. Then we'll compact that into clay. We'll cook it into terracotta. We'll crush it into red sand. In fact, I'm going to bring this one down a bit just so we can see our lines. Get all of that connected up, so that will then link round, get mixed with lava and flint to make the granite, which will then get mixed with lava and cobble to make the dripstone. Wow, that's quite the copper farm. I have a feeling we're not going to get all of this done in today's episode, but moving on, at least that's going to get us all the way up to pipes. Now, smart fluid pipes are going to be quite complicated because we're going to need electron tubes and brass sheets as well as the pipe, but we're probably also not really going to sell many of those. So with these ones, I'm probably just going to manually craft them. I don't think it's worth automating them. The pumps are quite easy. We just need a cog, and to get those, we just need shafts and planks, which we're already generating, so they're not a problem. And for the valves, we just need iron sheets, which once again, we're already making by this point. So that's all the pipey things done. Now, steam engines. This is going to be tricky. So, we need 3 things for this. Gold sheets, andesite, alloy, and blocks of copper. So, alloy we've got covered right at the start. Copper we've got covered from here. Once again, we are going to do this in a very smart way in that we're not duplicating steps and things like that. We're going to have machines and frogports and all sorts to make it all fancy and nice. Meaning, although it looks like a lot right now, we're not going to have to build quite as much as you might think. Hopefully. But to get gold sheets, we're going to need gold ingots, and for that we're going to need gold nuggets, and we're going to get that from soul sand, which we'll get from sand, which we'll get from gravel, which we're already producing. So let's just link all those up. So actually the steam engine's not too bad once we've built all of this other stuff. And the steam whistle is just andesite, alloy, and gold, so that's already done. Tanks are made from barrels and sheets. We're already producing sheets, so we just need barrels, which we will get from planks and slabs. And we're already producing the planks. So once again, that one's not too bad. So apart from the stressometers, which once again, I'm just going to manually craft, we're probably not really going to sell any of those. That should cover just about everything. I think I may have bitten off more than I can chew here. There is a lot going on, and in order to do this, we need a lot of basic farms, such as cobble, we need a sheep farm, we need wood, we need all the shinies. I mean, some stuff we're already making, but basically, I don't think there's a chance we're going to get this done in today's episode. So instead, I think we're going to focus on getting some of the base resources set up so that we can then go ahead and do this. Now, we do need wood and wool, but to be honest with you, they're fairly straightforward, so we're not going to worry about that too much today. We also need the shinies, but in order to get a lot of these, we need this stuff. So this is just the basic building blocks. So I think today we're going to be building this. Now we've already got andesite and tuff because we built our tuff factory and that produces these things. But I do want to produce all of these blocks here as well, and maybe some of these ones. I'm not too concerned about this side. But with these basic blocks, we'll then be able to make the shiny things, and then from the shiny things, we'll then be able to start making this stuff. And although this looks complicated, it's actually quite a basic factory. I don't think we need to mess around in a creative flat world for this one. Let's go back to the real world and decide where we're going to build this. Now, we're going to be needing quite a lot of lava for this, so I'm wondering if we just put a building over the top of this area here, it's going to need to be quite a big factory, I think. Then over time, we'll level the ground a bit here as well. We'll get some more buildings in, more factories, and just expand the area. Because I guess what we're about to build now is basically an expansion of this one, because this is making the tuff and the andesites, and a whole bunch of gravel as well, of course. So yeah, maybe this area here is the right place for it. Which means I need to do some terraforming. There we go. Hopefully that's going to be a big enough platform for us to build our new factory on. If not, we can expand out a little bit further. But I've also kind of tied it into this one here just by adding a small car park. I mean, that's likely to change in future, but I just kind of got a bit carried away there. But it's fine, it's fine. We've got lots of space to build on now. Now, I could start building the farm and then wrap a building around it, but I prefer to try and build a nice building and then cram a farm inside however I can. So I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's go get some building blocks. So I've managed to gather together almost everything I want. However, I need Viridium, and I don't really have much in here at all. Certainly not enough to start making some roofs with. So that means I need to go find some somewhere. And I think I'll take my drill with me just in case I find a nice big patch. Let's go see what we can find. Well, I found a patch here above the ancient city where we found Jojo, and it doesn't look like a massive patch, but let's dig it out and see what we find. This seems like the easiest way to dig it all out. Well, that little patch didn't even get me 4 stacks, so yeah, I guess we need to go find some more. There we go. This is a much bigger patch. That's more like it. So I should finally have everything we need. Let's go build a factory. Well, it's Still needs a whole bunch of detail, but I think for a factory building, this should be good enough to work with. There's plenty of space inside. But yeah, lots of detail needed. But we'll get to that later. I think I'm done building for now. I think it's time we started working on the factory inside. And we've got 3 floors in here. We've got a giant floor at the bottom. We've got a small room here, which then goes into another small room here and a big area on the second floor. And when we go up to the top floor, we've got even more space. But now we do need to fill this space. But for that, I'm going to need to go grab myself a whole load of create bits. And to be honest with you, that probably means a visit to Chosen's Mall because it's much easier than crafting things these days. So I've managed to grab some stuff from my storage, but we definitely need a little bit more. That was weird. I just kind of flew straight through his doors there. But yes, we definitely need a bit more stuff, such as crushing wheels. We'll grab some more belts. We'll grab some fans, a few shafts. We're okay for drills. Can't hurt to get some more gearboxes. And we're going to want a whole bunch of volts as well. That should just about do it. And we're also going to grab ourselves a few buckets of lava, because they're going to come in handy too. So let's build ourselves a factory, and I think the first thing I'm going to do is a cobble generator because everything starts with cobble in this factory. And I think it makes sense to do that up here on the top floor because that way we can just filter everything down. We're going to use some Frogports in here, I would imagine, but a lot of the things we want to produce, we do actually want to produce in bulk. So it makes sense not to use Frogports and just do it old school using some belts to get things between all the different stations. That's not to say we won't use Frogports at all. I do have a plan for them, but initially we are going to need a lot of stuff. So let's start by building ourselves a vault for cobble. And it does occur to me we're actually going to need a fair bit of space around this thing, so I'm probably better off not putting it this way round. Now, you've seen me build a cobble generator before. We're going to be building the exact same one we had in the andesite farm, just a little bit bigger. There we go, 1 cobble generator, nice and simple. I think what I want to do is dig out a hole underneath it, and we're going to turn all of this, or at least a whole big chunk of it, directly into gravel and sand. And going vertical is going to be the best way for us to get that done nice and quickly. And in fact, while we're here, I should probably also figure out power. And considering I also want to link up this building to this one, I'm thinking chain drives might be the way. Not chain drives, chain conveyors. But I didn't bring any chains with me. Let's quickly grab some. So let's start with a chain conveyor up here. And we'll punch a hole in this wall for it to go through. Or in fact, maybe we should move it over one so we're not clashing with this. Then from there, we should just be able to bring it straight down into the building. And we're just going to get a bunch of these going around inside here, I think, because they're probably going to come in quite handy. I've now linked that to come up to the upper floor, and hopefully we can use this to transport packages around as well. That's why I'm kind of doing it out in the open like this. Now we just need to connect this power up. If we do this, stick in a bunch of shafts, that should link everything up over there. Now what we're also going to do is just put in a threshold switch here. Get that set up so when there's over 1600 stacks, I mean it can hold 1620, so when it's basically almost full, that should then power the clutch, which will turn off the cobble gen. Now the last thing I need to do is just link up this power here. If we put a cog in there, a shaft, and a vertical gearbox, that should sort us out. There we go, we're producing cobble. Right, now to make sand and gravel. First up, we're going to have 3 of these, turning the cobble into gravel and then into sand. And then we're going to have 3 more that are just making gravel. And we're going to have that drop straight into these 2 vaults here. So we should now just be able to turn that on and start getting all the gravel and sand. And of course, we are going to get flint and clay balls as well in this one here. But that's not really a problem. So we're getting cobble, we're getting sand, we're getting gravel. So now our core resources are sorted, I think what we're probably best off doing is setting up a gauge wall so we can actually start working out exactly what stations we need. Question is, how do you make these? So we need precision mechanisms and stock links. So let's take a stack of these. We can buy precision mechanisms from Chosen, so we're definitely going to be doing that because they're a pain to make. And then we just need to make ourselves some transmitters, which hopefully we've got enough copper to do because I know we're running low. Well, we've got a little bit of copper, so I guess we're about to use up the last of this. And we're going to buy a whole bunch of these. So let's just get a stack of these gauges. That should keep us going for a while. So let's create a little wall down here. And what I also want to do is make sure we've got stock links on these. And we'll get one on the cobble as well. And if we right-click our gauges on that, that should link up with the system. And we'll just set up a little temporary guy here so we can actually see what we've got in there. In fact, I think I've got a couple of frogs here, haven't I? Yes. And a barrel. And we'll just set up a rudimentary delivery system as well. And we'll call this frog Hubert. Then if we link up a frog here and a frog here, in fact, what we need to do is actually put Hubert on a packager here. Then we can put our cobble in, our gravel, and our sand. We can see exactly what we're getting. But with the sand, we want to be converting that into clay. Let's add a new connection. And we get clay from washing sand. We've got a 25% chance. So if we send 64 sand, we should get approximately 16 clay. The problem is, to make that happen, we need to actually send it somewhere. And that means we need to start building some stuff. And it doesn't need a big area, this one. So I think I'm just going to do it over here. And what we're going to do is make a washer, a smelter, and a haunter. The basic setup like that would do the start of it. And we're going to want chutes here. In fact, this needs to be a little bit longer. I forgot to actually leave space to put the lava and water and stuff in. So we need to set up a frog for this one, frog for this one, and a frog for this one. And we're going to prefix all of our machines with Mr. B just so we know that they're ours. We don't want them getting mixed up with other people's stuff on the server. I'm sure they won't anyway because we're so far away, but it's better to be safe than sorry. We're going to put the retrieval barrels one block further forwards, with packages on top of those, also linked up to the chain. Now we're going to need a lever on the side of each of these to make sure that they're working. We need water in there, lava in there, and we're going to need to put a soul campfire in there, but we don't actually have one on us right now. Next up, power. We want to make sure these are running incredibly slow. So that should just about do it. We just need some funnels, and then I think we're good to go. So funnels in the back. That should be just about it. So if we now tell this to go to Mr. B Washer, set a target amount of, say, 50 stacks, should start sending them. There we go. Our sand is coming over and getting washed. But we currently don't have anywhere to send the finished product. And that's where what I think we need is just a big sort of final storage area. Essentially just somewhere we're going to store the finished products. And I'm wondering, maybe we should stick something outside here. We could end up with quite a lot coming this way, so we're actually going to have 3 frogs that all have the same name. We'll extend this chain out so the frogs can reach it. And we'll just call this Factory 1 for now, because I don't really know what naming conventions we're going to use. In fact, we're actually going to set one of these frogs to send only. So this one's reading the inventory and will actually send stuff back out. So we'll remove his name for now. And if we put a sign on this Frogport with Mr. B Factory 1, then those clay balls are going to start coming over here. Perfect. There's a couple of things we want to do with those clay balls, however. So we want to turn some into clay blocks, and we want to turn the rest into clay bricks. So if we link this one up to here, send a stack at a time to Mr. B's smelter, and let's say we'll have 20 stacks of those. Now the clay balls should start getting sent out and smelted down into bricks, which we can see happening there. These Frogports are amazing. I love them already. What we also want to do, though, is turn clay balls into clay blocks. We can then make terracotta and so on. And we want to turn these bricks here into brick blocks, which means we need another machine or two. A couple of compactors. So next up, I've just put in a couple of presses. They do exactly the same thing. They just compress things. But I've decided to do one for bricks and a separate one for clay, just because I don't want the systems backing up. It just keeps things a whole lot cleaner. So now, if I link this one to this one, we'll send 64 of that, which will give us 16 clay per time. And we'll send that to Mr. B Clay. Have a target amount of 50 stacks again. And we'll just do the same thing for this one, but with bricks. And now that should activate both of our presses upstairs. We'll just put a filter on just in case. But we're now getting clay over here and bricks over here. We just need to set the addresses on these to be Mr. B Factory 1 and then power them on. Excellent. And because we're now using up the clay and the bricks, we should start getting more being washed over here to make more clay and then more bricks being cooked. And the system's going to keep restocking itself, essentially to try and always remain at the numbers I've put in here. Now the next one should be fairly straightforward. We just want terracotta, and we've already set up the machines for it. So if we send this to Mr. B's smelter and then link it to this one, then those clay blocks are going to get sent off and turned into terracotta, and then the clay blocks here are going to get restocked by the clay here, and so on. Now next up, we need red sand, which means we're going to need a crushing wheel set up. separate to the ones we already have over here, of course. So just a small setup like this should work nicely if we power that. Put a frog on there and call it Mr. B Red Sand, because once again, I do want everything to have its own station. But that should go in there, come out, get crushed, and then get sent back to the factory storage. So let's put the red sand in there, connect that one up to here. We can do this a stack at a time, and we'll send that to red sand. Okay, progress. In the meantime, we're going to set up a little one down here, and we're just going to make sure we've always got lots and lots of stone. We'll go for 100 stacks of that one. We'll send that to the smelter as well, and I'm not worried about the smelters getting backed up because they're constantly dropping things off. They don't really have a limit on how much they can cook at once. The only limit here really is how quickly things can go through the chute down here. What I need to do, however, is connect this one to the frog network. And I'm wondering if the best way to do that might actually be with chutes. So if we bring the chutes down to here, add in a barrel, give it something to stand on, then connect a frog there. When we do that, we should now start getting... No? I know what I should do. I'll put in a vault instead, then... Yep, there we go. He's setting off the cobble now. Now, he's going to start making us stone. The only downside to this system is if, for example, I take all the red sand, it will convert everything through. So until this one here backs up, these ones here are going to remain pretty much empty because they're constantly being used and crafted into other things. It's also not the fastest factory in the world, but it doesn't really need to be. It would just be nice to have some of these resources on hand when I need them. And of course, it brings us one step closer to be able to automate other things and therefore sort out our power plant shop. Because yeah, we've still not stocked a single thing in that today, and that was the whole purpose of today. Safe to say we got distracted, but infrastructure is important. Now, the next thing we need to do is make soul sand and quartz. So I need to put a soul campfire in there. If I put soul sand in there and link it up to this one, we'll do 64 and 64. Send that to the haunter. Then we'll put quartz in here, and we need to link that to this one. And we need to send the soul sand to the washer in order to get quartz. Now all we have left is to make diorite and granite. So, diorite recipes, that one's not particularly useful because we need calcite, which we can't auto-produce. Which means we need to do this crafting recipe, which we have to do in an auto-crafter. And to make the granite, we're going to need flint, which we've got plenty of, so that's not a problem. We're going to need lava, which once again, we've also got plenty of. There's a massive lava pit under here. And we're going to need the red sand. We don't need to connect the lava up, however, because we don't actually need to send a bucket of lava. We just need to make sure we're sending these things. So something like this should do the trick. If we have flint and red sand coming out of this vault here, put a packager there and another one there. We'll have a frogport here called Mr. B Granite. Powered one there with a sign going to our storage. Now all we need to do is pump lava into this basin and get ourselves a press up and running. So for the lava, we'll just go up against this wall. And we're going to dig a little hole here. Then we'll just run this all across the bottom to that pipe there. And that should now fill up with lava. Can confirm we have lava. And there we go. Now the press is hooked up as well. Now that should work. Let's go set this. So it takes 2 flint for every 1 red sand. So that should work. The numbers should add up. Let's just set a target amount of 100 stacks. We want loads of this stuff. And there we go. We are now making granite. I've been staring at my board for a while and we've got a bit of a hole up, or a bit of a bottleneck, I should say, in getting clay. Basically, it's just not bringing enough sand over to make it fast enough. So I've stuck a gauge to the side here, telling this thing to always try and have 10 stacks. And that means that this frog over here is working double time, pumping out the sand to make sure that that is the case. So we're washing sand quicker, we're getting clay balls quicker, and that should speed up all of this top row here. The only problem is, once we get 50 stacks, that thing's still going to keep sending sand, isn't it? So maybe this isn't the right way to do it. I mean, I could literally just take the sand directly out of here and actually wash it in a separate washer over here, just so we have another big vault like that, but one that's just full of clay balls. That could be the way to go. In fact, if we were to go underneath down here, we could just do it directly out of here. There we go. That should get us a whole lot more clay. Look at all that stuff cooking up. And we're getting so much more clay. This is perfect. So that means we're going to get clay a lot quicker, which basically means we'll get everything along this line a lot quicker as well. And I'm just thinking something else we can do while we're here. We're already passively producing gold, but if we were to grab this gauge and just move it down here, the gravel gauge, we're not doing anything at all with the gravel so far. And while I think of it, we can remove the gauge here now that was constantly requesting sand. We don't need that now that we've got the new machine down the bottom. And while I think of it, we're also going to put a threshold switch on this vault here. Put that there, and we'll attach that to the side of this here. And that will just ensure that when this one does get full, it stops bringing through the sand. But anyway, I was getting distracted. What we're going to do is make iron nuggets from the gravel. There's a 12% chance that each piece of gravel is going to drop one, so for every 50, we should get about 6. And we'll send that to the washer. And we'll have 100 stacks of that. That seems like a good idea. So, making good progress. The last thing I want to do is to make the diorite, which means I need to go get myself some mechanical crafters. So, the diorite one we're having to do a little bit different because we need to use a crafting table. And even though it's only a 2x2, it only seems to respond when it's a 3x3 grid. But as long as we link everything up round the back to make it one big crafting thing, this should make diorite. Now, the trick is, over here, where we're bringing in the order, we then need to have a repackager, because we have to assume that the different parts of the recipe are coming from different vaults. So the cobble and the quartz will both get sent here. In fact, I need to do this slightly differently, because I don't want to unpackage everything that comes over. I just want it to go straight into the vaults. Then we have our repackagers here, and what they'll do is try and construct the original recipe that was sent. So basically, it's going to put 2 cobble and 2 quartz into one single package. Those packages are then going to come out here, go into the crafting table, get turned into diorite, and then we can send these back off. So we need to power both of these. We need to put a sign on here for Mr. B Factory 1 and give that power. Then we just need to power these belts. And we need to power the crafting tables, but we should just be able to do that with a couple of cogs here and here. I think that should just about do it. Let's go find out if it worked or not. So we want to link that to the quartz, then we want to link that to the diorites. We want to set the recipe on this one, so we're using mechanical crafting. We'll set that to Mr. B diorite, and that should start working. Oh, no, we need to set an amount. Let's go for 100 stacks. Come on, please be working. Yeah, look at that. We're getting diorite. And is the one at the back working as well? Not currently. I think just one is actually able to keep up with what we're bringing in. That's fine. That just means we can actually make this a little bit smaller. We can just get rid of the one at the front here altogether. And there we go. We are now getting diorite as well. Now, the last thing I want to do is to actually link up what we've got going on over here into the system. That's our flint. It's additional gravel. It's the tuff. And it's the andesite. Though I do need stock links for all those, so let's just get those on. Now, if we look in our stock dude over here, we can see we've got all of our tuff showing up. We've got our andesite showing up. Got a good amount of granite. We've got diorite coming in. We've even got plenty of iron and gold as well. So this is everything that we're currently producing over here so far. Not a bad effort. Now, let's check our progress. We've done everything on the top row. We've done the sand, the red sand, the clay, the terracotta. Oh, we haven't done dripstone yet, so we'll need to make sure we get to that. We've also done bricks, and we could quite easily do these as well. We've just not set them up yet. So still a few more blocks to add to this factory. But in terms of this board, if we ignore the fact that we need a tree farm and a wool farm, do we have all the base resources? So we've got cobble and andesite covered, which means we're going to be able to make alloys and shafts. We've got iron, so we can cover that. Netherrack, we're just going to import anyway. There's nothing additional needed for those ones. So we do need the dripstone in order to get copper. That is a very, very important one. And when it comes to getting gold, I've realized that this is not how we want to get gold, really. That is a really bad way to get gold via soul sand. What we need to do to get gold is to wash red sand. So we're probably going to need to up our clay production a little bit more. But that's basically it. We just need to make gold and we need to make dripstone. And then we've got everything we need here apart from the wood and the sheep. And we also want to automate brass, alloy, and zinc as well, but they're not a priority right now. I believe for dripstone, we need granite, and we need cobble, and we need lava. Yep, that's correct, and we need a mixer for that one. But I believe we've got some of those over here. So we basically need another setup like this one here. So that pretty much does it. I'm just going to put goggles on these guys, because that way I can see where all of the ones that are actually receiving items go. And I just need a sign on here for the address and power. And what I've also done is expanded how quickly we're making the sand from cobble. We now have 5 of those and only 2 of the gravel because we don't really need quite as much gravel. And instead of one of these making clay blocks, we now have 3. So that's going to get us red sand a whole lot quicker, which means we're going to be making granite a bit quicker, so we can keep the dripstone machine fed. Now we just need to link it up down here. So that's now going to dripstone. We're doing it in stacks, and we want lots of that stuff. I've just realized I did this recipe wrong. It's supposed to be connected to cobble, not diorite. There we go. Let's try that again. So I just need to empty all of the diorite out of this vault, and now it's making dripstone. Excellent. So now we're making dripstone. We can turn that into copper. If we add a new connection to there. The drop rate is the same as the other nuggets. We'll once again set that to 50 and 6 because it's a 12% drop rate, so that should balance out. And we'll send that to the crushing wheels. Once again, we'll have 100 stacks of that. And with that, I think we've ticked off the last of the building blocks that we need to be making over here, at least right now. So the belts were getting quite full, so I've run around and made a few adjustments. So all of the ones that send things off to the factory now only fire once every 10 seconds instead of basically every time something comes in. And that's keeping the belts a lot clearer, which is basically stopping any potential traffic jams. I've also made a bigger vault here to hold the things for the dripstone, and the same over here for the granite because, well, they were clogging up the lines as well. As you can see, they're still clogged up a little bit, but this guy's gradually getting them all. So that is now everything we needed to automate the things for our power station, besides the wood and the sheep. But that's something we're going to have to tackle next episode, I'm afraid, because I'm all tuckered out. This has absolutely drained my mental capacities, which is fairly low, let's be honest. But I've got to be pleased with the results. I imagine over time we might tweak this a little bit so we can speed things up and slow things down and make sure we're getting a good balance of everything. I mean, I've already had to make lots of changes, so that wouldn't be surprising whatsoever. But I'd say this is a pretty good start. And I know we still need to name the train from last episode, but that video's only just gone out, so we're going to leave it a little bit longer for more names to come in, and we'll get that named at the start of the next episode. And maybe we'll actually try and record at a time when other people are on the server. It's been a bit quiet the last couple of days, because I keep recording too early in the morning. I have no idea what everyone else has been up to. But thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we slammed down this big old building and jammed a bunch of machines inside to generate this wall of resources. Since last episode, however, you may notice this wall has changed ever so slightly. There's a few more things on it, but I've also been tweaking and optimizing the factory, hence all the new machines down here, and all the space we now have on this floor. Because basically, it was taking a little bit too long to make dripstone, which meant the copper was coming in incredibly slowly. So now, instead of just one mixing bowl making granite, we've actually got 4 bowls over here, and we've then got another 4 bowls making dripstone instead of the 2 that we did have. So now the whole thing is a whole lot faster. We're also bringing in the tuff and making zinc, which is easy enough. We just crush the tuff, and once again, because we do have recipes to enable us to make renewable tuff and also to make copper, the tuff itself, when broken down in this pack, will only give us zinc. It doesn't give us any of the other nuggets, hence the convoluted way to get copper. The storage out here was also getting quite full, so we actually have 2 vaults here now, just with a belt going between them, and that's given us double the amount of space we did have, which is good. We definitely needed it. It's a bit messy in places around here though, so we've got some cleaning up to do later today, but our primary goal today is going to be to hunt down some life on the server and convince some poor unsuspecting souls into joining me on a trial chamber or 2. I want to do a couple of runs to see if we can get a mace, just because it's kind of rude not to, but mostly I want to completely demolish it with my big drill and steal all the copper. So I do want copper for building blocks, and although this is making copper, it's not the fastest thing in the world. So when it comes to copper for building, I think we should just go steal some from a trial chamber. But I also want to do that because I didn't really see anyone last week when I was on the server. I kept recording at silly o'clock in the morning over here in the UK, and as such, no one was really on. I've been getting a bit lonely. Although in saying that, it is once again about 6 o'clock in the morning over here, and I am the only one on again. So we'll have to save the trial chamber shenanigans for a little bit later. So with that in mind, I think we'll start the day by doing a little bit more automation over here. We still want to make brass, we want to make andesite alloy, and we still need to work out a tree farm and a wool farm. We're going to need that as well. Although it doesn't have to be trees. We could actually just use bamboo, because bamboo makes wood, and that's all we need. We just need wood. So yeah, actually, maybe bamboo's going to be the better option here. But before we get to those bits, I do want to go off on a little bit of a tangent. There's a few other building blocks we can make over here, such as the sandstone, the red sandstone, and the smooth variants of those. And we're getting quite a lot of quartz as well, so we may as well make the quartz building blocks. So let's do that first. And I think we'll use some of our newly acquired space up here for that. And I think I know a way we can do this quite simply. So if we put in a set of barrels there, and then we'll just get these in, funnels on those. We'll have 3 basins here, 1 big vault at the end, Funnels on that. Funnels going into the back of these. And then 3 mechanical presses there. What we should be able to do is get these in. We'll have 1 for quartz, 1 for sandstone, and 1 for red sandstone. And of course, we need to give these guys goggles. Wonderful. And the last thing we need is a packager and a link here to send everything back to the warehouse. Which means I need a sign. I don't know why I said warehouse. I do not have a warehouse. I just have a couple of vaults stuck out the front here. We will eventually get a warehouse though. So once again, we'll send everything to Mr. B Factory 1. Stick a timer in the back here. And then we just need a little bit of power. If we put a shaft in there and an encased chain drive, then it should be as easy as that for this one. So now we just need to set up the factory gauges. So if we want quartz, we'll connect that to here. We're going to send 64, which will get us 16 blocks at a time. And we don't need to worry about having loads of this. So we're just going to keep 10 stacks or so, I think. Actually, we'll go 20. Now we just need to link up the red sand to the red sandstone. And same settings, 64 sand is going to get us 16 of the sandstone. And the same thing with the sand. Now, if we have a look upstairs, we should have all 3 of those presses now making blocks for us. Oh, or not. Oh, I've done a bad thing. Let's quickly remove those 3. Need to put them on packages. Problem solved. They're now sitting on packages, and that means we're actually getting the blocks I wanted. So now we've got sandstone coming in. We can also do smooth sandstone just by sending that to the smelter. And of course, we can also get smooth quartz. I have a feeling we might be tidying up this board a bit later. It's going to start getting even more messy. But with all those bits done, I think it's time we move on to the remaining shinies, which is going to be andesite alloy and brass. And we've still got a bit of space up here. I think we can make it work. And there we go. That's the brass one done, which is a bit more complicated because we had to put a blaze burner underneath. And we've just got a system here to rotate this single bucket of lava every time it needs fuel. We're then bringing in the copper and zinc via this frog over here called Brass, of course, although he does need some goggles. There we go, that's better. And then we're sending all the brass to storage via this frog here. So I just need to do this system again, but without all the mechanical arm and the burner and so on, to make alloy. And I think I might be able to squeeze that in over here. And with that cog there, this one should now be all set up to do andesite alloy. Now we just need to set up the factory gauge, connect that to iron nuggets and andesite. Where's that? Oh, we don't have andesite on the board yet. Well, that won't do. Let's put it down here. There we go. That is our alloy coming in. Excellent. Just going to do a bit of rearranging on this board, however. Well, just as I get my board tidied up, look at that. Foxy has joined the game. He sounds like the perfect candidate for a trial chamber. Let's sort out my inventory and go find him. Now, just before we go find Foxy, I do want to know how much power we're now using, because I'm probably using a massive chunk of it over there on that island. Speaking of which, we also need to hunt Foxy down because we need to chase him for that invoice. He's still not paid it yet for when we installed the new power bits for him. We are using 456,000, so we've only got 182,000 available, so that tells me that we're probably going to need to sort this out a bit. Maybe we're going to need some blaze cakes going on. That'll probably be the way to do it. Are we making any money? What's this? Lag police fine. It has been determined that steam power is bad for the server. Therefore, you've been fined 50 diamonds to be paid immediately, and each day these villagers are not moved will incur... What villagers? I don't have villagers. Will incur further fines of 1 diamond per day. Please make all fine payments to the Lag Police payment chest at the train station. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a good day, ma'am. Lag Police. What? Each day these villagers are not moved. What's that got to do with steam power? I'm so confused right now. Well, at least Jimmy's still got some stock and he's making a little bit of money. I mean, he's a pillager for a start, not a villager. Lag Police, honestly. 50 diamond fine. Foxy?
There's a Beardstone.
Foxy!
Hey, it's Mr. Beardstone. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
That didn't feel right. One sec. Can you come over to me?
Mr. Beardstone! Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. That felt better, didn't it?
Yeah, that's much more natural, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So I did message you about doing a trial chamber when I saw you log on.
Yes.
I think that'll be a lot of fun. But
yes.
Also, is this you? Someone's having a go at me for Steam and then telling me to move villagers. I don't know what's going on.
Well, you see, what happened was, Miss Beardstone, the Lag Police have been in touch and they've clearly done a bit of copying and pasting. And, basically, because Chosen and Stam had villagers, the Lag Police decided that they would just, rather than writing the book out 3 times, just copy and paste and just change the first bit for yours. It appears I think they basically mean you need to shut down your Steam power. Is there anything else in the book that, seemed a bit unusual?
Well, yeah. The claim that Steam is laggy.
Yes, it is. The
No,
man
it's not.
from the Flywheel mod told me. And I did testing.
The man from the Flywheel mod, but that's just cheating.
Yeah.
That's cheating, Foxy. You can't do that.
I can. I did it.
I'm not paying that fine. And anyway, speaking of fines, you still need to pay your invoice.
Well, I'm not paying that until you pay your lag police fine. That's look. The damage you're doing to the server is far more worse than the stupid thing that I had to do.
I'm doing no damage to the server.
Have a good day, ma'am.
But it was definitely you. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not paying that. Anyway,
You are. Don't throw it on the floor. It took me ages to copy and paste that book. You know how many squid inks went into that book, eh?
One.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I only had 8.
Oh, okay, fair enough. In that case, yeah, fairly expensive. Yes.
Yeah, very expensive.
Yeah, shouldn't have bothered wasting your time, Foxy. Right, anyway.
The trial chambers.
Yes, trial chambers. Yes. I did one once a very long time ago, so I thought I'd come and get someone experienced to come and aid me.
Yeah, I've never even been in one. You know, I've never even seen one in real life or in Minecraft.
Oh, not in real life or in Minecraft.
No. Do I need to bring my tunnel bore? Because I didn't bring it.
Your tunnel bore?
Yeah.
I mean, basically, I want to do the trial chamber properly, like
Right.
and try and get a mace and all that stuff. But then I do have my tunnel bore because I fully intend to destroy it and steal all the copper.
Right, okay. Well, you will just go splits on your tunnel bore then, rather than I don't want to, lag police and everything. Don't want to lag out the server with 2 tunnel bores.
I mean, we
Same
could.
place. I'll go get my tunnel bore.
Yeah, go get your tunnel
Back in a
bore.
minute.
Yeah.
This is made by this is an actual Minecraft vanilla thing, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's not going to be difficult. It's going to be very easy, which is one of the reasons I never bothered with the trial chamber, because I just think, well, what's the point? It's just going to be too easy. What's the worst that could happen? What could possibly go wrong? Why have you given me that? Do I have to drink it?
If you're gonna do it properly.
Right. I don't understand what it is or what you've just given me, but okay.
Fun. I've given you fun, Foxy.
Okay.
Things have just got a lot more fun.
Fun. Okay. Ooh, that one. There's little.
Oh, there's loads. There's loads right here.
Right. Oh, good.
Instantly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I assume
look.
these are going to spawn things. Oh yeah, there you go.
Ow. Oh, one stray. Oh, that was tricky. Oh dear. There's no more.
Oh, it's dead, Foxy. I should have
Yeah,
made
I was gonna say,
a.
they do actually hit quite hard, these strays. Might actually have to eat.
Should have
while
made
I'm
a
here.
shield. Oh.
Oh dear. Did you not make a shield?
No, I forgot to make a shield, Foxy.
Oh dear. Well, that was silly, wasn't it?
I'm gonna die again. I'm dead again, Foxy.
Oh dear.
I've died like 5 times already, Foxy.
You said this was going to be easy, that I didn't need to worry. This corpse has got nothing in it, Mr. Beardstone. Oh, it's all right. This one's full. You're all going down.
I've died so many times, Foxy.
Oh, there's eggs in this dispenser.
Eggs.
Yeah, not eggs, the player.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, what's he doing in there?
Oh, I got a key.
Oh,
Does
you
that mean
did?
the ones at the top are going to spit out presents as well?
They do, but I got meat out of one of them, and I got 2 keys out of the other one.
Shame.
Oh, here we go. I found an ominous bolt up here at the top.
Oh, there is one at the top.
Yeah.
Hang on. Making my way up.
I got a banner pattern, some diamonds, some slowness arrows, some wind charges, and a chest plate. Up here.
Oh, up there. I didn't even look up there. You leaving?
Only to get a shield. I'll be back.
You should probably, make like 3 or 4 because they do tend to disintegrate.
Yes. Yeah. I got that by the screaming.
To the next room. I believe it's this way.
Yeah, I saw a tunnel down the bottom. I can't wait to destroy this place with a massive drill.
Yes, that's what these places are for.
There's little baby ones with swords.
The big one's got swords as well.
Oh,
Oh,
baby
look.
strays with swords. Had to run away from the baby. I was down to half a heart. Oh, the baby's back. He found me. Run away!
The breeze is dead, Mr. Beardstone. I've got a breeze stick.
Ah, the
There's
baby's
another
still
breeze.
coming for me.
Ow.
That baby was terrifying.
I'm trying to back out of it, but I can't because I'm too slow. What am I getting hit by now? Oh, there's more chaps over there.
Yeah, there's chaps everywhere. There's a thing here. Chaps everywhere.
There's chaps everywhere.
There's chaps everywhere, sir.
Good thing about the skeletons is they're quite weak. Oh, I'm getting blown around again. Is there another thing? A breezy fella.
I don't know. I need to eat.
You get any keys?
No, I do still have 2 though from earlier.
What did I get? You got. Oh, I got a heavy core.
Oh, nice.
And a block of emeralds, and then 9 more emeralds. Oh, that was quite good.
So the heavy core, if you mix that with the rods, I think you can do it just without a crafting table as well.
Do I need 2 rods? No, I don't. I have a mace.
Nice. Don't. I knew it. I knew it. The second you got no, don't. I'm nearly dead.
Does it work?
Try it on like the bad guys, not me. Oh, this one looks fun.
Smashy smashy with my mace time. Why would there be powdered snow down here?
It's a trap.
And why doesn't my shovel work for it?
I died. You look like you've been hit with a couple of arrows, Foxy.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple.
Just a couple.
Oh.
Yeah.
The mace is not very good unless you're actually up high. It's actually quite useless. Oh, that's a bit stingy, this place, isn't it?
Sadness. Yeah, no keys.
Was that it? Just 2 spawners?
I think so. There's an upstairs bit over here. Let's go check up here. Just another empty chest and a vault we can't open because we didn't get any keys.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Good job.
Excellent. Yeah. I don't think there's any more trial chamber in this one, so we need to go and find another one. Because we need to get you a mace, Mr. B. Did you want to tunnel bore this away before we do that, though?
I definitely do.
Okay. Oh dear.
There was a slight problem. I turned around and there was just stuff everywhere.
Tell me when your thing's dead. Oh no! Oh dear.
There's no floor there anymore, Foxy.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Oh, and all the skeletons are reappearing up in here as well. Oh,
no.
Foxy.
Oh,
Oh
dear.
no.
Oh, Miss Beardstone.
Foxy, I'm stuck. There's no floor. I've got no way down. Help me, Foxy.
Do you want a hand, dear? Hang on.
I'm trapped on 2 blocks. I can't go anywhere.
Hang on. I'm coming, Mr. Beardstone. I'll come rescue you.
Which
way is it?
Like, up. It's literally in the ceiling.
Yeah, but which... Oh, okay. I see your name tag, I think. Is it this way? Where are you?
Up.
It's just up.
There's like the massive bit that you dug out.
No, I'm in totally the wrong bit. No,
up.
Sorry. Yeah, I know. Oh, there you are. Hey, sir.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Beardstone.
Hello. I can't get down.
You had a bit of trouble there, sir.
Yes.
Is it because your drill's very, very small?
No, it's because I'm currently dead and my drill is going off into the distance, most likely.
Oh, your drill's still going.
Yes, that's why I'm panicking and I'm in a hurry, Foxy. You're really not... There's like no sense of urgency about you whatsoever. I need a way down. I need a way down, not up.
You need a way down, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I can help you with this, sir.
Oh, my days.
There you go, the hole in the floor. Go
Oh,
down
for
there.
love of... I just got shot. Ah!
Why, I don't understand why you're causing such fuss about this.
Because I can't get down, and there's so many strays up here. I can't get past them. Foxy, they're all in the spawn area. Foxy.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
No.
Oh.
Foxy. There's so many of them.
Oh yeah, I'm getting hit back now. Oh. Oh dear, this is not going well for you, is it, sir?
No.
Oh no, or me. It's not going well for either of us, Miss Beardstone.
Oh no.
These ones hit quite hard.
Right, I managed to get down with half a heart, but there's loads of stuff trying to kill me.
But no, that's the wrong one. Where's my other corpse? Where
Run away, run
did I
away,
die?
run away, run away, run away, run away.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Right, I need some blocks. Here we go.
Where's my corpse?
The age-old question.
The age-old question. No. Oh, jeez, no. It's been down.
Look, I've got problems of my own right now. I've got half a heart. I'm being hunted by everything under the sun.
You do realise all of this is your fault.
Haha! I got back to my stuff.
There's lots of strays in the bedroom, Miss Beardstone.
Yeah. 1 sec. I'm just healing up. Right, I'm coming back up.
Good. The question is everything dead now?
Ah! No!
No.
I'm about to be.
Ow. Oh yeah, there's quite a few chaps up here.
I'm pleased with the amount of copper we've got from here. What do you say?
No, I think we've not finished.
Oh no.
Jeez, I'm gonna die.
Don't do that.
There's
I've been doing
zombie hit me with a piece of tuff. Stop it.
Oh. Easy now. Oh. Run away. Ow.
Oh, jeez. Miss Beardstone, will you stop getting shot? There's so many things to do. Mr. Beardstone.
Hey!
Why did you do this? Why?
Wasn't intentional, clearly.
I need my chest.
Oh, there's an invisible spider attacking me. Why?
Go. There we go. Right, okay. I'm going to go get your stuff. I've got to kill the creeper that's on your seat. No, creeper. Oh, no, I blew on you. He blew up your machine. I'm so sorry, Mr. Beardstone.
You blown up my machine?
Yeah, it's a bit blown up, yeah. Who thought tunneling our trial spawner was going to be a good idea? Yeah, oh my god, no, run away!
It's just a couple of creepers.
You both flew right into them.
Oh, yeah, don't do that. Getting out of here, I'm never going to another trial chamber again.
Oh, don't you want to go get a mace? I thought we was doing 2.
I mean, I don't know where another one is, do you?
Disappointing, Mr. Beast. I'm sure we can find one.
And find one we did. So I built myself a much bigger drill.
Wow, okay. I think somebody's gone a little bit ridiculous now.
You said I needed a bigger drill.
I did.
We cleared out the chamber with no deaths this time as we were much more prepared. And to be honest, it was a much smaller structure. And we then proceeded to dig this one out too without any trouble.
Bye.
Bye. Sadly, I still didn't get a mace, but I do now have over 3,000 copper blocks. And I've got lots of wax oxidized ones and all these other bits and bobs as well. So I'm happy with the results, although I did unalive myself about 20 times. And when I got back, I also noticed this. Eggs, shells, and bits. Eggs, sells shell. That's really difficult to say. Eggs sell shells in each shop. Sounds like there's a new shop. Let's investigate. Yeah, look at this. Eggs, shells, and bits. I love the color scheme. Very nice. And we have a goat running the show. Excellent. He sells chests and shulker shells. Coming soon, he's going to be selling fluid tanks. We're going to have competition. Oh, but he's also selling all the other storage items by the looks of it. This is good, especially gauges. They are a pain to make. I approve of most of this. Good work, Eggs. It's good to see some more shops popping up. So we are going to get back to our factory in just a moment. But first, however, we need to address the power situation. Rumor has it some people are not happy with the power company for swapping out the tokens. And apparently that is a courthouse. This has me concerned. With this concern in mind and the fact that we're running out of available power, we need more diamonds so I can buy things to expand the network and basically just try and cover my back by hiring a lawyer. And that means we need better profit margins. And of course, we need to stock this, but yeah, I did say that I would never raise the prices on the power tokens. That doesn't mean we can't make them more profitable though. So if we just pop over here to Chosen's power supply, so we can see, look, we've only got 200,000 remaining. But if we go in here and just change this timer to say 40 minutes, then we're going to be making 33% more profit from Chosen's tokens. Although that does mean I also need to change this timer while I think of it. But now that means that a token's going to get used every 40 minutes instead of every 60. And we'll just do the same thing at Foxy's and Eggs power meters, and we're good to go. Right, job done. I'm sure that won't be a problem. Now let's get back to that factory. We've got work to do over here, and I've already started by punching out a hole, because our overall goal here is to produce the items we need for our shop. And although we've got most of the basics covered, we still need wood, and we also still need wool. So that means we need a sheep farm and probably a bamboo farm. I think that's going to be the best way for us to get wood. So I've punched a hole out the side of the factory here in the hopes that we can squeeze those in on this side, which means I'm going to need a bigger platform and a bit of an extension to this building. Let's start with the platform though, shall we? One platform later, and we're ready to start building. And I think I'm just going to block something out initially. Something that size. Then we can put a bamboo farm at the back. We can have a sheep farm over on this side. And, well, just a bit of space for some machines down here. There we go, that should give us plenty of space on the inside, and like the rest of the factory, it still needs a whole bunch of work on the outside. I started on the front bit here, but yeah, maybe a couple of giant chimneys up there, that could look quite cool, and some pipes and things, I don't know. We've got an entire factory to make look good here, so I'm not too concerned about that right now. What I am concerned about is getting some farms in. So this bit over here, we're going to grow lots of bamboo. We can maybe even put in like 3 or 4 levels, and there should be enough space for a small sheep farm. We don't need a big one. So let's see if I've got what we need to make this farm. Let's start with the bamboo farm. And I think what I want to do is replace a whole bunch of this floor with grass. And then we'll cut out a little trench next to it. And this is where we'll put our cart contraption. So if we do a controller rail, then a normal rail, and then a bunch of powered rail, which we are going to need to power, so let's stick one of those in. Then we'll stick a cart contraption there. Make sure that is set to lock rotation, of course. We don't want to have any problems later down the line. We'll stick a barrel and a bunch of saws. Because I would imagine it's saws that would chop down bamboo as opposed to harvesters, right? I guess we'll find out. Then we'll use girders to slide that backwards and forwards. And then what I want to do is actually put in multiple floors here. So we'll stretch up these girders so we can have multiple rows of saws. And then we're just going to add a few layers of grass. Let's see how many we can squeeze in. So I've managed to get 4 layers in. We've got some lights going as well. I just need to put a storage interface in there. And we'll put the receiving one there. And we need a lever. But if I flick that, that should move. And that's moving on all 4 levels. Wonderful. Now we just need to work out what we're doing with the bamboo afterwards. And I think initially we're just going to store it in a reasonable sized vault. Although that's going to need to be 1 block further away. And once we get power to that, that'll offload the bamboo. And speaking of power, we're also going to need chain drives in here. So let's see if we can find a suitable place in the wall here. Not really. I mean, we could go at a bit of an angle maybe and go in here. Nope, that's not in a good place. That's where that contraption is. How about here? Connect that one up to there. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's not awful. Don't like how it's clipping through there, but once we get Copycats Plus, I'll be able to use half slabs there, and then that'll actually make sense. For now, we're just going to ignore it and work past it. Question is, where are we going to put them in here? And I'm thinking what we might want is some kind of a ceiling support structure. 1, because it will look cool, but 2, it'll actually give us somewhere to hang these things from. And then we can hang the chain conveyors from those beams. Just like that. Wonderful. Now we just need power down here. There we go. And a bit of scaffolding to make it look nice. Right, let's go get some bamboo so we can turn this farm on and get things running. And I also need a threshold switch because I don't want this whole vault filling up with bamboo. What I'm thinking is we'll use this as like a small separate storage from the main one. We'll store the bamboo in here as well as the planks and the sticks and so on, and basically the wooden items, because then we can just put all the machines that make stuff in here for them and they don't have to keep going all the way back to storage, then all the way back here for processing. It just keeps it a nice closed system. First up though, let's go get some bamboo. I've collected what I had and it's not enough to fill up all of these fields, but it should at least be enough to get things started. And once we're harvesting bamboo, we can just replant it. Well, I had enough to do 2 levels. That'll get it started at least. And yep, excellent. It is saws, not harvesters. Good, good, good. So we're just going to let this start filling up with bamboo. And in the meantime, let's set up a frog as well. We'll call this one Mr. B Factory 2 because the storage out there is Factory 1. Now what we need to do is set up a few machines for processing. Now with this bamboo, we want to be making sticks, which is just a crafting recipe. We need 2 bamboo for that, but we'll do that at the end. The other thing we want are bamboo planks and bamboo slabs. And for that, we need to first make bamboo blocks. So we're going to stick a basin here with a mechanical press on top. We need a barrel here with a brass funnel there, an andesite funnel there. We'll stick another barrel on this window so that we can put a funnel there. Then we just need to set up a packager and a frog that connects to there. We want anything that gets processed to go to Mr. B Factory 2. Let's spell that correctly, otherwise it's going to get stuck on the chains. We're going to need another frog on this side. We'll call that Mr. B Bamboo Blocks. Give him some goggles as he's a receiver. And we're also actually going to need another packager over here, which is the one that's going to be sending items from this vault. So we'll set that to send only and get that linked to the main storage network. So this guy's going to be able to send things out, which will then get picked up by this guy, processed and then sent back, picked up by this guy and put back in there. So that's the first little sequence. Just need to get some power in. And with the power in, the last thing we need is a timer down here just to send things back off again. And we've got 514 bamboo already. Wow, that's loads. Which is good because I need a bunch of it. Right, there we go. All the bamboo fields are now planted. Now let's set up some more gauges. So first up, we'll just track how much bamboo we've got. Then we'll add bamboo blocks to this wall over here. Connect it up to the bamboo. So we'll send 63 bamboo, will give us 7 blocks. And we'll send that to Mr. B Bamboo Blocks. And let's say we want 20 stacks of those. So that should now start sending and receiving all these things. Yep, look at that. We're starting to get some bamboo. It would help if I put the basin back in. There we go. Now we're getting our blocks of bamboo. Excellent. And something else I'm going to do is put a threshold switch here just to check the amount of bamboo we have. Set that to a maximum of 40 stacks. The vault can hold 240 in total, but we don't want the whole thing filling up with bamboo. We do want to store other things in here as well. Then we want that to power a redstone link. So we'll put a slab in the bottom, bamboo in the top. In fact, what we want to do is reverse that signal. So the redstone link is powered when it wants more bamboo. Then we'll replace the lever down here with a receiver. And if we do that, that should power it on. Excellent. So when this is full, it will just disable the farm as a whole. This is good. So next up, we need to process some stuff. And I'm hoping that we can just dump stuff straight onto saws from these barrels. It might not work, but let's try it. And what we want to do with these first ones is strip the log and then turn it into planks. So if we put some blocks of bamboo in there, they are indeed turning into planks. Excellent. It's nice and quick as well. Then we're going to need a separate station here, which will make these slabs for us. Although we're going to need enough space for this, so we'll use an item drain to get stuff across. Then we need a packager there and there. Once again, sending items to Mr. B Factory 2. Let's get some froggos and some timers. Lastly, we need 2 more packages here. One called Mr. B Planks and another called Mr. B Slabs. And I think that should be all we need to be able to set up the planks and slabs. Let's find out. So planks in there, slabs in there. So we get planks from these. We'll stick with our standard 20 stacks. And we get 2 planks from each one of the blocks of bamboo. So that should be the right numbers for that. And then we'll connect the slabs to the planks. Once again, 32 of those. We'll get a 64. Send that to Mr. B Slabs. Target 20 stacks. And now we should have all the wood things going on. Yeah, look at this. So we've got the bamboo coming in, being turned into logs over here, which is then being turned into planks and slabs. Then that's all getting sent off back into this bit over here. Excellent. Just need to do the sticks now. Short while later, and I think I've now got sticks covered as well. So it's quite simple. Everything just comes into this barrel here. And because we only need a double crafter like this, we can just feed everything in. We've joined the 2 crafters together, so we just need 1 input point. But this is making our sticks, which then get sent back to the Factory 2 storage, which of course is the vault behind there. So it's a little bit crammed in over here, but we are now getting planks, slabs, and sticks. So now all we need to do is to get wool on the go, and then we should be finally ready to start constructing all these things automatically. This has taken a lot longer than I expected, but it should be worth it in the end. Sheep farm. How are we going to do this? Got a bit of an idea, and it all starts with another cart contraption. So we'll once again lock rotation on that. We've got it all powered. And we're going to use a redstone link to power this one, just like we did over there. But we'll come back to that bit later. For now, let's build the harvesting contraption. So we need a barrel. Then we need some girders with some deployers. In fact, we're going to stick another barrel in here as well because we need to load these guys up with shears. And I don't know if they use the durability and break them or not. So we're just going to load up one barrel completely full of shears and set the filter on all of these. We'll get that glued together. We also need a collection system. So something like this should do the trick. And we'll filter that so we're only taking out the wool. And that means we shouldn't be stealing any of the shears. Then we just need that, and a frog, and a sign sending that back to the factory storage. Now to create somewhere for the sheep to actually live. Okay, let's find some sheep. I'm sure I've seen some around here somewhere. There we go. Well, there are only 3 in the local area, so I'm going to need to breed them up. I do want to have maybe 6 or 8 in here. Not too many, but enough to keep the wool ticking over. Right, now I just need to power this thing on, which means we're going to need a redstone link over here with a piece of wool and a slab. We're going to need a factory gauge for wool. We're going to actually link this up to the redstone link here. And if we set a target amount here of, say, 20 stacks of wool, and then what I actually need to do is just reverse the signal over here to the redstone link. Now, what's going to be the best way for me to do this? I reckon from underneath down here, if we were to do that, and that's going to power our cart contraption there. We haven't actually put the minecart in yet, which is why it's not firing, but that is what we want to do. Then we just need to set up the redstone link down here, and when that gets a signal, it will turn this off, which will turn off the machine upstairs. So let's shove a minecart in. Oh, not quite there, but there we go. And yep, that is shaving our sheep. Well, I'd say we made some pretty good progress today, and not just on our death counts. But I'm very pleased as we now have all of the base resources we need, as well as a whole bunch of extras. So the next episode, we can build a workshop that automates the production of all of our power shop stock. I also still need to decorate this entire factory as well, but that may well be a stream project. Who knows, it might all be looking shiny and complete at the start of the next episode, but probably not. So we'll get back to the factory in the next episode. For now, there's one more thing we need to do, and that is get this train named. Now, I think I've got a station over here somewhere. Then let's quickly have a nap and pick a name. Well, I spent that long looking at names, it got dark again. And there were some great names, such as Trainbert, the Copper Whopper, and of course, let's not forget Betsy. But now I'm a bit stuck because there's 2 names that I really like, and I don't know which one to use. So Sneaky War Room has suggested the Copper Comet, which I think makes sense for an engine name. It is made of copper after all. And Isaac Gross 6310 has suggested Chugamotive, which I just really like as a name. So let me know in the comments what name you prefer, and we'll get that sorted next episode. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.